It is time to kick off the 2023 Call of Duty League brand new season. We got a brand new game. We got some brand new rosters.
I haven't felt this level of serotonin in 4 months.
I cannot wait to see these teams kick it off.
Over by the bar and in the wrong possible way. Spartan didn't check the corner. Oh my God. No! Oh! Get a face cam up there or something. Sweet Christmas. It's too early in the season for this sort of shenanigans.
Switching up the plant spots, but he's also getting hunted down. Yeah, trapped on sight. aBeZy. I mean, again, almost like a hunter. Oh. that's not nice.
Here comes Shotzzy. Staying alive for the rest of his team now to come try and help him back up. No, 13 seconds is absolute menace in towards Kitchen. It's going to be a fourth. This is absurd from Shotzzy. It's a masterclass. My goodness me. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Spots out one. And insight is right here. HyDra has got to know something. Dead Silence is still here. Rocks out the sun. Oh, you gotta be kidding me, HyDra. As he will walk through with the clutch.
Now 1v2 for Big Wake.
No Dead Silence to work with either, so he's thundering across the map. Here comes the final hit. FaZe unaware. FaZe. Oh my Big Wake. Boston Breach. A win versus Atlanta FaZe and a win versus Seattle Surge.
Boston Breach are not a team to play with, man.
Arsenals will fall. It's all on to Spart. It's all on. Oh, it's dropped. The Ravens finishing off 2-0.
All the 11 coaches that put this squad in dead last, you were dead wrong. This team is scary, man.
We are gearing up for week 2 of our online qualifiers before Raleigh.
Right, Ravens need to find a breakthrough.
They're trying. They certainly are trying, but Simp is still holding. Simp! Simp, what on earth was that 3-piece? That is not natural.
natural, and that is not fair as he continues his reign of terror.
He's trying to finesse his way around. He knows that a nade just came in from his back, so he's gonna get picked apart. And aBeZy! Oh my god, what a snap onto Glacier.
Teamwork from Røkkr, make the dream work. Mutineers are being drowned. There is no hope so far.
Røkkr,
Damn.
they are just on cruise control.
Oop, Bance, whoa. What is this from Clay? Magnificent.
Oh, there we
play.
go.
Is Clay gonna do this? The answer is maybe. In the final round, the ace for Priestahh.
Vegas Legion. Please tell me they get it done. Please tell me they get it done. What the hell is going on?
Oh, it's elation! Zero days since the last Las Vegas Legion win.
2v2.
Got the bomb.
They don't know it.
Go for the rotation. He's gonna. Oh! Oh my goodness! They line up for him, but this time it's for OpTic. Somebody get the montage ready. It's a collateral.
I'm gonna call it in. Standy is gonna be able to find 2 through carpets.
Oh!
That's gonna be 2 and a team kill.
Toronto Ultra. They break it and they win it.
The league is so competitive right now.
Yeah.
Teams are excelling in certain game modes.
Bro, it's gonna be insane.
We thought last year I would go about how close the competition is. Somehow we moved into this year getting even closer. See you guys in Raleigh.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's do it.
They ain't ready for you.
The 2023 season will be a ridiculous year. Call of Duty, the Raleigh Major, starting from an absolute bang.
ain't ready for you.
It's going to be a wild and crazy year of Call of Duty. I have no idea what to expect. Oh, you gotta be kidding me, HyDra! Oh my! I do not believe what we are seeing. Kenny, absolutely outstanding.
Knock it out the park, yeah, show me.
Dashy again, handling business.
Now you better come with it. I know you say you want it. Now you gotta get up on it.
Whoa! Unbelievable!
They ain't ready for you.
What on earth is going on in this game? That is it! It's gonna be done and dusted!
They ain't ready for you.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Call of Duty League as we head to Raleigh, North Carolina for the first major of the 2023 season. We've got the Call of Duty League Pro-Am. Call of Duty Warzone Mobile is playable for the first time here in North America, and we've got a jam-packed stage with COD Mobile and the Code Bowl. It's all going down here at the Raleigh Convention Center, December 15th through the 18th. If you're nearby, come on down and join this party, because it all starts right now. Welcome into headquarters, everybody. It's Chris Bucket alongside the great Tunny joining us on the desk. We've got Alley Cat, we've got Nameless, but I want to start with you, Tun, the man from the UK, making his way all the way down to North Carolina. How you feeling, bud?
I'm feeling good. North Carolina's lovely. Raleigh was beautiful coming in the airport. I see trees and everything. It's a lovely, lovely place. I'm just so excited.
It's green. It's fantastic. The Call of Duty family, though, has been nothing but smiles, Alley.
Yeah.
Everyone is fired up. It's the first major for the new title. What are you looking forward to most?
I'm looking forward to see if any big discrepancies on LAN, online to LAN. I feel like that's something we look forward to every year, and I'm watching you teams.
Yeah, play in person a little bit tougher
Yeah.
sometimes, or you have an SMG and you roast a little bit more. Nameless, let's talk about your predictions, though. We had 12 CDL teams. We had 4 Challenger teams. Do any of the Challengers cause chaos in our bracket?
It's very possible. We got some Challengers teams coming into this one, going up against our pro teams. The game just came out 2 months ago. These teams have been grinding with that LAN experience yesterday. Could get spicy, Puckett.
The pro teams just set their rosters. They've only had 2 weeks of online qualifiers, but after the opening matches, we have our standings with 2 teams sitting atop the rest. Minnesota Røkkr and Toronto Ultra went 3-1. They're going to be our number 1 and number 2 seeds in the group. So, Allie, talk to me about this squad. What do you like about Minnesota? What are we liking about Toronto?
I mean, I like that both these teams have just swapped players and has changed their camps completely. And I think one of the players that we're all really excited to see has to be Afro. You know, it's a very explosive start to the season. Now heading into our first major, that's got to be our opening player to watch.
And Nameless, we were talking about all the roster mania, all of the moves that were made in the offseason. This seems to be like one of the most beneficial trades that we have seen.
Yeah, on both sides of things, right? Like, there's a lot of controversy. Which team was going to be better? And, you know, while Minnesota did get the edge on Toronto in that first match, they both looked very well-rounded. When you look at this Toronto team, they acquired Standy. He has been ridiculous with the routes and the respawn. And when you look at the other squad on Minnesota Røkkr, getting Cammy and Bance, they've been solid as well.
Love watching Bance so far. You're going to see the Røkkr in action a little bit later tonight. In fact, you're going to see all of the Call of Duty League teams in action. Here's the full look at the standings. 2, 3, and 1 teams. 8 teams, though, tied at 2 and 2. And we had a full-on tie down to the map count between LA Thieves and London Royal Ravens, which meant they had to play for their seeds, and that battle went down yesterday, Todd.
Yeah, it was an absolute smoke show, it has to be said. LA Thieves getting the job done in a 3-0 fashion. Octane popping off in the search and destroys, though. Collat on board. We had a second one of the season already. Did we even have one last year? I can't even remember. We've had 2 already.
It's been insane. And this was a very important match for seeding. This is the difference in playing either Las Vegas Legion or playing the Seattle Surge. I think if you're a betting man, you want to play Legion over Surge.
Yeah.
That's a look at what went down last night. Our second collat here in Modern Warfare 2, and it came from the man Octane. We got to talk about the format, though, because if you have been sleeping on the online qualifiers, you might not know how this works here in Raleigh. We have 4 groups. That's right, 16 teams, 12 CDL teams, 4 challenger teams. They're going to be split across our 4 groups. But really, you just got to win 2 matches. If you get out of the top 2 spots in your group, you're playing in bracket play on Saturday and Sunday.
Yeah, we're really looking forward to seeing if some of these teams are going to come on through, see how things look. But I love the format. I love that we're back in groups. It's very old school, very, very old school.
Taking a look at these groups, you can see each one has a challenger team, and we got to talk about these squads because 8 of them flew into Raleigh. Only 4 of them made it to the next stage. aLLeY, talk to me about these players. Who's coming through? Who do you have eyes on?
Honestly, it's been Team Elevate for me. I think that's been kind of the underdog, a little bit of a shocking entrance from the EU side of things. A lot of familiar names, though, in Gizmo, Harry, Vortex, and Dens. Gizmo obviously was a player on the main roster last year and looking to upset some teams heading into this Pro-Am. I mean, stacked across the board.
Here's a look at all 16 players who made it to the next level. You'll see them in groups. And keep your eyes on that Elevate team, as she mentioned. A lot going down here, and we want to remind you all, you can catch all of the games live. We're live on twitch.tv once again. The chat is popping off, and we've got a command center, Ant, that is going to help everyone catch all of the action. You're watching here on Alpha. We're going to bring you the red zone coverage of all of the best games going down as quick as we can. But if you want to watch them in full, open up a new tab or simply go to their channel.
Yeah, just click the command center. It should be a widget on the right side of your screen. You click that, and you can check out all our different streams. You don't want to miss any of the Call of Duty action. You want to follow along in all these groups, and they will be streamed on Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, and Delta.
And in aLLeY, we got the drops continuing, right? You got to link your account if you're here on twitch.tv because you could be scoring big.
I got to pop mine open while we're over here on the desk. I mean, those calling cards are incredible. To be honest, the nostalgia from the Hall of Champions one really makes me feel at home. But I know you guys like the intricacy of the Sweaty Hours one.
That one's fire.
I love it. We are back. Call of Duty is live, and the CDL is about to kick off. When we come back from this commercial break, we're diving deep with all the groups, starting with Group A and Minnesota Røkkr. Don't go anywhere. This is the CDL. Get your launch pack right now and get ready for the first round of matches. We're about 15 minutes away from game time. But before we get to live gameplay, we got to talk about the players and the teams that are going to be matching up. Welcome back to headquarters. Puckett, Tunny, aLLeY, Cat, Nameless. and 4 groups ready to go today. Let's start here with Group A, guys, because the question was, who is going to finish on top of our first 2 weeks of the online qualifier? That title belongs to the Minnesota Røkkr. The best map count, they now get the winning position against the number 4 Challengers team in Decimate Gaming. On the other side, we got Guerrillas and Subliners. Tight games across the board, but Minnesota's got to be the favorite here, right, Tony?
Yeah, you would think so. A very strong opening qualifying side of things. They have looked good, 3-1 from them, but they absolutely have to be the favorite.
And looking at their star players, aLLeY, who do you have eyes on today?
Obviously, you have to say Afro, right? 1.19 overall KD, and it fluctuated much higher than that in the earlier beginning of the season. So again, it's that giant question of will he be able to perform on a local area network? We're going to find out here soon.
Guerrillas versus Subliners, another great matchup there, but Minnesota, the team to watch in A. When you go over to Group B, you've got kind of a tough bracket, if you ask me. I'm looking at this one and I'm saying there's no easy road through. Toronto Ultra, they get the Pollo Drum from Spain, chicken wing, causing chaos, jumping out of windows, challenging GodRx off of headies. But that opening matchup, OpTic Texas taking on the Florida Mutineers, this one's got some history, Nameless.
Yeah, that one's going to be a little spicy. When you look at this matchup online, OpTic has had the definitive edge. 9-0 map count in their last 3 matches, but on land, that's where Florida has excelled. 3-0 against them on land with a 9-3 map count. The Florida Mutineers have gone up against the green wall time and time again and defeated them. This is a terrifying round 1 matchup for OpTic, especially after what Florida did to LA Thieves.
There's some new players, but still an 0-3 streak is kind of scary. And another thing that's scary in this group is your top seed. That's the Toronto Ultra. They had their ups and downs, but they finished strong in big part to their man Scrappy. And aLLeY, we were on Twitter. We saw a little clip from this man. He is not afraid to talk trash, and he's never been afraid. This is him at 11 years old playing out of LAN in New Jersey.
Could you imagine? Like at a local LAN and you're getting a young Scrappy standing at you in the middle of a hard point staring you down? I hope we see a repeat of this happening on the main stage.
I love it. His big brother saying, talk crazy to him, Scrappy. He just stands up and stone faces the man.
He's 11. It was destiny for this guy to be a pro player. I mean, look at 250 to 30. This kid's disgusting.
Incredible stuff from Scrappy so far. The young man looking to make a name here for himself at the CDL, as are the rest of the players. Let's keep going through our groups as we take a look at what's going down here for Atlanta FaZe. They get LAG Academy. Meanwhile, we've got a rematch there in the bottom half with the London Royal Ravens taking on the Surge, aLLeY.
Can I just say, we talk about groups of death. That's what Group C has to be. Seattle Surge and London Royal Ravens. I mean, obviously a battle of the ages. 2-2 series records for London Royal Ravens. They had a hot start, but slowed down tremendously, where the Seattle Surge expectations were high, but they weren't able to pull it through. But at the top of that bracket, Atlanta FaZe and LAG Academy. LAG Academy being a Challengers team that made noise last year and is now making noise this year as well. So that is a terrifying bracket.
Talking specifically about that Seattle-London matchup, Tony, you casted it. Do you have a favorite in the rematch now knowing it's on land and we're playing with the TAC 56?
It's really hard because it was actually a really close game between those 2 teams. It comes down to a control. That London were 2-0 up in. They were looking good. All of a sudden, you're heading to a map 5 potentially. They don't get the job done, though, losing 4 maps. It could go either way. It was still a very close series. Interesting to see them running it back.
That's our first 3 groups. We got to look at the final one, though. This is Group D, and it's led by the Boston Breach. They started 2-0 in the opening week, pulling off that upset to open up the CDL. Now they draw the top team from Challengers and Elevate. On the other side, LA Thieves versus the Legion, who just picked up their first regular season dub. Clayster and the boys looking to continue their streak, but I think we got to talk about the other matchup here. Elevate, is this the best chance for a Challengers team to pull off an upset?
I would believe so. I think we all kind of synonymous in that one. They look a strong team. They've got players in there who have been around for a long, long time. And looking at this group, it's very doable. We were talking about it at dinner last night. Elevate are definitely the ones to watch.
Yeah, we have a little bit of stats when it comes to the team of Elevate, and right now, at least stat-wise, I'm looking at Drazah. He's been the most consistent across the board, at least KD-wise, a 1.41 in search and destroy throughout that bracket. So Boston Breach, a team that was looking strong in the first week, not having a hot week in the second. This could easily be a chance for Elevate to capitalize. realize.
And are you surprised to see Vortex from Elevate still in the building?
Not at all. This guy's a beast, man. He's been dominating European challengers. They had a nail-biting Game 5 win. They were down 1-2 against Decimate. Come back and win that. This team going up against Boston, I like their chances. Early in the game's life cycle, it's possible.
It's going to get crazy. Get your predictions in the chat right now. And a reminder, it's not just the Call of Duty League Pro-Am that we've got here in Raleigh. We've also have the Call of Duty Endowment Number 3, the Code Bowl is back in action. Space Force, the defending champs, are here to reclaim their throne, Ant.
Yep, and me and aLLeY will be doing this show tomorrow. It's going to be live before the CDL action tomorrow morning. Make sure you tune in. The Call of Duty Endowment is great. It's going to be some Warzone action. The military branches and some of your favorite creators going up against each other in Warzone.
The third installment of the Code Bowl presented by USAA. We've got the best from the armed forces in the US and the UK armed forces. But look at this. There's only one group that is capable of sending a trophy to space, aLLeY.
That is insane. That is literally insane. I wonder if when you win, you have to, like, do you think you have to go retrieve it yourself?
Who's going to retrieve it?
That's what I'm saying. Are you going to go get it yourself?
I'll take that job. Yo, Space Force, if you need a guy, I'm down. Catch all of the action. It's going down tomorrow, 12 o'clock to 4 o'clock Eastern, bright and early if you're out there on the West Coast. And it's going to be so much fun. We always have a blast talking to the servicemen and women and seeing what they can do in Call of Duty. And this time around, though, we're pairing them up with some pros, maybe some content creators.
Maybe some creators. I'm hearing we might have some of the bigger creators. Maybe your favorite one will be in it. You'll find out tomorrow.
Well, speaking of creators, we've got one commentating COD Mobile right now. Bobby Blaze and Beef Mommy have been crushing the mics. aLLeY, we got a chance to work with them last year. And when we did it last year, it was an East final, a West final. It was all online. This year, finally, for the first time in Call of Duty Mobile history, the World Championship is in person, and we've got the best from Europe, from Asia. Japan is in the building, taking on the best from North America as well.
It's insane. I came in this morning, and they had already started a little bit earlier, and I could already hear the screams from the other side of the stage. If you aren't into Call of Duty Mobile or haven't watched any, you need to tune in this weekend. We're talking about throwback maps. We're talking about snipers. We're talking about specialists. Some of the craziest clips you can think of, they're doing it over at Call of Duty Mobile, so make sure you check it out.
Taking a look at that screen, do you have a favorite nameless? I'm looking at NYSL Tribe Gaming from NA.
I like Team Vitality. You know, they came all the way from India. I was talking to their coach down at the Starbucks in the lobby. He was like, dude, we're disgusting this meta. We've just been frying. So I'm looking at Vitality.
Incredible stuff, and it's all going down in Raleigh. Reminder, you can check out all of the streams, and we have the command center up and running for all of the Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, and Delta matches that are about to kick off. When we come back, we're breaking down that first match on the main stage. OpTic Texas, Florida Mutineers. You don't want to miss it.
To the west, where iron defies the sea, the wolf of Westmarch hides its spoils.
The Call of Duty League is presented by the GMC Hummer EV Pickup, the world's first all-electric super truck. Upgrade your game with a Scump, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
And we are back, Raleigh, North Carolina. Make some noise, because it's time to kick off our main stage, the first match of the day. OpTic Texas taking on the Florida Mutineers. Welcome back to the desk, everybody. Puckett, Ton, Alley Cat, and Name was here to kick off the show, and this is the first match of our first major for Modern Warfare 2. I'm so pumped because this is a showdown with some history.
Yeah.
Florida has always gotten the best of OpTic in recent history on land, but if you're looking at the numbers online, OpTic may be the favorite. I'm cheering for the underdog, though, today. So let's start here with the Florida Mutineers and break down the squad that is representing the South. They have been doing work. They had the 3-1 victory over the LA Thieves, a 3-2 over the Vegas Legion. But when they matched up against OpTic, they fell 0-3 in that opening week.
Yeah, when it comes to Florida Mutineers, for me right now, I'm just a little bit worried about consistency. They definitely have a little bit of an edge when it comes to search and destroy, just based on the players stacked on this roster. But their latest matchup, we saw Brack having an absolute way on the map when it came to respawn, and that is what really pulled them through. Of course, when we got into the interview, he was like, you know what, we were all just doing what we need to do on the map. We were gelling really well together as a team, but I'm worried here heading into LAN if that should continue to prevail.
That's a look at what happened in the first 2 weeks for them, and that last W, it was in big part to this man. Brack was popping off. A guy was in the opening year of the CDL, making his return. He's wearing the Florida jersey, and he was looking damn good, Tony.
Yeah, he looks really, really good. This whole squad of, you know, they've had their moments so far online, has to be said. We've seen some really bad play from them as well, though, and I'm curious about the experience that belongs on this roster. You got Vico in here coming from challenges like Brack did last year. Those are two guys that a lot of people are going to be looking out for the whole season long.
Florida Mutineers on this stage, getting ready to go. This is going to be their first matchup, and when they get to LAN, though, what has made Florida dangerous in the past? Who needs to take on that role today?
Well, I mean, it was Skyz and Awakening who were obviously popping off last year. They don't have those guys anymore on this roster, but, you know, we talked about Brack a little bit, what he's sort of been through. The guy was a pro player, and he got dropped down back into the amateur pit. His name got dragged. You know, people are saying that he plays for kills too much. He's come back strong versus the LA Thieves. I feel like this is a Florida team that started off a bit weak. We expect them to be like a 2-3-5 team, winning those search and destroys, and they gradually got better at hardpoint as the matches went on. And what we saw in the LA Thieves matches, this is a team that is capable of playing sound strategic hardpoint, multiple rotations in a row, and, you know, going up against a team in OpTic who's been struggling in that mode. Florida has a huge opportunity here.
Big opportunity, but they're going up against 4 big gunnies. Let's take a look at the team on the other side of the stage. In OpTic Texas, Dashy, Big Bruce back in action. He's going to be playing alongside iLLeY, who's been popping that sniper, got the first collateral of the CDL. The king with the red mustache in the venue tonight, and he's joined by the man with the best movement in the game in Shotzzy, Alley.
Yeah, OpTic Texas look fantastic heading into this first event. I mean, especially their search and destroy for me has been incredibly impressive. Their first blood conversion right now is 80%. So as they get that first kill, their 4v3, it's immaculate. This is a squad. You do not want to give an inch. They will take a mile. This is their roadmap to get here so far. A 3-0 again against the Florida Mutineers on online, but as Ann said, the LAN record tells a different story.
And Ann, we were looking at these numbers. They 3-0'd the Mutineers. They pull off that tough search and destroy 2-3-5 victory against the London Royal Ravens. But then we saw them fall to the LA Thieves. If they get back to the top form, I think we're looking at this man to drop digits today.
Yeah, you know, Puckett, we were talking about it yesterday. I was like, I feel like it's a good and bad thing that Scump is currently their best player. You know, I'm really looking at iLLeY and Dashy, sort of the AR players on this team, to figure out hardpoint, like get to these positions a little bit earlier. I saw some people talking about, you know, Shotzzy underperforming. That guy is disgusting. It's a team thing. They need to figure out HP. The other game modes sitting at a 500 or above across search and destroy and control, actually even with the Florida Mutineers. But when it comes down to hardpoint, this is a team that should be dominant at that game mode. Just need a better approach. It can't always be Shotzzy on the roto.
And Ton, it seems like this team always has a little bit of an edge when it comes to LAN, and that's due to the noise the rest of this venue makes.
Yeah, it's going to help. It's only Thursday, and we already have quite a few people in here getting loud to the side of OpTic Texas. We're very much going to have a lot more of that as the weekend goes on.
Alley, last time we saw this series, it was a 0-3 battle. Is today going to go further than 3 games?
I feel like it kind of has to. I feel like our first matchup on LAN, it'd be a little disrespectful to say one of these teams is going to get the floor wiped with them. So I think we're at least going to go to a game 4.
Let's take a look at our maps and modes and get some more official predictions here as we break down this series. You can see at the bottom, their teams, they had a chance to ban some maps. So the ones that remain, we've got Hotel for Hardpoint. We're going to see Hotel again for Control Game 3. Mercado is Search and Destroy in Hardpoint. And if we get to that Game 5, it's going to aBeZy, Nameless.
Yeah, I mean, we could see, you know, they have all 3 maps that they had in their initial series were OpTic 1-3-0. The only one that was relatively close was that Mercado Game 4 Hardpoint, if we get there. And I love that OpTic just got rid of aBeZy Hardpoint. They saw what Brack did. They said, we don't want to deal with Brack on that map. But I'm interested to see the rotations out of OpTic on Hotel Hardpoint.
Yeah,
you know, they're sitting at 10th in rotation percentage. That's a map. There's some money hills.
Yeah, it means less than half the time they're rotating. And on Hotel, your money hill is going to be that P2 and P3, and you have to get there early. So we're hoping OpTic Texas, you know, cleaned up their rotations a bit
When you've been watching these squads, is there strength in Search and Destroy, or is it in Respawn for OpTic Texas right now?
It has to be Search right now,
100%.
which
iLLeY's
is
been
weird.
disgusting.
Yeah, it's been Search.
The sniper side of things for iLLeY is really helping to open things up so much. And when it's come down to it, we have said the hardpoint's the massive weakness, but Search and Destroy for them at this moment in time is looking good. But Florida Mutineers have got some big Search players on their roster as well. I think it's a really contentious one. Hardpoint we're a bit unsure on as well, but yeah, the Search and Destroy should be good.
Florida Mutineers, stronger at Respawn or Search and Destroy, Ant?
100% it's going to be Search and Destroy. In my mind, this is a team that has to be good at that throughout this year. I mean, you look at this team, and you got Havoc on that squad. He's always good at Search and Destroy. He's good at getting behind enemy lines, being annoying, and that's what he has to do. We've seen OpTic so far in this game. The strats are good. A lot of players with Search backgrounds. It's a bit surprising how great they've started out in that mode. Namely, it's been Scump making the plays, picking up the bloods. I hope he can continue.
Ali, as we take a look again at the maps and modes, you guys have told me now that both these squads have a stronger Search game than Respawn, but we have 3 Respawn games from 1 to 4, so let's take a look at it. Hotel Hardpoint, let's start with game number 1. Who do you give the edge to, Ali, and who are going to be the key players to watch in Hardpoint?
In game number 1 in that Hotel Hardpoint, if OpTic decides to rotate, I think they have the edge in every single category, but they haven't been rotating, but I'm still going to give the edge to OpTic just because I'm worried for Florida Mutineers that Brack has to pop off for them to do well in Respawn. I'm worried that they're leaning very heavily on a slaying player when this isn't really a slaying heavy game, so I think OpTic has the edge there.
And one thing as well, when you look towards the Florida Mutineers, the second lowest hardpoint break percentage.
Yeah.
We talked about OpTic have to set up their hardpoints and get rotating a little bit better. It's going to be so influential considering how hard it is for Florida to try and break these hills.
Yeah, I think I look at the series, I think the most important map is that control. You know, looking at it, I actually don't know how that control got through. Thinking about, you know, OpTic Texas, they've only played Hotel Control. So for Florida, you know, maybe they just feel extra confident there, even though last time they went up against them, they got 3-0'd on Hotel Control.
Yeah.
But it's relatively a simple map. On offense, you can instantly get A, and you just got to control bedroom on defense. So, you know, if they're able to slay, find some consistency throughout this series, play their lives as we know Havoc can do, they have opportunity in game 3.
I respect and giving Florida like a little bit of an edge here when it comes to the control because we're talking about OpTic Texas.
Oh, no edge,
last year,
no edge. I'm just saying opportunity.
Opportunity, because last year OpTic was disgusting at control, and I feel like this year as well they still are, especially in the defensive rounds. Like, it is almost impossible to get an offensive round against an OpTic Texas, so we're probably going to be looking at a lot of defensive trades here, and it's going to come down to which team can get more ticks to try and get that final round 5 defense.
I just want to see snipers today. iLLeY, bring it out. If you're Florida Mutineers, who do you trust with the scope, Tunny?
I mean, we've seen a couple of them bringing it out. It's Brack for the most part, isn't it? And obviously as well, something that they do on Mercado is quite often hit the middle of the map. That's something
love it, Ton.
Every single time. Brack on the Overwatch, you've got iLLeY to counter that though, so I'm curious if it's going to work out.
I love that playstyle, and you know, it's sort of an older Call of Duty playstyle. Puckett will remember this. You just have your sniper aim down, and then you just hit that side of the map, and you trust your sniper. That's what I used to do at Study, and we saw Havoc and Brack doing it on Mercado. Is working out so well. We'll see if they're able to do some of that in the search here.
Yeah, you give him the big gun for a reason. He's supposed to watch your back while you push up and plant. That's how it's going to work today. I'm excited to get this one going. Players, we're about 4 minutes away. You saw Scump getting a hand-delivered Rice Krispie treat. OpTic Rambo Ray, one of the greatest players in his own right, now taking care of his players on the main stage. They're fueled up. They're ready to go. Can we talk a little bit about hardcore predictions, though? I've asked you guys some fluff about it. Let's dive a little bit deeper, and I want to start with you, Tunny. Where is this series going? How many games do we get to? Because I have a feeling we're going to see both Mercados in this.
Very much potential for that to happen. I think, though, honestly, OpTic Texas should take this. I think the curse that Florida had against them in terms of those wins in LAN, the last 3 events, I don't think it happens. I think Awakening was a huge, huge issue for them. That's not a problem anymore. It shouldn't be. We've just seen a good representation of how they played online. I'm going OpTic Texas.
In how many games?
4? You gave him the number.
I was like 4 or 5. Where are we going, Tony?
I am going to go OpTic Texas as well. I'm going to echo a lot of sentiments that Chris Dunn just said, but also in the fact of, like, I feel like we haven't seen all the nerd spots from iLLeY yet. Like, he's hit some door snipes in Search and Destroy. I feel like we're going to see something else pulled out in this series, and that's just a terrifying thing to go up against because he's going to know where he can wallbang you with that 50 cal, and you're not going to know, so you're going to be dead. So I'm going to go with the OpTic Texas.
So is a nerd spot just a wallbang nowadays?
Well, okay, like, he's going to hit you from an angle that you aren't expecting, or maybe you don't know of yet. He's going to be a teacher on the stage today.
Nerd spots, I'm here for it. That's all I know. Nameless, we got the predictions from these two. They're both going OpTic. Where are you leaning?
I'm going OpTic. I think OpTic takes this one in a 3-1 fashion. I think there's opportunity for Florida to steal a map here. Looking at OpTic, though, I just feel like, you know, this is a team that's solid in Search and Destroy, and they've had some time to go over the issues that they've had in Respawn. You know, there are very blatant mistakes that they made in some of their hard points with Rambo Ray and the staff they have over there. They should have been able to iron these things out, and I think they come stronger.
I like these picks. I also am going OpTic, but I feel Florida in my veins today. I don't know why. I don't know why, but I'm feeling it. Let us know, chat, as you get your predictions in throughout the week, and I want to see who's going to be rocking the channel points because we had everyone betting big. I saw it was like 5 million channel points to 500,000, and they all got upset last week when we saw the Legion pull off their first victory. What would you say the odds are that Florida Mutineers pull off a 4th upset over OpTic on LAN in a row?
I mean, honestly, 70-30, maybe 60-40. Like, Puck, you got to paint this picture like they beat them last 3 times they played on LAN. They're looking good. They just beat the world champs in the last online match. And then this is the first LAN match here in Raleigh. This is a lot of pressure, you know, Scump's last year. So, you know, these guys are going to be fired up. You really never know what's going to happen in these early matches on LAN. It sets the tone for the rest of the day. But that guy right there with the mustache is who we're going to be looking at.
It's the beginning of the last dance, and the games kick off when we come back. Don't go anywhere. This is the Call of Duty League live from Raleigh.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's do it.
They ain't ready for you.
The 2023 season will be a ridiculous year. Call of Duty, the Raleigh Major, starting with an absolute bang.
They ain't ready for you.
It's going to be a wild and crazy year of Call of Duty. I have no idea what to expect. Oh, you gotta be kidding me, HyDra! Oh my! I do not believe what we are seeing. Kenny, absolutely outstanding.
Knock it out the park, yeah, show.
Dashy again, handling business.
Now you better come with it. I know you say you want it. Now you gotta get it on it.
Whoa! Unbelievable!
They ain't ready for you.
What on earth is going on in this game? That is it! It's gonna be done and dusted!
They ain't ready for you.
On this map in particular.
Very much seems like the road to prosperity for PaulEhx came down to Yako's insane psychotic challenge out of the window yesterday on Fortress, which eventually turned out to a round win in that S&D. But early on for Ultra, one of the biggest factors going into the season was, of course, the change. You know, you bring in Scrappy up from the challenger side of things. He's clearly been a vocal addition to this squad. And not only that, but you give away Bance and Cammy, but Stanny's been a welcomed addition, and the route man always gets paid early on. PaulEhx do have a 6-point lead, but we always get mixy here early on in Embassy.
Yeah, and on Embassy, indeed, you see Toronto Ultra is already set up for P2, and they have to worry about Super, who was kind of the standout player of this PaulEhx team, and still in the back, he waits for his teammates to push through the front. This is huge if you're Toronto Ultra. P2 has been a hill that they have been so successful at holding, as well as being prepared for the rotations for P3, as you see Cleanex already waiting middle, watching the cross.
It's been the back.
Raleigh, how y'all doing? It's time to get this season kicked off. I'm your host, Blaze, and it is time to set this stage on fire. This is the new season, and this is Major 1. And for all the Call of Duty fans out there, make sure you blow it up in the chat because it's time to get it started. And coming to the stage first, I want you to give them a warm welcome, looking to add a championship title and have an historic season. Give some love to OpTic Texas. We got Dashy, Scump, Shotzzy, and the snipe god iLLeY. It's OpTic Texas.
The beginning of the end for the king himself, a tier 1 mustache and some tier 1 stats to start the season. OpTic Texas are looking to break the Florida curse with the first match of the season, but they gotta go up against the Florida Mutineers. Bring them on out, Blaze.
Yeah, it's time to bring out these boys from the South looking to wash away the competition. Here comes Florida. Raleigh, show some love for the Florida Mutineers. Give it up for Brack, Major Maniac, Havoc, and a new rookie. It's Vico, your Florida Mutineers.
The Florida Mutineers are trying to cause the upset. They've done it the last 3 times that this organization has went up against the green wall. Major Maniac and the Search and Destroy Specialist Havoc looking to win those Game 2s and Game 5s. We'll see if they can do it now with Brack slain in the respawns and obviously Vickle trying to take over from challengers. Blaze, let's get this match started.
Let's get it ready. Raleigh, y'all ready to kick off the season? Yeah! To cast the first match, I'll toss it on over. It's Merc and Maven. Let's get nasty.
Blaze. Thank you, Blaze. We're back, baby. Hey, good to see you. Yeah, ready to have some fun. See if we remember how to do this thing. First time casting this year. It couldn't be more thrilled here at Major 1. You know, you and I have been watching the action, watching the scrims. It feels like, I guess it sort of felt the last couple of years, like anyone's tournament at times, like someone's going to make a run. So many teams at 2-2, here we go.
Yeah, I mean, when you have 12 teams, the competition is this high. Yeah. There's so many resources now between coaches, analysts. Everybody realizes what they have to do. They learn so quickly. It's all about those sort of little moments, right? Just capitalizing on the mistakes that your opponents are going to make.
And just from a storyline standpoint, I mean, for those that don't know, I mean, Seth and I are from the same city. Scump and I went to the same high school 10 years apart. Like, yeah, I've known this guy forever.
Years apart. You say 10, who knows?
10 years. Yeah. My career is like started with this guy, so it's really cool to see this is sort of his last hurrah, like this year, right? And what did you see last night?
Your career started with him, so did mine. Yeah, no, the same.
That is true. That is true. But like, what did you see last night? He was kind of talking about like Shotzzy, right?
Yeah, I mean, him and Shotzzy, like, I don't know, I guess Shotzzy was thinking about potentially departing, but he's like, you know what, if you stay, I'll stay. So that duo, they're kind of just, giving it their all.
Well, if I was Shotzzy, I'd be like, all right, I'm hanging with Seth, and when he's on the way out, I'll take the reins to the OpTic truck.
Maybe the crown?
Yeah, that's what I'd be trying to do. But it's pretty cool. I mean, obviously, we're going to touch on that throughout the course of the year. Just see this final hurrah. If it ends up being, who knows, guy might win champs, drop a 2.0 at champs, and next thing you know, he's playing again. But so far, he has been electric. And now you see iLLeY. This was a big question mark last year, right? Like, I think what a lot of OpTic fans were thinking, a lot of analysts were sort of like, if they get everybody back together, everybody's healthy, like, what are they going to be able to do? now we're excited to see that, right?
Yeah, excited to see him healthy. Hopefully everything is going well with his hand. But yeah, you know, you heard the Dash sort of talk about it. Really, their strength has been in search and destroy. When you talk about this roster, yeah, they're going to thrive there. But their respawns, they have so much talent. Can they put it together now? We're going to start off our day on Hotel. And a map like this, I mean, you know, Dash said you got to hit those rotations. Make sure everything is on point comms-wise.
And you've talked about Mutineers in the past, where like they are not scared to play this team at all, but they have the talent to go with it. I'm not sure that is going to necessarily be the same case as. Oh yeah, we're getting the player comms. That's what we're talking to, Joe. We're getting wild early on.
Yeah, I don't know if this is supposed to be elicited, but we're going to get that handled. As right now, Mutineers just getting some early time, but when we look at P2, OpTic just controlling the right side of that map.
Yeah, I'm just trying to hear if it's actually in the venue too. No, that's just for us. So we're just hearing the player comms. People in the crowd are not. So yeah, Joe and I seem a little all over the place because we are hearing the fast and frenetic comms. And like that's going to happen, right? Like with the hard point, you know how passionate it can be. The comms got to be on point, especially this year without having the red dots. Like your comms have got to be precise.
Yeah, you don't have those red dots, and yeah, as you said, the comms have to be there. One player just kind of lurking over here. That's going to be Havoc. Havoc, he's going to be able to find that kill, but on rotation, Shotzzy's going to find 3. This is going to be huge. Now Florida going to have to try to break through the front, through this lobby area. Not easy to do. There's so many power positions, so many headies for OpTic to lock down, and Dashy, he's just going to be soaking up that time.
Just trying to get done with attack, a bullet or so into Brack, but then it's Scump and Shotzzy that are battling to find the openings. We're going to get back into the point. iLLeY able to hit the nade as well. 7-1 for Shotzzy. It'll be 5 in a row for the start. 13-point advantage, and Corpse in front of him just chilling. Looks like he's just taking a nap.
He's just taking a little nap, but already with 30 seconds left, I mean, they're already thinking about rotation as Mutineers. You're going to have Brack already inside a kitchen. The other 2 players near restaurant. They know if they lock down this hill, they can get right back into this game. Shotzzy's thinking about a streak. If he's able to find maybe 1 more kill, he's got the tack in his hands, able to connect with a couple of shots over the Vazneck now. So a lot of opportunity here for Texas. They're able to break this. This breaks that game wide open.
Let's see if they're going to be able to break. It's up to Mutineers now to hold this down. Bickle, welcome to league, buddy, but he's 2-6 right now, looking to get some kind of flow and rhythm into this map. But now they're going to push forward. 2 are going to drop. It's the opening maybe for OpTic to try and get in. They're starting to swarm. Bickle, Havoc trying to hold inside the point, but it's a lovely double there from iLLeY, and that's going to break on in. Now there's still a contest here, still a chance for a fight, but great entries there for OpTic.
No, I mean, that's such a huge break for OpTic. I mean, you're going to find these last 35 seconds. Florida's thinking about hitting this one more time. There's just so many positions to clear. Major trying to hit the contest. Him and Havoc are actually going to find this going to be all 4 dead. So a big 20 here for Florida. But we're going to head over towards this 4th hill, over by these desks. We're going to have Dashy just hanging out, though. In a nice position, but there's 2 players here. Bickle just trying to play the one-on-one, but Scump's going to find that kill. And now the advantage over to OpTic Texas.
Stun, nade, back up Brack. Hold that as another one starts to come in. Trophy going to be onto the point as well. Tries to get his own out. It does get out. Okay, I thought maybe the timing of it just get exploded as it gets tossed out, but he's got the trophy there for coverage. Just looking for this opening, but not going to be easy to do. It's just the desk heady. I mean, you talked about this map. Like, it just feels like every push you want to take, there is a heady and a vicious one somewhere.
Yeah, and I love the patience from OpTic. It was all hill control. They didn't have lobby side. They weren't able to push out the right side of the map, so they just hung out. You had 1 player top bedroom, and they just held their ground. They waited for the push from Florida to come through, and they are finding all the kills. Fickle starting off 3-12. You have Havoc, the only player positive right now for Florida, but they're still in this one. They're finding the last 15 to 20 seconds.
And Havoc in their losses has struggled. Yeah, we think about respawns. It's been like a 0.5, 0.7. Like, he has really struggled to get something going. So they need that, but now could the other players step it up a bit? 30-point advantage right now for OpTic.
Yeah, I mean, this has just sort of been the story of the map, right? Early on, now OpTic's going to have control. We rotate over towards restaurant. Looks like the majority of the push is going to start to go through that kitchen. Should have Bickle and Havoc, 2 subs pushing on through. iLLeY's just going to back on down. He's able, oh, I thought maybe to find 1, but now the push. Now the push. That's going to be 3. Dead. Dash to the last player alive. He's trying to find anything he can. But again, a nice break from Florida. They're finding the pushes, they're finding those breaks. OpTic not able to hold it down.
And you get a pretty close parallel spawn, so you got a chance to fight back into this. But look at the kill feed. Brack, Havoc, just lighting it up. Now going to be a dead silence pop coming in for Major Maniac, as he's going to try and lurk and maybe find an opening, but he's just kind of trying to listen right now, right? Just listen for those audio cues. Here they start to come, and he is just ready and primed and waiting in the corner, but it's just going to be one there for Mutineers. Around the edge though goes Brack. 3 in a row currently for him. Tries to challenge. Shotzzy able to get 2. And maybe that's a situation where like the red dot ping can help a little bit, but it's just like you're maybe thinking of where the shots came from. You're trying to rely on audio cues and you just get turned and burned.
I mean, you get a little bit of time there, but then on the other side of the map over towards P6, you're going to have iLLeY who wins a one-on-one. He has rotation. And while Scump, him and Dashy are locked in down kitchen, they know the first push is going to be through the back, but they're dealing with it well. But now can Florida maybe find that break that they've been finding about halfway through once again?
Well, it's going to be iLLeY that's into the points first, and you can see us on the minimap. The cutoff's there. Currently, probably got one player is trying to rotate out of old, and that'll be Shotzzy. He's going to get dropped. Now to the rest of the players. Scump going to fall as well. Mutineers finding some big kills. Can they get the break yet again? They got numbers here for a moment. You got a 3-on-1, make it 3-on-2 around the point. But iLLeY is just lurking and waiting. He's able to find a second. It's 3 in a row for him until that is just really unfortunate timing, but at least Shotzzy there to follow it up. Lead pushing out again. Oh, the Butcher is there, and Shotzzy a little knife to the eye up to 16.
I mean, the slaying right now obviously favors OpTic Texas. But again, the last 10, 5 seconds, Florida's going to find a little bit of time there. But OpTic throughout this first rotation, the Dash really hit on the rotations. Pretty much every rotation has been won by OpTic in Florida. I mean, they do have a couple of key breaks. That's what's kept them in this game. But a 50-point lead through this first set of hills. Everything going smooth so far for OpTic.
I'll tell you what, hearing the player comms throughout it.
That was the hardest 5 minutes of my life.
Yeah.
Okay,
I think it just stopped. It just stopped. Woo. Oh, no, never mind. It's back. Okay, I think after the first map, it'll be gone. But it's got me warmed up, Joe. It's got me into it. I'm just hearing them shout in my ears, and we're trying to get fired up throughout the course of the map. But these guys have been turned. They know how big a first map can be. Is Vickle able to connect onto the grenade as Havoc starts to lurk and lurch his way forward, but jumping out with the chow, that will be Dashy. All locked up around the point right now as we're focusing on our second set of rotations.
You can see, I mean, OpTic, they're just going to soak up this time. You had iLLeY able to get across towards white, so he's having that cross. He was able to find 1 kill, and that just slows everything down. Vickle's been here in the back, locking this down. A key hill here for Florida. They're down 70 points. They're trying to get right back in this game, but here comes the push. iLLeY's going to find the opener, and they're just going to try to go. They're going to ignore the back. They know there's going to be a player back there, so they're just going to let him go. But there's so many places to clear. Florida going to find all the kills, but iLLeY trying to find the route. But he gets hurt. Well, they get the spawns, though. They do get the close spawns. Look at that iLLeY route.
Yeah, him getting into the back and just that rotation in to help from, I think it was Vickle, they got the kills. But as soon as he rotates out to pick up the push from the steps, like, yeah, that's the spawn. You get the pop close, and now you're able to keep fighting. Now, not a lot of clean time, but that's going to end up being massive when you think about the overall objective.
No, without a doubt, you see the pressure here from Florida. They know they kind of need to at least contest some of this time, or at least try to. But they're going to have to give the rest up. The final 17, you go the way of OpTic, now over 200 on rotation. It's going to be Florida this time now with the first hold over towards kitchen.
And you just see that sometimes with like any of the games that have had some sort of like squad-based spawns, like the smallest little opening sometimes, it's like, okay, well, they're popping right next to it.
Yeah, as soon as one pops, right? I mean, the rest of the team seems to spawn on that player. iLLeY, again, with the opening on their break attempt. Is able to find that, but now it's a 3-on-3. There's just so many corners to go, but of course it's Shotzzy. And while he's in, but the rest of his team gets taken down. Shotzzy, though, trying to cook it up, trying to be the shit. Oh, God! I swear. Find 1, but there was 2.
I swear, if he got both of those players, my shirt was coming off. But just unbelievable stuff, and no one in the world needs to see that.
That would have been really started the party.
Yeah. But now 23 points needed. Going to lock down this map 1. Another difficult heading to fight there inside the kitchen.
Nice, good shot.
And on rotation, again, OpTic in control. They're going to be over towards this P4. They're going to try to push out this bar area. You would love to. Scump, you see, he's going to be the first man up. But Havoc just kind of playing a sort of lurking position, waiting for that first gunfight, waiting for his teammates off a spawn. Now you have 2 players here from OpTic. That's going to be iLLeY and Dashy, the ARs, trying to lock it down.
Havoc just a good job playing his life so far. He's hit down to 4. Now the shot's on through. That was an incredible job there with him and Major. He got one so weak. I think it was, the stun that came through that was actually ultimately able to get the kill. Now still trying to play his life, just trying to finesse back. This has been excellent because you got to be basically perfect. And you have top bedroom control. You have control of the point. You've got a chance to chain some time together here.
Yeah, but now they take care of Vikil, so you can already see OpTic. They're going to have that forward pressure. Trophies, I don't think they're down, so the nades are going to connect, but Havoc just trying to find an angle, has to peek on out. Now you rely on your teammates to lock it down. But iLLeY with 2, the trophy is there. We know how difficult it is to break this now. They can win it right here.
They got a chance to close it out. The break is going to come in. The late heroics from Havoc not going to be enough. Scump shooting at everything. Unfortunately, loses him behind the pillar, but it's iLLeY to back it on up. That will be number 22. That will be the final second. It's OpTic Texas. Yeehaw! Able to get the first, Joe.
My brain was melting.
Oh, dude. yeah. It's been a while since I've casted with player comms in our ears. I was trying to take my headpiece off and see if that was in the crowd. Cause if that's in the crowd, I'm just gonna shut up and let them rock. Take a listen to the players, but we got through it, and thank you, viewers, for your patience. As I'm sure Joe and I sounded like absolute morons at times, but
well, they're used to that. That's
that's
We're
true.
pretty dumb.
That is true. But we get back into the swing of things. OpTic Texas able to take the map 1, and what are your thoughts on first hardpoint?
I mean, they're just doing their thing.
Yeah, it's doing it.
But honestly, I think for OpTic, obviously, it was a lot on rotation. They were controlling those rotations, but there was a couple of keys where Florida, they found the breaks, at least on the first set, where they were able to find it a good majority of the time, but the slaying right now is just so one-sided. Yeah, Shotzzy with big damage, but iLLeY's another key for me. Not only does he have a minute 49 on the hill, but he found a lot of the openings when OpTic did need a break. He found the picks. That put the pressure on Florida.
Well, I started talking about this briefly before we got into it, and then once the players started yelling, I've lost my train of thought entirely. But one thing you talked about last year at times, they mentioned on the desk that these Mutineer teams would beat OpTic a lot of times at LAN. And it's like they had just sort of that not care mentality at times, but you had your Skyz, you had your Awakening, you had these heavy hitters that you could get by, get hot, and just sort of fry them. I don't know that you have that right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you look at the LA Thieves series versus Florida, you'd probably say it's Brack, right, to be the one to probably
he was like a league-type MVP last time he was in the league.
Yeah, I mean, the guy has an unreal skill, ceiling, and he's done it through challengers. Now just trying to get back into a cemented spot on this Florida roster. But yeah, it's just a question of can they do it consistently. We haven't seen it quite yet. It's still very early in the year. But everyone knows when you have a Havoc and a Major Maniac on your squad, the way you're going to win series is through Search and Destroy.
Yeah. And this is listen, we've joked, Search has been a little odd these past couple years.
It's because you can't move.
Yeah, I mean, last year, just based on the maps, it became a little more one-dimensional. This year, we were talking about no smokes, you're talking about the footstep audio, and the maps, it just feels like you kind of know what people are going to try to do. It's can you execute more efficiently? But there's not a whole lot of, sneaky plays or wild options in routes. It's pretty one-dimensional right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you compare this title to anything, it's probably MW19, right? Which obviously makes sense. This is the sequel. But MW19, typically pushes started with a smoke, right? It was smoke, and then your nades had to hit, and you either flew through or tried to find a nade kill in an opening pick, and then use numbers. Without that smoke, you're then either trying to hit nades or you're waiting for a dead silence play, and it's very similar here.
Yeah. Or just you're challenge and hope you win a crazy gunfight, which, to be fair, some of the clips I saw from challengers over the past couple of days, anything appears to be possible. I got people swan diving out of windows and ego challenge somebody off a heady 100 meters away with a sub, and I'm like, okay, that was a fast.
The other side to it is too, it's always different on LAN with audio, right? Because
that's true.
You're not at your home setup, you have white noise pumping through the headset, the crowd will get louder and louder as the weekend goes on.
Didn't they talk about that for Ultra a little bit, just when they had some fans in attendance, right? I believe that was a bit of a factor, just for their home series, or sorry, not their home series, I'm going back in time, but just for their league matches, they had, I don't know what it was, 50 to 100 people there, but I think even they said it made the audio a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, I mean, there's just a lot more general noise here. So we'll see. I mean, obviously, you're probably still going to hear those footsteps, especially in a very slow search and destroy round where maybe not a lot going on.
Yeah.
But, this is where OpTic has been very strong, is in search and destroy. Florida, if they want to get back into this, it's going to start right here.
That's what's been interesting. And listen, I know it comes down to a team change. I mean, back when you saw when TJ and Dashy first joined the OpTic team, we're going back to BO4, where you started to see like the search start to improve, but it's been weird. It's like as it's become a little bit more one-dimensional, like since what, let's say like what, MW 2019, that's where like they finally have become like really solid in search for the most part. Something about it, I don't know, just the ability to play their lives, would have straight up one-on-one gunfights, I don't know, but well, it's worked for them.
Yeah, I mean, I think in like this situation where, you know, if you look at like a title like last year, when you kind of have to rely on team pushes, if you have Denny pops, you have to make a play, right? So those individual plays, all of these OpTic members can make.
Yeah, no, very, very true. But we're just waiting on our map 2 to get ready to go. As the fist bumps go out for Mutineers, they're going to try and bounce back and take this map 2. And it's a team where, I mean, if you were watching through the first 3 for Mutineers, you were maybe a little bit worried. You know, you got what, the win over Biggest, but then like after that, you know, you lose 2, and it's like this team is struggling. Then they come out with a haymaker. I'm like, all right, well, what? I don't know what's going to happen in this event.
Yeah, they beat LA Thieves in a pretty dominant fashion. Obviously, that's online. Everything's a little bit different here. We know they have a ton of talent. They just got to put it together now.
I feel like Florida was always a joke about like online, right? What was the app that was always in Florida like, for a long time?
App was a demon.
So now, to the Mercado search and destroy we go. And that's iLLeY with the mid-map cross bomb, trying to work its way over towards A, and Shotzzy, who is lurking bottom green, he's gonna get smoked.
Yeah, I think that's a big individual one-on-one win for Victual. I mean, he started off that map so slow, right? 3 and 12. I think he got a little bit worse, but just for his confidence to find that first blood, this is where you're gonna see a lot of the fights go down over towards this A site, and then when that silence comes into play, maybe you have a couple of individual lurks through mid, maybe towards B. But it looks like iLLeY's able to find that first one as he jumps across the mid tunnel. But still, man advantage for Florida as the trade comes in.
Dashy, bringing it back though. 2 versus 2 now. Scump and Dash up against Major and Bragg.
And Brash just waited at aBeZy this entire round. I thought maybe he was going to rotate, but Major can't go for that trade because he's the lone man here. So he's going to force a 2-on-2. There's going to be the info. Dashy immediately challenged.
Get out!
But again, Bragg's not here, so Major's got to play his life.
Yeah, he's able to get out, play his life. Now they sync up, and shortly you're thinking of worrying about this retake, but there's still 20 seconds to go. This bomb has not been planted. Well, what kind of timing are we going to get? They're starting to wrap out the backside. They are not ready for that. Scump able to get it done behind the Denny. Bragg's got his Denny popped as well. Maybe a fortunate timing his way. The hipfire's going to get it done. Now to a 1 versus 1 we go. Bragg, Dashy with the kill. OpTic Texas close out the round 1.
You have your sort of trades, you know, the first minute through, and then the dead silence pops, and everything gets a little bit crazy. There's some freedom on the map. Florida gets caught off guard. Dashy and Scump able to find the final 2 versus 2 win, gives them the round 1 win on offense.
Bit of a crazy round, but yeah, no, I mean, you kind of nailed it. It's just who's going to make plays with Eddie, right?
Slow down, yeah, you just got to wait for it.
That is going to be the case. Just going to wait for it to pop, but an interesting round for sure. But the 2 from Dashy and, well, the final one, that's going to be what seals the deal.
Yeah, pressure here early from Havoc and Major. Yeah, he almost gets picked, and he's out with his life. This should force a rotation. Look, that's going to be iLLeY and Scump. Kind of shift over towards the middle of the map, and the bomb's going to rotate to B. So this B bomb is open for now. There will be some pressure through the mid alley.
But you've got 2. You could quickly have a 3rd there, and then what? It's Shotzzy who's really stayed true over at A. And you to see him grouped up. Jersey's looking so fresh, so clean.
Now they gotta work this plan. You still have Brack again, kind of by his lonesome. Over towards A, trying to find a pick on an island. Not able to work this bomb yet. Just clearing everything in iLLeY. He's gonna find the first blood.
And with the time to kill, man, it's like you can be peeking around trying to find openings, but the second you get vision, you might just get dropped. As he will be out of it, they'll recoup the bomb. Brack's gonna get sniffed out too, so that was the one-on-one we were waiting for on the other side of the map. It's massive numbers. Major, though, able to bring it back a bit.
Dashy here's going to go for the peek. I thought he was going to wait. I thought they were going to use their numbers. They are going to find that. They know where Major is, though. You have a stun on Scump, and that's key. Using those tacky nades, and now Shotzzy is here through the flank.
What do they have left utility-wise? Doesn't seem like it's a whole lot. That's going to be the headshot. Now the finesse out. Oh! Run! And he just tries to Chow over the top, but it's Scump that's able to come through in the end. And I'll tell you, that was stressful from Nature's POV. Just trying to get the audio cues. You kind of see the shadow go over the top, and he's able to finesse back inside for just a moment, but ultimately, it's Scump. We'll see it from his POV. He gets the kill.
And you know, talking about audio, I thought right there he was just going to hold that top window, right? He kind of seemed like he freaked out a bit running through that door. I think if he just pre-aims that, he probably finds the kill on a Scump, no problem. He doesn't have dead silence popped, so Scump, though, able to clutch up in that 1 versus 1.
Well, and that's something, too, with like the insanely fast time to kill. It's like sometimes just being gun up. Like
yeah,
you
just
catch
ready for it.
You catch somebody sprinting, mantling, jumping, whatever it might be, like you could just fry somebody, 100%. It's an ADS world, Joe, and we're just living in it. Sentinels all over the place.
Well, Vickle with some nice movement there, able to get across, Havoc, him, and Vickle able to work the 2-on-2 so well, bottom of this bomb site.
Beautiful.
With the stuns, with the nades, a little bait and switch just playing their lives, and that's gonna be a 3-on-2 advantage. And again, you had this last round, but the way Bracky is playing, I think I'd just much rather him group up with his team at this point.
Well, let's see if iLLeY can hit the shot. Stun check over the top. And trying to help their bomb carrier.
Brack might get some nice timing
here.
They're
inching their way forward. He saw him just for a second. Get back! He's trying to run it so slow, but he's able to get away for now.
Yeah, stun connects. That gives them the info, so now Brack can head this way. There's the dead silence that goes off, so that's just gonna allow him to make a play through mid-tunnel if he wants to. The bomb is down, door now wide open. Dashy, though, able to find the first. Just, they have to get the bomb planted. Only 15 seconds left. Trying to find Vickle inside, and he's just gonna play his life, play around the time. That should be a round win for Florida.
Yeah, nothing Dashy's gonna be able to do here, so there you go, Mutineers. They're gonna get on the board. But it started with, you kind of talked about it, a little bit of teamwork, a little bit of bait and switch. Just beautiful at the beginning of that round.
Yeah, Havoc and Vickle right towards the bottom of green, just using the stun, jumping across, sort of just pulling that ADS towards the other way. And Havoc, I mean, he just runs to the door, finds that easy kill. But they controlled that round over towards A.
Look at that stash, dude.
I just want him to tickle me with it, you know?
Oh, yeah, I want to get tickled with the Scumper Jumper stash. Scumpy with the dumpy, dude. Can I say that?
Why not?
Okay.
Oh, talk about a first blood. Havoc just right down the middle of the map is able to find it 5 seconds into the round. Now they can play around the first blood, around the man advantage.
Sneaky, sneaky goes the worm. Oh, look at those moves. Oh, yeah, hit it.
You're gonna have some like advanced technology knee pads, right?
Oh, yeah, no, this is futuristic knee pads, Joe. He's gonna make the play. Oh my God, the headshot. Just able to get it through, but the trade is there quickly. I just thought he was gonna get caught. I even think he'd get one in that scenario.
Well, I think they'd probably hear that
not
go
gonna
off,
matter.
right? The alarm, the dead silence beep go off.
Yeah, because that was a logical thing to add to the game.
What do you think it is as Dashy is gonna get caught now? When you pop that silence, what do you think is happening? Do you have like cushions in your shoes?
I'm not entirely sure, Joe. Realism.
Is it like a
Mutineers now, back-to-back rounds?
It's like a
Well, I think
like
it's
a
sort of
float
like
on your shoes?
What were like the Reebok like pumps?
The
You had, back in
Reebok
the day?
pumps, yeah.
It's sort of like that, but combined with new technology, in which they make them silent, but they can't be. You can't be silent as they start, so you have to. Make it
like
sound.
the beeps go off.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah. No, it doesn't. But here we are. It's something.
2 rounds in a row now for Florida. They're again just finding that first blood for Havoc, just giving them the man advantage, forces OpTic to have to make a play. Shotzzy, who had a great map number 1, being shut down here early, starting off 1-4.
Seeing if he can hit the gap. He was able. Oh, he wasn't actually able to do. I thought Vickle was going to get across, but Shotzzy. I'll tell you what, I struggle so much when I'm shooting straight down in anything, whether it's this, Warzone, like I'm just with him, but Shotzzy able to rip his head off. And you can see his body slumped against the doorway. But now the Chow close, and Havoc able to hit it with the movement. That's going to be 4 in a row for him, up to 7-3. But a massive part of this, but there are 2 close and lurking. Now all going to be on to Brack. Not going to happen. Texas will answer back after leaking 2 through. Mutineers.
And I'll tell you what, Havoc has started off these last couple of rounds right down the middle. He was able to push mid alley once again.
Hit the gut.
He found iLLeY. It feels like Havoc is in a really comfortable position right now. But his teammates get taken down. You saw Brack just caught out with that sniper, so he had to pull out the pistol, go for that trade.
I don't know how iLLeY plays like that. Like, I don't know what's happening there. I don't understand.
It's like a 90.
It's like the desk is more a chair than the chair. Like, you think like where his like body weight's going? I don't really know what's going on there.
I'm sure it's not the best for his posture.
No, probably not. Probably not. He's gonna need a walker someday, but that's all right. Scump opens it up. That's a nade onto Havoc, so that's big, because Havoc has been very influential in these early rounds. You get him out of this quick with an nade pick.
And well done, iLLeY with the snipe. That's what the posture's for. You're into that sniper scope. Find the pick.
He is in the game, no doubt about that. Now, Mutineers pull off the 2v4. It's Brack and Bickle. Lots of work to do, and it's got to be done offensively, so not going to be the easiest thing. And you still got iLLeY with the big stick, looking to hit.
I mean, this is really just an info game. You have Shotzzy middle, so he's got that locked down. Dashy's making sure they did not make their way towards B. But Brack and Bickle, it's a 2-on-2, and while they win it, there is no trade, so they can still take their time. You have dead silence on Brack if needed.
What a big 2v4 this would be if they can pull it off. 25 seconds now to work with. Still gonna work this bomb down. He finds the angle. It's a hit marker or two, but not gonna be enough. Now, Plank gonna get in though. Bickle, chance to do this.
And unfortunately for him,
he's the trophy player. Yep.
Just trying to find the first, and hopefully they're separated. You can see Dashy is just making sure there's no wrap through the middle. They're defensive side. Shotzzy taking his time, but he's gonna wait for him and find that. And that was a round probably if, you know, Coach Rambo in the back probably didn't want it to be that messy. You know, we have those sort of rounds, 4-on-2s. Usually you just want to play your numbers, play info, but they go for those trades. Just didn't work out.
Yeah, I mean, maybe Bickle, you can try to play more patience, but I think it's just one of those things when you're like the trophy player, it's like, can I just catch a timing?
Yeah,
like,
you're hoping you get a one-on-one.
Yeah, just catch a timing, get a one-on-one, but Shotzzy, as you said, plays it patient, finds the kill. OpTic Texas now up to 4 rounds in this search and destroy and looking to take a 2-0 edge. First time they played in the league, obviously OpTic able to handle a 3-0. Looking to do the same here, but probably chatting through things a little bit like, boys, you almost threw that one away.
Now what they want to do on this offense, maybe try to switch some things up depending on what field upgrades they have. That might be the call. You see the bomb start to rotate that way over towards B. Brack again, the only player from Florida in that position.
Hello, Dork. Yeah, let's go ahead and close you.
Couple wall bang spots in from Shotzzy. We saw that a lot last year. What these players have on when they get to the land, they save it for that, but you can already see the call is going to be B. And if they go quickly, this would be huge. You still have 2 players just hanging out over towards A. It's for Bickle and Havoc.
Can Brack get a kill? Maybe get out, play his life, make a deady play behind that.
Just waiting on
But
iLLeY.
iLLeY's just peeking this with the sniper. Hello, it is iLLeY. Oh! That has got to be close, but oh god, it's going to be the deady pop instantly from Scump. He gets hit down to 2 HP, so absolutely ripped. He did have it available on the other side for Brack. And it looks like this just might be a wrap out, but you're running out of time. Under 30 seconds to go. Bickle with a big spot mid-map to get the information. They're coming through on the cross. Tries to catch one, able to do just that through the chaos. Able to find the opener, and Bickle lines them all up. No deady needed. As he just gets the info and catches the timing on the wrap back.
Yeah, this entire time you had, who is that, right to his right. Havoc literally stayed at A. You could see the rotation was coming in from Bickle and Major over towards B. And you're gonna see Havoc just jump out of the window. The rest of the players from OpTic were pushing through mid-tunnel. They were focused on him, so that was just served up on a silver platter for him.
Yeah, I thought, you know, with him winning that close gunfight, that would be the focus, but your line of sight, you just see Havoc pop out the window. It's like, all right, we gotta take that first, and just enough of an opening for Bickle with the huge play, now up to 6 and 5. And they keep this within a round. They've been punched a couple of times, but they're not getting knocked out. Dash trying to bounce back and work the bomb, Hetty.
But you saw that stun hit. That was a nice stun from the Florida players, but that's going to be the info. The stun's going to connect for him. And this just puts everything at a standstill while this entire time Shotzzy has worked up all the way through back parking. He's in the offensive spawn, so he knows, all right, it's not A. You guys stay alive at B, just wait for me to try and make a play.
There's just posted all around the outside. Just trying to listen, wait for the cues. Is everybody stacked up and ready to go to war?
That timing. Frack's gonna get caught throwing the trophy down. There's gonna be the first blood. Now everybody else goes. Major's able to find two. The knife from onto iLLeY from Havoc. It quickly it's a 1-on-2, but then he popped. 15 seconds. Major has to play it. Shotzzy with the melee, able to find the 1 versus 2.
It is not the cleanest final battle, but the melee will hit. It is chaos. That's a little wink to the camera there from Shotzzy.
That was a close one.
That was just one of those where they like, both jump around the corner and sort of like collide. You know how awkward those fights are. Like, your aim assist gets dragged.
Major reads that well. He reads that very well. He's ready for the fight. He gets to the prone position, but the hip fire from the tack just did not connect.
And it's the haymaker from Shotzzy that gets OpTic to that 5th round. Now up 5-3. Looking to shut it down here and take the 2-0 edge.
And Bracket's here. He's gonna hear all of this. He's gonna allow his team to rotate over, but yeah, the stun check goes through. Shotzzy trying to push through back alley. He's gonna get taken down. Was hoping to catch the players on rotation all the way through. Major just maybe trying to find that player top 10, but that player Scump gonna get bombed down, or at least try to. Does he get planted? No. Havoc stops it. It was so close from being planted.
3-on-2 now for Mutineers. Havoc continues to lie in wait. Dashy is just sneaking his way up the steps. He's gonna be the last player here. Major all the way in the back. He's gonna lose that fight, but he's so weak. 16 HP, not a whole lot of options. Mutineers once again staying alive.
That bomb goes down a bit of a different round. But nice timing from Havoc, a little bit unlucky for Scump and the rest of OpTic. But then you know, right, like we have to move, we have to make a play, try to find a pick, but Florida, they're ready for it.
If they're gonna play spoiler, search and destroy is where the wins are gonna have to come for this Mutineers team. Dig deep, get this to around 11, give yourself a chance. Anything can happen in that moment. But you gotta get there first. Some of the utility out from either side. Connects with the opposition's trophy as well. Havoc there with the first blood. Could be a big one. Over the top he goes. He's gonna get caught. Havoc in absolute montage right now as he is slicing through him. Round 11 up next.
But I mean, that is just an individual play. He finds the timing. The stuns do not connect. That's just more of a, conventional round that we see on Mercado. We saw a couple of B hits. But after that first kill goes down, I mean, that's the difference without the red dots,
I was gonna
right?
say, is that just a red dot thing? Like, you see sometimes where players aren't reacting instantly.
Yeah.
If it gets a little bit louder in here sometimes, player comms can be hard to hear. Like, you see it sometimes. It's just a slow reaction.
Probably watching a kill cam, like, oh, he's right outside of mid-tunnel,
but
maybe not expecting
by the time
that
he
jump
finishes
up.
that call out, like, he's dead.
Yeah, he's dead. That is just all Havoc making plays. Up to 13 now, and we're into this round 11.
What a map. 5 in a row for him as well. Uh-oh.
We've all been there.
Yep, we've been there.
Well, especially you. You are horrible with grenades.
Terrible with them. Windowsill a little bit too fat, Joe. But Shotzzy, he wants to eat. He's looking for the next fight. He's just lurking in the corner. Not ready for it. Viklet's going to take him out. To a 3v3 we go. Into round 11. Havoc, the playmaker. He's lying in wait. Tag in. Not able to finish the kill, though.
Shot Daddy. Well, see, it happens to everybody. It just happened to Havoc as well.
Yeah. Sometimes I swear it just doesn't come out. Like, when I think it's going to, it like takes too long. I don't know, realism, bro.
Well, didn't you do it left-handed? Maybe that's not your strong
Yeah, no, it's my weak arm, Joe.
Okay, so OpTic's gonna try to push through mid. Jump's gonna pop Daddy. Looks like it's still gonna be an A play call. But Vikral and Havoc have been so darn good in some of these key rounds in this bomb site. They're trying to do it again. I'm just trying to clear this, but they don't know. They're just inside.
They're just stacked up, and now when does Brack come into play? Keep an eye on that number 8 on the minimap. Havoc, he's still in the same spot where he got the pick, I think, onto Shotzzy, right? Like, he was just lurking, lying here, waiting. Oh, no, sorry, that was his teammate. He's like the 14 and 7. That's going to be 6 now.
They get bomb down, though. They get bomb down. Scump and iLLeY both alive. They do not have the information. There's going to be the burst.
Get
Is there
away!
a trade?
Run! Not able to quite get around the edge.
Bomb, though, maybe planted for him, but they clutch up in the round 11.
They do it, baby. Havoc, what a crucial part of those closing rounds. Having himself a game 7 in a row, Joe, to close it out. A beast map when Havoc takes over, and that's what you think this team is capable of. Like those types of moments, those types of search and destroy wins.
I mean, that's been their players their entire career.
Their DNA, yeah.
That's just what they've been able to do. And you just kind of saw, I mean, the map kind of opened up, kind of the way we thought, right? Just sort of a lot of pressure over towards A, waiting for Dead Silence to make plays. And as the rounds have developed, you saw everyone trying to maybe just get over towards B, trying to maybe find an opening, a couple of rounds here and there. But those last couple were all about that A site. That's where I know Vickle was only 7 and 7, but him and Havoc played so well in so many of those situations towards that site.
I just feel like the pace of it and the audio of it, like, yeah, those little 2v2-on-2s, little bait and switch plays,
Look at this,
like,
dude,
they're going to be even more
13
crucial.
non-traded kills from Havoc.
Nah, he was sensational. Well, that's what happens when you're popping 2 and 3 pieces in the fashion he was, but just some electrifying moments. But it's a dominant hardpoint when you get in the map 1. Now, but for OpTic, now you bounce back, you get the round 11 win, you're able to win, 2 straight to close it out. And there were moments maybe where OpTic had their chances to put that one to bed a little bit earlier. It's just one of those things where it's like, if they're a decent search and destroy team, you can't let them hang around. Just don't let them hang around and get it to those clutch type moments. I know OpTic have the pedigree as well in search as of late, but like, put them away. Put them away. They weren't able to do it.
It's just tough to do. You know, I mean, Havoc just able to find those timings, did it through the middle, did it over towards A, and sometimes it just happens, and that map just goes their way. But we're gonna stick with go to control for Hotel. The way they were shooting map number 1. I mean, OpTic's got to feel comfortable here. The vetoes, I think, went their way. This is really the only control map they've played.
Absolutely. All right, we're getting ready to head to a quick break. When we get back, we'll continue on with the map 3. It's Major 1 for the Call of Duty League. We hope you're having fun. Don't go anywhere. Be right back.
Small one shot. I'm so sorry. Yep. We spawned on the bed.
Just help me. I'm in. He's on me dash or some shit.
I don't see this kid. I don't see any beacon.
You stop me. One's on you.
I did. I'm pushing. Yo, spawn. Right side. I needed it. Yo, left side spawn. I needed it. I stunned him. I think middle. I'm gonna drill funky Brandon. I'm overdose.
The Call of Duty League is presented by the GMC Hummer EV Pickup, the world's first all-electric super truck. Upgrade your game with a Scump, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
You on all tied up at 1-1 here for OpTic Texas, Florida Mutineers. Joe and I were having a great time. We hope you in attendance are having a great time. We hope you at home are having a very sexy time.
Yeah, look at that, man.
That is, you gotta have some confidence to flow that.
Dude, people always tell me I can rock that mustache. You think I can rock a mustache?
I would just get arrested right away.
Probably.
Yeah.
There's a little tweet right here. Scump last year is really creating a ripple in the universe. 100%, right? It just feels like, I mean, this guy has played for so long, and I mean, been one of the best for so long.
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna annoy some people with how much we're gonna probably touch on this throughout.
I don't think so.
The year, but like, listen, if you've ever watched one of the all-time greats and I don't know, a Jordan or a LeBron, as they're getting towards the end of their career, like it becomes the focus of everything because it's just such a big moment. And who knows? I still think he might be full of shit, Joe. I'm gonna be honest with you, like. If he makes a run and he's crushing and we get to the final event and he wins champs, like this guy might just be like, I'm playing another one. But who knows?
Why not?
Yeah.
I don't know though.
He's just so competitive, bro. I don't know.
Yeah,
I already swore. Dude, I said I wasn't gonna swear this event. That's all right.
No, it's just poo, dude.
Yeah, that's true. Everyone does it. Everybody does it.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
Thanks, Joe.
Yeah, everybody's full of it.
Yeah. Thank you. What would I do without you?
I have no idea, honestly. I could tell you.
You got 2 kids now. That's crazy. Oh, yeah. Have we said congrats yet officially on the broadcast now that you're a daddy, dude? Let's go, Papa Joe.
Yeehaw.
Woo! Yeehaw!
All right, into control now. OpTic start on offense. You know, the way this map is sort of played out, usually, typically, you can win on offense, but a lot of the times is that offense finding the A zone first, then working over towards B. But honestly, I will say, I've watched some scrims and everything. A, you can lock it down. Going into that A point, into the restaurant, it's not easy to do.
It feels, I guess, relatively more balanced than it has in some of the controls recently, right? Like, it's not just like, oh, defense is gonna win this. Outside of some sort of miracle. Like, that shot seems to be there. But just a couple kills early on. Not a ton affected towards the point, but it's now OpTic starting to move up. Get aggressive around this B point. Brack trying to get nades in. He is so weak. It's just iLLeY trying to hunt him down. You're not getting away from me, sucker.
Did he try to just kill him with a trophy system?
They're very strong.
This.
Catch this. Little as you know now as they spin blade shoot out of him, Joe.
Honestly, it wouldn't surprise me as OpTic doing such a good job. Already 2 takes done over towards B. Trying to find the final one, but iLLeY's gonna get taken down. Now the pressure on the Scump and Dashy, but they are locking it down. As this should be it, but Vickel's gonna find one through the middle of the map, so.
Tickle me with your stash, just do it.
And while this is going on, OpTic, they're headed over towards A, so they know they got so close to finishing B, but they got 2 takes done. I think that's a pretty darn good job.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great first push. And now the clock just stopped. We're sitting at 34 seconds. Where the battles go down on the other side. We got the extra man here to work with, but Havoc, the hero of the game 2, and then Major with a little drop shot, making him dance. Oh, other corner. Yeah, there you go.
Well, Scump, with those couple of kills, though, that's going to allow them to get right back onto A. And I think for Florida, that's going to mean, all right, we got to give this up. Set up at B, get bedroom control, try to lock this down.
All right, 1 point done. Extra minute tagged onto it. Now, how do you set up this push? Well, it's not going to start yet because Havoc is just lurking.
And the key here is, right, when you have bedroom control, you're going to see where OpTic spawns. Opposite side of the map, inside a kitchen. It's just going to take a while to wrap all the way through.
Havoc's being so annoying.
Havoc's being so annoying. He shuts down that push by himself.
He's able to get 3.
I mean, he's in his bag right now. 8 and 3 off of that great map number 2 as well.
You know, we use that word a lot, like being a nuisance. That is it by definition, just what he was able to do. And he tried to get the nade on top of the counter. It's not going to hit, but Major Maniac is there for the insta trade as he flies around the edge. Major gets a little help on a Shotzzy. That was Brack that's able to get the kill. I have no... What was that guy's body doing? Like inside of the cabinet? What was he doing, Joe?
That was a hiding spot. You just didn't know about it yet.
Oh, no, he wasn't hiding. He was folded like a pretzel, Joe.
But that was a key kill. Brack's gonna get taken down inside a bedroom. Nobody can stop them. They have to go through middle OpTic. They needed 1 take. That's gonna be 3 dead. Round offense goes to OpTic.
And listen, good job just kind of regaining after Havoc was, I mean, just kind of putting you on a mixtape there in that early rotation. I mean, but how many times do you see a team get 1 point and you think that first push can be so huge you can just close it out? Like, he delayed the inevitable, but I thought for a second maybe he bought enough time. That was a good 30 seconds.
And honestly, for OpTic, I mean, coming off of the off spawn there, just doing a very good job finding those players playing bottom bedroom, inside a bedroom, because that's the area.
Inside that cabinet or whatever.
Yeah, that's the area the defense is trying to control. You have so many angles onto the point.
That's like when someone gets murdered, that's like where you hide the body.
What?
Oh, wait.
But I mean, again, just a slow start from Bickle. 1 in 7 in the respawns. Just need him to turn things around.
I'm listening to murder podcasts, all right, Joe?
Hey, a lot of people are into that stuff.
Yeah, yeah. iLLeY looking for the re-engage. Brack just shouldering Bickle, watching on the top catwalk. And you've got one up close and personal. iLLeY able to take that first fight, but you're still have the numbers here. Major finally able to find the opening around the end. He pushes on forward. Bickle there, getting it done with attack. Almost done with the B zone already. Trophy out. Bickle in business here behind the table.
Well, and you can already see where OpTic is. They're thinking about giving this up. Yeah, I mean, right off that first push, again, the offensive team able to do such a good job over towards B.
It's like once they get to some of those power spots, you get on the point. It's just tough to deal with. It like flips on its head real quickly, right? Who's in the advantageous position?
And it's the same thing over towards A. This can be locked down. It's gonna be tough for 2 minutes and all the lives that Florida has. But usually if you win that first gunfight, right? I mean, there's just so many positions to play, but Havoc just finding the openings again.
All I think when I wrap the corner here in pubs is like everything's ahead of you. Like,
yeah, which spot are they in?
Every single inch of this room is ahead of you.
But they're looking for Havoc, and I mean, he's in a spot, and he's gotten here. Bickle finds one. There's that number 2.
God.
And now the tough thing for OpTic is going to be retaking this Dashy, trying to find anything that he can, but they're just going to ignore him, stack the point.
And those are the types of moments where like submachine guns are gonna be so crucial, right? Those sneaky moments. Like you find an opening, how do you take advantage of it? Whether it's with Daddy, without, like how do you use those moments in your favor? But it's Dashy and iLLeY that are able to break back through, but look at how many lives are left in the clock. You gotta think just needing one more point of progression. Not gonna be that tough for Mutineers, but to be fair, that opening relied on Havoc. Well, this one as well, as Havoc comes bunny hopping in to find the first. It slows down for a moment. A minute on the clock.
I mean, I've been doing a pretty good job so far, just controlling kitchen. But when does that push start? It's behind the subs. Havoc. That's going to be another double kill for him. That's going to be all 4 dead.
That should be it.
That should be the round. Back-to-back offensive rounds to open this up. But it starts with those B plays, right? Just the offense finding that early progression there. OpTic did it in round 1 here. I mean, Florida, they get the entire point.
I think another thing Havoc's been doing really well is like, I think especially early in titles, especially when the time to kill is really fast, like little off angles or just laying prone or just little spots that you try and guarantee yourself first bullet. I think he's been doing a solid job of that. And I mean, he's been a monster, at least over the last couple of maps.
Yeah, you're not wrong. It's like going prone. I mean, on one side, yeah, you get that first bullet. On the other,
you
it's
get
all
headshot.
headshots, right? Those headshot multipliers connect, and you have a couple of kill cams where you are questioning life.
No, you get joked, 1000%. But I just think we've seen that work out in his favor a couple times. He's getting into the bag, and he's coming up clutch. But we'll be tied up 1-1. Bickle, Major, gone quickly in this offensive push. That is going to be fast. You wipe 3 off the board, and yeah, I think you're thinking A already. It's pretty similar to what we saw in the last round, but, well, even faster.
Is any team going to find an opening on defense over towards B? They have just not made it easy for themselves. I mean, props to both teams with their initial pushes at B, but it's a similar situation. Even better for OpTic. They have more lives, a ton of time to work with. Shotzzy trying to be that lurk player we just saw Havoc be on the opposite side.
All right, now Shotzzy. As he is stunned, and just gonna bide his time for now. First one there, it's gonna be iLLeY though. Now the rest of the troops are gonna start to come in, hammering through the doors, and just like at the diner, it's like everything is ahead of you. Where are they going to pop up?
Which spot is that player in? But trade so far, I mean, at least OpTic's keeping it messy. Again, they have that life advantage. Major trying to reposition, but again, it's Havoc on the other side, finding a couple of kills. He's on 7 in a row, 20 and 8. My man is hard carrying right now.
He's been a beast, but can he continue to hold? And that's what, dude, like, I guess when I think of like old school, like headies, it's like a little block, right? Or like a little segment. It's not like a 20-foot thing to work with. But now this is another one of those plays with the Denny. What kind of openings can he find? Then catches a stun on the tail end of that, but still trying to soar on through. Nade going to greet him, trying to finesse his life, waiting for the teammates to collapse, and here's going to come the collapse.
And I'll tell you what, you might be watching saying he's not doing anything, but he is putting all the focus on him, allowing his teammates to come off a spawn. And now with that first pick, they had the man advantage again, but iLLeY trying to do what he can alongside of Shotzzy, just trying to keep presence here over towards A.
And this is a little bit different because you still need a lot, right? Like you still need a push, maybe 2. If you're really going to shut this down, they have not given it up. They've traded efficiently.
There's not a lot of defensive presence here, though, right? OpTic has kept this, at least that first set, going their way. And now you're spawning away, and that's going to be everyone out. Everybody out for Florida. Now they can stack the point.
And how frustrating this would be for Florida. You hold so well for what, about a minute and a half. You are flawless. Now things falling apart. Just keep on shooting their techs. And Shotzzy, he's just able to take a second one before he is traded out. A centimeter to go, and they get it done. It just takes that one moment, man, that one break where you're onto the point. But that was, dude, that was a valiant effort from Mutineers. It was, I mean,
90 seconds.
The first break was instant, and then you had about 90 seconds of, cool, calm, nice control of the point.
And that's why I was saying that A point, you can lock it down for a good amount of time, but it's the one break, right? Because coming back into that, it's the same thing that offense was trying to do. Where are they set up?
It just flips on its head so much with regards to who's in those power spots. Like,
all right, is anyone going to win? That's 3 offenses.
Yeah, that's what's kind of interesting about Control so far this year.
Is Florida going to head towards B? Doesn't look like it. It looks like they're just going to try to lock down A. Maybe more of the standard rounds that you've seen throughout the qualifiers.
I mean, that was the first round where like time kind of came into play a little bit. Like lives hasn't been the case there. We were down to the final 30 seconds or so. Shotzzy just able to get in. But that's what's interesting. It's like, you know, it ends up, we're talking about them being these long like headies, but like it kind of works the same on both sides, right? It's just like, do you guess right with where they're gonna be?
You saw what Shotzzy's doing, right? He's trying to bleed lives, just trying to lurk. Find any little advantage, and you know, if you find maybe an individual play, your team thinks about retaking over towards A, but A point going to be secure, and now for OpTic it's going to come down to a long defensive stint over towards B.
So basically, just a flip of what we saw the last time through. Is Mutineers were so good, holding A for so long. Now can OpTic close out this map 3 with a Hercules type hold here at B.
Yeah, again, what's interesting about this, you know, for the defensive players, this side of the map, like, they can just ignore this, right? Because when you have bedroom control, when you have bar control, that's where the point is. That's where the angles of the point are, and that's what OpTic's doing. They're saying, hey, you can lurk back here. We're just going to focus on the point.
Well, it's 4 in a row now for Bragg. You saw those headshots hit, like, just absolutely deleted. The streak will in there, though. aBeZy, be able to come on through. 24 and 13 from Havoc, but Dashy with a wide angle through the doorway. Lines him up. Fickle eyes on one.
And now with Dashy going down, you can already see, right? The pressure is here. OpTic have to try and retake this. 2 ticks done. They have to go. Could just come down to Shotzzy.
Yeah, those kills, I think, are going to seal it. It's really just on him. They've got the team fire there. And, well, it was what, around 11 for Search and Destroy. We're heading to a round 5 now for Control.
I mean, shoot, now the question is, do you have offense or defense? This has been all offense.
Yeah, right.
You've controlled, well, I mean, you've captured like everything, so it just comes down to the kills.
Feels like this title is like you should get to pick. Whoever has the control, like, if that's an option.
That'd be awesome. I like that. You should be a dev,
well,
dude.
I'm just thinking, like, yeah, there are going to be some circumstances where it's like, ah, crap. Maybe don't have what we want to work with.
Yeah, I mean, now OpTic, they have this lane advantage, so they're going to be on defense.
And this, well, here's an example of it. I guess is where, yeah, you'd probably love for that not to be the case with the way the rest of this is gone. Can they be the one to get it done? You've done like a kind of a 3-1 split. It's really just what? Shotzzy kind of on the other side.
Yes, I mean, a standard what they've done, but Shotzzy somehow able to win that, even through the stun. Just like what we saw last round. But let's say OpTic's going to put pressure on it. A couple of kills come in. They're going to try to trade, but the close spawns right through kitchen. It's going to allow Florida to reinforce over towards A.
So what do you try differently? What options do you have? And you see this sending through a flanker, right? Against Dashy is sort of wrapped all the way to the back side. The rest are going to funnel right side of the map. Deddy's going to be popped. Havoc trying to get out, still sitting around positive 10. Now, can he find the opening? Can he find the big kill halfway through the Deddy?
I mean, the difference is, right, like, we had Dashy over towards bedroom the entire round last round, but as soon as he's taken down,
that hit fire first bullet hit.
That's when that round opens up. So they need to do a good job, you know, controlling where iLLeY is, making sure he stays alive. You see OpTic, they're just focused on Havoc, who has just been playing his life, trying to lurk and find any kills that he can.
Yeah, I think it was a good job just kind of disengaging from the fight with Shotzzy. I thought he like saw his shoulder there. I was going to be able to pick him up lying prone, but kind of an awkward timing throwing the stun. He's going to have to play his life for a while. A reminder, this is round 5. It's all going to come down to this. Trophy out from Brack. Whoop.
He was trying to open the doors with the stun. Yeah, just missed.
Shot back a little too far there. Oh, Dashy with the challenge in second. 1 HP. Make sure it was down to 1 health. Almost just fried by the challenge there from Dashy. But now it's Scump's turn. Gets up to 3 in a row. Ripped on the cross, but able to get through. 4 life advantage, but how long can you hold? Minute to go, Joe. This is maybe the best looking opportunity we've seen to get the hold on defense.
And if you look at last round, what did Florida do? They controlled that defensive spawn where Vinkel is going to be right now, and then they pushed through the middle of the map. It was really when they opened things up through the alley. Are they going to be able to do that again? Shotzzy with, I don't even know, number 5, his 5th melee of the game.
Knife, fist, head. He's headbutting people. I don't know. That's kind of a cool idea. I'd love to headbutt somebody.
And then he's winning gunfights like that. My goodness. Shotzzy now on 5 in a row. But the close spawns are there. You have nobody bedroom right now for OpTic. So Florida with some good B control. And it's come down to Shotzzy maybe to make the play.
Deddy just popped in available. But he's able to ADS his whole way there. He's worried about the fight maybe coming in. The push is going to start to come. He's going to get caught. 2 players are going to drop.
And now it's looking not
now
great
for Mutineers. You've got 28 seconds as pause on the clock. Can OpTic get in? Second point of progress done. OpTic have got to find the opening, but the crossfire is here. This is the setup they have seen, the setup they found. So much success behind in Mutineers. It is all offense. They get the offense in the round 5, and they're able to get it done. And now you are up 2-1. And that's just one of those frustrating things where, like, it's all offense. You play it better technically, but get defense, and it's just like, all right.
I mean, we were on board with Shotzzy. This guy's running around montage. I don't know what happened to his teammates. They all must have gotten taken down. That's when Florida found that control. And this is what Mutineers does versus this team. They always just find those wins.
Yeah, I don't even know if I can say it because the roster just utterly and completely different. But
what's happening
here
again?
We are, yeah. I mean, a chance to get the upset. I mean, we're just starting out. There's a lot of Call of Duty to be played. But remember, this is a little bit different than, I don't know if you've been following for a long time. I mean, typically when we had groups in the past, right? Because maybe the league was a little bit different, how things broke down. Like, if you got whatever 3rd or 4th in the group, you were slotting in the losers. Here, GSL style bracket in the pools, you get bottom 2, you are out. Like, or 8 teams are going to the championship bracket.
Now, here's some highlights throughout this map, but 5 offensive round wins throughout this control. It just felt like neither team could really figure out how to lock down B on either side.
Yeah, I mean, we saw some pretty solid defenses, well, for a while. I know they didn't get the hold, but, like, we saw Mutineers hold for about 90. Here was about, well, I guess like a minute to 90 for OpTic.
Last round, yeah.
On B. It's just like, it's kind of always been that for control. It's just, it's like a light switch, man. Like, you get that one opening, and things could be over. And I mean, it hasn't always been like that, but I mean, last year was a little bit different, but here it's just back to you suddenly have all the control in the world, you have all the prime position, you have all the good real estate, now just close it out when you're gunfights.
Yeah, I mean, you saw it just at the end of round 5, right? I mean, the only way to really get on that B point, you have to belly flop through, right? Just hope that you can pull maybe their aim onto you and your teammate can get a trade. Maybe you can contest that point. But on one side, it was Havoc. I mean, Havoc was just making so many plays, keeping his team in the game.
Across maps 2 and 3, he's been brilliant, but now I think a question mark for this squad, especially in a matchup like this, is going to be the hard points. They played him pretty tough. I mean, it was like a 60-point game, but it was never really all that close. It was like 30 to 60 kind of throughout, but who's it going to take, I guess, if you're on Mutineers to close down the map 4?
Well, I mean, we're headed back to Mercado. I'm looking at Havoc and Vickle, just trying to lock down some of those hills. There's a lot of money hills on this map.
There's a lot of hills, Joe.
Yeah, when I told you there was P7, you thought I was trolling you.
Yeah,
No, there's
like
7 hills.
Here, I was like, okay, I don't think I've ever said P6 or P7 before, but here we go.
Yeah, no, you're not wrong. But Florida able to clutch out in the search and destroy, able to do it again in the control. And I guess worst case scenario for them, you at least get us to a map 5.
You give yourself a chance in search, which, again, OpTic have the ability to do it in search. You saw how deep that map 2 goes, but if you're going to beat them, 2-3-5 is what we thought it was going to take for Mutineers, and you've got a shot. The two guys that have kind of led the way so far for this team, you take a look at it from the map 3 hotel. Just stats there, 30 and 18 from Havoc off the monster map 2 that he had. Shotzzy, yeah, some moments of brilliance, but when he was having that moment even at the end, like, I thought he was dealing with like 2, maybe 3 players, so I thought he'd be the rest of the squad kind of okay around the point, but not the case at all.
Same. Yeah, no, I was like,
I was just a little too locked into that moment, like with him. Sometimes that's a problem when you have like a Shotzzy or a who, like that type of POV. You get so just like wrapped up in their movement, their ability. I was like, wait, what just happened?
Yeah, that guy does some crazy things.
No, he does.
It's some situations where you're like, how are you alive?
Yeah,
I mean, melees, knives, doesn't matter the weapon. But I'll tell you what, you know, I think with this title, maybe people a little bit surprised by this, but, you know, it's been subs kind of leading the way throughout this, especially that last map, making those impact plays.
Well, yeah, we haven't really talked about the podcast yet, but like the M4 change, obviously a big one. That was sort of a do whatever you want. Yeah, completely do it all. It does feel like now, and shout out to, I kind of heard Parasite talking about the Flake a little bit, like he was just sort of like, AR players just kind of have to play like AR players now, and sub players play like sub players. Like it seems to be a little bit more of role diversity, which is what you hope for. But yeah, with the M4 is just sort of like whatever. I'm sending it, mate.
Yeah, hip fire on it too was just nothing to mess with.
Oh, we're just waiting to hop into this map 4. Is yeah, I'm sure some of the OpTic fans in attendance a little bit stunned. I think after the map 1, you're probably feeling good. Maybe early in the search and destroy, you're feeling strong, and now you're feeling it slip away a little bit. But
I don't know if they're stunned as much as like, what is it with this Florida? Like just the Florida Mutineers cannot get away from that name. It is always a tough match, and you know, props to them. Again, I mean, their last match, able to beat LA Thieves, our former world champions.
I know the format.
I think that's the momentum.
I know the format's different. I know. I'm thinking back to like the Crim and Formal and like OpTics back then, but I feel like when we used to have like that pool play, like if they were gonna get caught sometimes, like it was that day 1. Remember, like,
oh, it's the first match on land.
Yeah, like those were where they would get caught sometimes. That like day 1 match, like first one to get it going, one you're heavily favored in, and it's just like they would get caught, like all the time. I remember that being a thing, but much different roster, but still going down memory lane.
When we look at this map, I just want some tacos, honestly.
Oh yeah, no, 100%. That's all I can think about every time. Yeah. Put some tacos
but look
in
at
my
Havoc
mouth.
this series, 1.39 overall.
It's just a 0.9 in hardpoint. That's enough. That's enough for this team to maybe get a win. You just can't have that like 0.5 dud that comes out every now and then.
Remember, maybe there's 7.
Yeah, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
OpTic off the start. Shotzzy able to find a couple of kills. They're going to find that early time. And for Florida, they're probably thinking about P2, right? Yeah, I mean, you want to try to get into a position when we go over towards Cantina or Green, whatever you want to call it, where Major is, so you can at least contest it. They're going to find those players, and now that's kind of flipped. Off a spawn, iLLeY and Dashy got to work their way over towards Scump.
Yeah, I think you've talked about it a bit. Like it's sort of an odd map in the sense
it's so odd.
You feel like it should work like left to right, but it plays like north to south.
Yeah,
it's just,
I mean it's a
weird.
3-lane map, but it just doesn't necessarily play left to right.
It plays like perpendicular where the lanes
even
are.
The starting spawns, like you're on, it literally breaks my brain. I don't get it, but that's okay.
Little hop up, but just sending it through the window. That'll be Havoc.
I mean, this is huge already. I mean, you had the good spawn if you're OpTic. That's flipped. Scump's trying to do what he can, but that is going to be all 4 dead. Florida in control.
Spawn him out now, looking to get set up, but
And this is a hill. You probably have one more attempt at this break, and then you're already thinking about the rotation. We talked about a slow start slaying in map 1 for Florida. This time it's OpTic. You have Shotzzy at 5 and 4, but the rest just cannot get anything going. And iLLeY, Shotzzy, they spawn up over towards 10. And they're going to try to lock it down on this rotation.
Yeah, no, you're right. I mean, it's that's the one thing that's kind of fun about this game, though. It's like a little bit more old school in the sense of you're thinking rotate at 25 seconds, not like, can I get 5 seconds to scrap, which has been the case in a lot of our more recent titles. So there is a more old school element to it, despite some of the wonkiness with how we'll play at times. But you'll see number 7 in Major just kind of biding his time, waiting for everyone else to come on rotation so they can go to work this pinch and work this opening. But Major Maniac, he's going to be pinching nothing except his respawn, as he will get caught.
Now here comes that first push attempt. aBeZy trying to do the jump up. Nickel on the wall. There's going to be the first blood. And then they are going to go. A break here. Florida is going to be in a magnificent spot, but it's going to be all 4 dead. Scump, Shotzzy, iLLeY locked it down. You see Dashy trying to leak on through as we're going to head to Barbershop up next. One player's over there, though. That's going to be Vickle. Immediately, Dashy, Shotzzy going to go for that chow.
Yeah, it's like you said, especially because of the hard point. So I mean, we're just bouncing back and forth north to south throughout these next
there's literally no hill
points
on the left side of the map. It makes, there's nothing over there. Just ignore it.
Oh, Shotzzy on 3 in a row. That should be number 4. I stopped shooting for a second. Thought he was in trouble. His teammate helped. Now the call out comes in. He's so weak that Major Maniac just keeps on shoulder and puts one more through. But we got just about a tie game. At 8 points separating these two teams, and Barbershop will be Mutineers as they are set up. And they are holding the back spots. The push starting to come forward. Brack able to wrap around the front to take the fight. Contesting inside will be Shotzzy. No right still being alive, but somehow he is. Brack's still there, but right to follow it up will be Scump, and the break comes on through.
I mean, that is just a hell of a play out of Shotzzy. He lurks his way up through the middle of the map. He's able to find both players on the hill. I mean, Florida, they were locking it down on the outer parts. There was no opening for OpTic, but Shotzzy able to find it. And that is going to mean a break for OpTic, and they're going to keep this 30-point lead.
He was just on the desk, chairs, just parkouring around basically the inside of this building, just trying to do what he can to give him that first shot.
On rotation, you're going to find a couple of kills, so they're going to be in a spot as we head over to P5. Maybe they can contest this, but all of Florida going to spawn up. And now it's a 3 versus 3. For control of this patio area. But a nice job from OpTic, just bouncing off of that Shotzzy play. Already here to contest.
And you know those kills through the banisters, not always the easiest of gunfights, but Scump, he actually takes it a second before he drops. Maybe an opening for his teammates now to get through, but it'll be Vickle and Brack that are inside and set up. Stun through. Trophy up. Not able to connect there onto Vickle.
Florida though.
And Dashy, I think this gets a little bit frustrated. Sends it on forward. That'll be a 4 down. Now where do the spawns come in?
Yeah, and again, 30 seconds left. We're going to head over towards P6, but Havoc's already here. I don't know if OpTic's going to be ready for this. Maybe they check this. They do. It's nice awareness from Scump. But it was nice patience from Florida. Scump able to find the second one, and everybody on rotation gonna die.
And I mean, him hopping out the window be like drags the eyes of Vickle, so he gets shot from the left.
And it doesn't look like Dashy's aware of this, but they all spawn right behind him. One player already in Barbershop. He's just lurking in the middle of the map. But it is so back and forth right now, just trading those 40 to 50 second holds on these hills.
45 seconds remaining on the hard point. OpTic inside, trying to push out this lead again. This one's played a bit tighter than the map one, but they are all chaining through now. Major, gonna be the last one here. Scump with the chow out onto the balcony will take the fight. Finally, he will drop, kind of hit by a stun and nade. Thinking the tail end of that. You can see in 6 and 7, you're starting to think about the setup for the next hard point for Mutineers. That's Major Maniac that's trying to get an angle. As we get to our last hard point in the first rotation, we're not quite done here yet. Still some key gunfights going on around the point. Dashy with one, gets away from a second. It's actually a teammate. Shotzzy is trying to help, takes out his teammate, but he's there for the trade afterwards.
Yeah, and you saw Florida, they knew they had rotation locked down, so they sent a couple more bodies, maybe to fight for that scrap time. There's OpTic behind that hill, able to go up 50. Now it's Florida's turn as we head to P7.
Yeah.
Parking. Shotzzy able to work his way up through back alley. You know, there's so many different spots, so many different power positions through that. Maybe you can find an opening.
It's so weird for us all our years casting. Like, it's just, it'll never not be unusual to me. Shotzzy now, he is just gonna pop Deddy and try to get stabbed, but that is not going to happen. It's Brack Trophy that's able to take down one. Then Vickle follows up with the next two, I believe. It'll be 3 in a row now from Vickle. You see that ×3 multi-kill pop up for him. You've done a good job just holding all this time as each of these teams trading blows, but it's Mutineers really with a chance to pull off the upset. Still some work to do in the hard point though. But Havoc, once again, just using those prone shots to his advantage.
I mean, you broke up, what, maybe 5 to 10 seconds. Does OpTic, they had a chance there, but Vickle, you know, with those 3 kills. But you see what OpTic's doing. They're thinking about not the first kill, it's really back to that P2. Where they're gonna try to find majority of that time. They're just fighting for map control. It's the same on the other side. Major working through back parking. He's able to find a triple out of him. But OpTic still with those close spawns.
There we go. Tie game, 169-169. As Brack falls in the point, the flurry of trades go on through. It's Shotzzy. That is set up at next, but unfortunately for him, there's gonna be one more there, and then Major Maniac instantly pops onto the mid cut, nearly with a snap. He was on 5 in a row, but you just had too many things you were trying to look at in that sequence. It's just enough to get the trophy down and take the chow. Trophy's out from either side. Dashy, 31 HP in a dream. Trying to get inside, but he's gonna get flanked.
You can see, I mean, while this has been going on, OpTic's got a good majority, you know, well, like good 10 seconds of time.
Like
but Florida is just like, we're playing for this. We're playing for this P2. You put ourselves in a position.
Will it pay off, right?
Getting close to win this map. Here's the break, baby. Shotzzy able to get on through. Using that movement, that's gonna be 3 dead. The last one in Havoc, the hero of the series so far for Florida.
How long can he stay alive? His teammates get up off spawn. They're able to hit the stun. Is now Havoc trying to find his re-engage point. Shotzzy with 1 kill. Nobody in the point for now. To Scump's POV we go. Just inside the hard point here with Shotzzy now. Havoc, there's the peak. All right, so he takes out 1. He gets a headshot on the Scump, but you've got the 2 players inside of the point, so Shotzzy. Now with the instant trade. Now the one-on-one gunfight's a big one on the other side of it. The key rotation already in. OpTic is there. They've got 2 players, but it only comes down to iLLeY. He's able to win that fight, and what a chain this would be, Joe, if you're able to move this south to north and get time at both.
Yeah, I mean, you're just gonna give this up now. I mean, wonderful job. Starts with Shotzzy, 25 and 18 to get that break at P2.
That's that first one-on-one, man, that first one-on-one.
Yeah, just, I mean, that causes the chaos. Then everyone has to pick up something else from the side of Florida on rotation. All the gunfights go the OpTic way.
Hey, it just feels like without red dots, too, like, sometimes that first one-on-one and that chaos, like that chaos is enough. Combined with no red dots, it's just like, all right, yeah, we'll see how this plays out.
It's just that small communication. What are you picking up? But now OpTic 10 seconds away. Florida has to go. They need a break right here. That's gonna be 3 dead. iLLeY the last alive.
They got shot, they got shot. But now you're gonna need what? Basically all of this time, you'd still be trailing by 20 points or so, and you've got a difficult rotation upcoming.
Well, I'll tell you what, I mean, Major's put himself, he spawns up. I thought,
yeah,
maybe find a kill, try to back up the barbershop, but OpTic, they know. It comes down to this rotation.
Oh, look at, I mean, Major once again, he's gonna spawn down there basically with him at next, but I mean, he moves about 2 feet, he gets cut down. Now I think it's like a back alley spawn coming in for multiple players, the rotation off the next. And you still see that number 2 on the map. Shotzzy kind of holding the old
They're going to
one.
have to go. I mean, they only have 10 seconds. There's so much to clear, but they're just going to have to sprint. They have to sprint. This is their last chance for Florida.
You got no choice. You just got to send it out. They are just getting cut to pieces. I think they get 2 kills, but that's not going to be enough. Another back alley spawn, and it's a hard point win there for OpTic. To a map 5 we go, but if you're Mutineers, it's like, whatever. All right, this is what we wanted to get to anyway. We want to get it to the map 5. They had their moments, but I think for me, it's just that chain from, you know, the 5 to our P2 to P3.
No doubt. That break was needed. Is OpTic going to send us to a game 5 to start off our day?
And I mean, iLLeY showing his importance in that one. I think he was the one that was able to win the one-on-one. And it was what? The entry from Shotzzy. There were a couple, listen, I know it's not all like a one-on-one gunfight, but there were a couple over that stretch that were just incremental. Huge there for OpTic to get through.
No doubt about it. There's a look at the scoreboard. I mean, pretty even across. On one side, it's Shotzzy leading the way. On the other, Havoc again, Brack as well. The slaying pretty even on both sides. Vickle struggling, 27 deaths. But hey, as we said, Florida, they get us to this game 5, a chance to win
It's
this
one of those
series.
things. Sometimes you hear the trophy guy, it's just like, all right.
Oh yeah, it's definitely not easy.
Yeah, it's like, okay. Well, that reminds me a bit of like Team W19, like where you had to kind of choose who was going to be like your smoke trophy player. Like, it's just like, okay, cool.
I got the tough life. Yeah, it's what it is.
No, you really, really do. But what a match we have to kick us off here is Major 1 just starting to get underway. We've got some riveting action to come through the rest of the way. I mean, I know Joe and I are going to be hopping back and forth between Alpha and Bravo. We got matches all over the place. It's getting sexy. It's getting nasty. We're headed to a quick break. We got map 5 between Mutineers and OpTic coming up next.
The Call of Duty League sends out amazing newsletters before each major tournament, curated with premium content for CDL fans. Scan the QR code on the screen to sign up today. You'll not only get the latest CDL updates straight to your inbox, you'll also be entered to win a free 2023 team pack.
All right, here we go. Time for map 5. A banger. I mean, just a chance for either of these two teams kind of set their foot forward, just get prime position within this group. We have a lot of Call of Duty to come. We have 4 days of action, but like, you just want to get off on the right foot, you know, get vibing with the team, get things clicking. And well, sometimes like having a game 5 is not the worst thing because like, you get a lot of maps under your belt, right?
Adrenaline
Get some
going.
reps.
Yeah, like oh yeah, we're at an event, right? I mean,
kind of test ourselves early, but well, you want to win.
Yeah, you'd love to win, but yeah, as you said, I mean, some pressure early on. I think for Florida, you're in a great spot. Obviously, maybe they didn't expect to be here. Thought they could probably win through the respawns. They had a couple of chances, but you can see right there. I mean, this Florida team plays this team tough. They have won the last 3 meetings on land.
It's just weird. Like I get it with it, like the franchise system. You're talking about this city-based team, but like it is a totally different roster. If you come out and just lose this, I mean, you just I guess you got some kind of Mutineers block. I don't know.
Doesn't matter.
I don't know what it is. Like
you
you put any 4 guys up there, you got Miles, Chance, Ant, and Stud playing for the Mutineers, just frying.
I don't know how that goes.
No, they probably get just torched. Right?
I think Ant and Jay probably locked that one down. I don't know how Miles.
Yeah, probably not great. Probably not great, but. We're tied up 2-2. The map 5, getting ready to get underway. Havoc, what did he end up dropping? Like 15 in the search?
Yeah,
the map 2?
Yeah, I mean, they were down 5-3. They win 3 rounds in a row, and a big part was.
Oh, obviously it was 2 rounds in a row. It was 3. Yeah, you're right. Big part of it. This man here on your screen. Is they'll come through with the strats. I mean, it's pretty one-dimensional right now in Search and Destroy, but like he was. I think I said this to you like early on when I was first watching it. Like, sometimes you're just gonna have to whip it out and hit something. Like, you just gotta have the huevos. Like, you gotta have confidence.
Whipping out dead silence, right?
Yes. No, but I mean, you just gotta hit it. Hope you find timing. Sometimes just get a little bit of lucky because those moments in the chaos, like, you can make something happen. We saw him doing that.
Well, I mean,
whipping out the Denny, Joe.
That's definitely what he was doing in map number 2.
Yeah.
You're not wrong. He was finding those timings. So we're gonna head to Embassy. Looks like Florida's gonna start off on that defensive side. You'll probably see some snipers on both ends. We'll see what OpTic wants to do early. We've seen on Embassy really just slow offensive rounds. You can go towards B if you want. Maybe try to get a quick plan in. So looks like maybe that's gonna be the play call. Shotzzy just flies on through and he's already on that bomb. You have iLLeY looking over him. Nades that back alley. Top orange is Mickle with the peek. The nade does connect, but bomb planted on the opposite side. It's gonna be Major Maniac on a wide flank, number 7. I don't think they know he's here. Well, now they do.
Yeah, he's gonna pick it up. Oh my God, the help comes through. Scump able to get the kill. I thought maybe iLLeY gonna be in trouble for a moment, but it'll be a 4v3 behind the plant. Holding the edge. We'll see you later. Mickle gets popped. Shotzzy with top control. Bracket to get the kill. Shotzzy now with the comms. Can he hit another snipe? Just barely going to miss. Just trying to use his tree. Oh, that's just a tippity tip of his dome. Coming off and Scump with the stabs, giving the gas.
I mean, he's been doing that this entire first split. I mean, if you've watched OpTic, it is Scump getting going crazy. Online match, land match, doesn't matter. The guy's bringing the energy.
It's your last year, leave it all on the floor, right?
Yeah, and that's really what he's been talking about.
Maybe not, that's what I'd say for like basketball or something, like leave it all on the court, but whatever.
No,
yeah, leave it all out there. Leave it all out there. Blood, sweat, tears. We're turning it up. But the 2-0 start from iLLeY behind the snipe. Scump right there behind him. And well, Scump a big part of why iLLeY was even alive to get into that position, as he helped with Major Maniac on the flank. But they are just coming forward, and they are coming forward quickly. They try to get towards the point, but it's Dashy at least able to line up one.
I mean, you have a 3-on-3, but bomb planted yet again. Difficult part is one, you're blinded by the sun, as you can see right here from scoring.
Blinded by the light.
But retaking this is not easy. There's so many positions where the offensive team can look at this bomb. Side office, top office, Bracken was lurking that entire time, able to find one mid alley, Dashy the last player alive, and that is gonna do it as Florida bounces back on offense.
Yeah, mid-map's one of those things that like feels like it's one lane, but it's actually like feels like 42 because every single window you can peek through basically on each floor. It's just like, where am I going to get shot from? It's like we went to Grazna Raid for the first time. You got to clear 42 spots somebody might be.
Forgot that was a map. And I'd
You're
like
welcome.
to, I'd like to make sure.
Welcome.
I'd never seen that one yet.
Oh, this triggered some trauma there for Joe, but that'll bring us to 1-1. Let's see what OpTic can do on their second offense.
You know, rounds are going to be a little different too, right? If you have a trophy available, if you have Deddy available, Shotzzy, again, he doesn't have the bomb. But he gets all the way across, and iLLeY able to find another snipe. That's the first blood. Brack watching across, we'll see you later. Trying to just throw shoulders. Does it a little too wide, Scump. Near that bottom office. Able to put all the pressure on Major in a 1-on-4.
Yeah, now if you're Shotzzy, he's like, I got the sight, but they're just thinking about the kills at this point. Like, screw the bomb. We're playing TDM. We're playing TDM at this point. Major Maniac just able to track back before Scump was able to whip the entire way around and get it. iLLeY's now picked up the bomb. The wall bang's coming on through. He is going to drop. Second round there, I don't think they got the bomb really touched until the end. You know, we got the new feature where you can pick it up, drop it. Like, you can do different things with the bomb, but I don't think I've seen that used like a ton. But I mean, I guess I feel like in more recent years, right, bomb carriers kind of become like, it's not exactly like it was years ago where it's like one person. Like if you're Enable, you've got bomb because you are so bad in search, like you've got bomb. Like now, I feel like you see a little more variety.
Yeah, I think like some people just like it, right?
Sorry,
because
Enable, that's my bad.
You're the one who's can kind of make the plays on the map. I think Shotzi's always one who's just loved a quick plan, even since, you know, MW19. I mean, it just always feels like he's down to make that play.
Just every now and then dies in a spot that's not the best.
Trades go in the way of OpTic. Bomb is dropped. iLLeY, he's like, all right, this player's weak, let's collapse. And now it's down to Brackton on 1-on-2. Is he gonna blow up to his own nade? He's gotta get away from it, able to dive away. Oh, the headshot! Ace, that one. Yeah, we've all been there.
King Scump just
He saw him
deleted.
dive, 1-on-1.
He got the information, now down to this 1-on-1. He's got Deddy available, it's gonna get popped. Brack, Dashy. He just keeps shooting the reach out. Ah, Dashy! He ain't losing those! Brack, welcome back to the Pro League.
You saw there, just both sides,
Dude,
up and down.
That centering was godlike.
Yeah,
Like
I mean,
he just popped through that centered on his forehead.
Now you saw Brack try to throw a snake or two in as well, just to get to that position.
A little battle of House Slytherin.
Dashy able to give them a 2-round advantage after that 1-on-1. OpTic going to be back. OpTic back on the offensive side, but I mean their offense has all been about fast B and iLLeY finding those snipe picks. Can Florida avoid that? But it's right back to B. Bomb already being planted unless the nades connect. They do, but it's down.
I mean, at least you get the plant, right? That's gonna be the big thing. Now this is a little bit tougher of a shot. Maybe it's firing off a little bit too quickly. It misses by a centimeter. But now iLLeY, you might be in trouble. They're working to isolate him. But it could be Dashy. It's able to help him this time around. Now it looks like Dashy's gonna be rapid back, but iLLeY, he's gonna make him pay close range. Second, able to take him down on Dashy yet again. Bomb got planted though. That's
it's like,
the big thing
you
here.
deal with him, but all right, where is Dashy? Is he up top? What's the timing going to be like? And he thought he was gonna climb the back ladder, but they waited on Brack on the flank. Just enough time for Florida. A nice retake there. They find the first blood, but Bomb is down. Gets a little messy, but with the numbers.
You needed it. You go down 4-1. I mean, you are in a massive, massive hole. They're able to keep it tight, and that was the big thing. At least back to the round, or map 2. Just felt like they always kept it within a round or two, just would not go away.
And obviously Bomb's funded, but for Dashy, he's thinking, all right, maybe he's gonna climb towards the back. Is he gonna hit the staircase? Maybe he's just gonna look over it, but the time was ticking. He knew he had to check Bomb sooner or later.
Taking their time this time. A little bit slower on the push. Shotzzy. That'll be the Deddy pop. As the door creaks open, what can he find?
I mean, I don't know if they're gonna expect him already up top. I'm not sure what sort of movement he hit, but he's able to climb into that window. Havoc just laying down, able to find. One is Shotzzy, now just gonna play his life.
Yeah, if he got both there, you might have sealed the round, but
yeah, I mean, bomb would have been dropped as well. But on the other side of the map, Major's able to take down Scump, so A is open for now, but they're so worried about Shotzzy and where he is.
Mutineers tied up. You get so many hit markers at about a mile away there with the Vaznev, but can't quite finish it off. Give me the angle. Just looking for the head. It's just gonna miss, so the car's gonna blow up. iLLeY's gonna be able to get that kill behind the nade. So you at least get the pick. Now the shallow with the pistol. The pinch is gonna come through. Shotzzy able to take down one. Brack gonna be the last guy up. Snipe is out. Close range chow. Trying to find the angle. Tagged up and dropped. And you still got 3 players left up, and it looks like, yeah, we're showing this up top, just trying to work to get whatever Denny we can, maybe a little bit more onto Dashy.
Yeah, gets into that 3-on-3. Shotzzy gets the info that they crossed. But the nade from iLLeY, he knows that one player gonna set up towards those vans. The vans blow up, able to give them that man advantage. They just ignore Brack on the flank, because he has no idea. Shotzzy gonna push all the way through. What's he gonna do? Trying to find a snipe, just nothing available.
I mean, it's just been so fast to be. All these rounds for OpTic. What do you try to do this time around? Same type of hit? That looks like it might be the case.
I mean, B's been working.
Yeah.
If you're getting the bomb down, you're putting yourself in a good position to win the round. With this sniper, with Dashy up top in office. They get that right back to a Brack, trying to find the opening.
Gets it down. Can he get out with his life? He's able to do it. So even better situation. Okay, I take that back. He runs right into the snipe of Brack. This time, though, iLLeY answers 3v3, Joe.
iLLeY finds one. Not gonna happen. Having it Vico fly.
That's how you isolate a sniper, Joe.
Yeah, and Scump gets taken down as well. That's the issue here. So now it's a 3-on-1, and Dashy has so much to check. I don't know where Scump died, but you're hoping he can find at least a 1. But they have dealt with this quick plant these last couple rounds so well.
Man, they just, dude, from at least POV, that looked impossible. he would have had to be at no scopes basically to get out of that one.
Yeah, I mean, when you know there's a sniper last alive, I mean, you're basically turning a part dolphin. You're just diving across, just trying to make that shot so difficult.
Well, I mean, you still had Dashy up, but they were just like, let's just deal with this right now. No hesitation. They swarm him. And once again, Mutineers within a round. Just won't go away.
Yeah, staying alive, but they have not had a ton of success on offense. Well, iLLeY watching that cross, he knows. It's gonna be another slow round, maybe a hit towards A at first blood. Goes the way of Shotzzy, but that is quickly traded. As the trades are just going down all over the place. And we're into a 2-on-2 now. We're into a 2-on-2. Scump just trying to stay alive, play his life.
I was looking at somebody's friends list for a moment. I didn't know what was going on, but Scump is going to fall. Dashy.
For the 6th time in a 1-on-2.
And Denny up. Can he clutch it? Oh my God, do you need one more bullet? Not gonna happen. And that's where, if this is like another title where maybe you can get a little nastier with the movement, like you slide kids off, but you can see how awkward it was there.
Well, he knows that those shots were gonna be coming in.
Well,
he's trying to like prone.
Yeah.
He's thinking about the next gunfight. That's all he's thinking about.
Well, he had to kill him before he got across.
Yep.
Yeah. Tied up.
Look at
As
Major
the
there,
drama
just so
continues
passionate.
to build. I love me some Major.
So we'll see. Do OpTic adjust? It's been all B for them on offense. I mean, they're getting the bomb down. Maybe you're hoping Shotzzy finds one after planning, or just waste a little bit more time.
Change up.
But Florida, they go right down the middle. It's Vickle and Havoc. Make sure there's nothing on the cross towards B.
And it seems like they've actually dealt with the post plant pretty well these last couple rounds, but they were like, they're not getting it down this time. Like,
I think Shotzzy right there though, just so happy to get away with his life. His Major was ready for that. He was set up P1. Brack, maybe down to position.
And listen, those shots can be tough. You might not get a whole lot of aim assist, but I don't know if he hit a bullet. That one. Oh, a little windy. at the embassy. 75-mile-an-hour winds.
Bomb is planted. Now a 4-on-2. Now a 4-on-1. Round number 5 for OpTic. As they close this one out. But yeah, I mean, he's got all the advantage. They don't think he's in that position. He's lurking. They think his sight is wide open, and
it's like one of those spots where you don't even see the whole head, right? It's just the tip of it.
Yeah, it's not the easiest,
but like you gotta get one. You gotta get one.
And we know with the headshot multiplier, that's a 2-bullet kill.
Well, I don't know if he hit 1 bullet.
Ooh, no, he didn't.
No. You know, there's like you'll see like it's like I don't know, like a Looney Tunes thing. Like you see the shots, it's the perfect like outline of the body, right?
Yeah.
Like every bullet just perfectly side to side of the head. Yeah.
But iLLeY up to 11 with 3 in that round.
Can they close it out here? Do they give iLLeY anything? So far? Patience and no opportunity for the pick. Are we going to a round 11 or can OpTic close it out? They gotta put them away. That's what they struggle to do in the map too. Put them away. Don't allow for any late game heroics from Havoc. Just get out of this series. And that, well, you hold it for so long and then Brack, he gets the wombo combo with the car, and you suddenly you're up a man 4v3. That's a tough sequence.
And this is what they did last round. It was very slow, and then they worked over towards A, found a pick towards A with a grenade. Shotzzy's gonna be a lone man for now. Scump was able to lurk his way through, but his teammates get taken down. Scump's just hoping to be the one to make the play, and maybe he will be. It's gonna be a 1-on-2 now. Bomb not planted yet.
Never count out the mustache, Joe. That thing has done some dirty things. Did you have a chance to do it? Oh, that's like a tag, and he is out. Cat-like reflexes for the young man.
I mean, just the snap, the centering. Not an easy shot, but he does not have Deddy. A lot of doors to open, and they're going to hear that.
What's up?
Still has a stun, just trying to find anything that he can.
20 seconds to go. Up over the top. Will he see him directly below? Ends up dropping right between both players, so no heroics there for the
Here we go, round 11.
Of course, all the way to the round 11 we go. It's like our first series on the Alpha broadcast. I'm already sweating. We're having some fun here between OpTic and Mutineers, but it's down to this. Will Havoc be the hero? In Scump's final hour of his career, will he stand up tall in this round 11?
Let's see what Florida does. They're going to be on the attacking side. The last couple of rounds have been a bit slower from them, finding a pick over towards A. Are they going to pick up the pace in a round 11? You never know around 11s. They're always a little bit different. But it looks like they're just going to try to slow things down for now. One player gets all the way pushed up. So that's going to be Shotzzy. Shotzy's going to find the first blood.
That's popped down.
And now he's going to try to make a play, and that forces Havoc's hand. Now it's a 4-on-2.
Shotzzy with the aggression in the opener. Will that be enough? 4v2, iLLeY eyes on one for a moment, can't hit it. Shotzzy though again, his second in the round, into the toilet he goes, where he's trying to toss the Mutineers roster. One player left, it is Brack, and he recover from the wind. 2 rounds to go. Not gonna happen, put to bed. OpTic Texas survived the gauntlet. They get the win here in the map 5.
They goes the distance. They did not win the round 11 in map 2. They didn't win the round 5 in map 3, but it doesn't matter. The hard points were controlled. They made the adjustments, but that round 11 right there goes their way. But it starts with Shotzzy. I think he's probably like, I got Denny early. I'm going to make the play. Well, and he's able to find that first blood.
That's like those round 11s. Like, you're just like, I'm hitting it. Like,
screw it.
Just screw it. I'm hitting it. You catch somebody off guard. That's exactly what happens. But for both teams, I think you saw some things you like out of Mutineers, which was a question mark a couple of weeks ago, whether or not they were going to be able to compete really in this tournament. You push OpTic to distance for OpTic. Some stuff to clean up a bit, 100%. But I said it earlier, I think long series like this, early in a tournament, kind of gets the blood flowing, get some reps behind everybody on land. Probably plays both teams a little bit.
Yeah, I think probably happy with their hardpoint control, the way they were playing. I think both teams got to figure something out on that hotel, that defense.
Yeah, there was a whole lot of defense.
No, not at all.
I was watching like an all-star game in the NBA.
And then Search, I mean, yeah, there's probably some rounds they want back for both sides, but you see it right there, the final scoreboard, iLLeY with 12. Brack had 11. It was iLLeY early on, right? Just that fast B, his snipes finding those first bloods. Just a recap of the series, but OpTic able to survive.
Yeah, I mean, even though they controlled the hard points, they were still like solid. Like there was moments, there was a chance for Mutineers. They give a lot of positives to take away from it. Like you hit one rotation a little bit better. You find an entry a little bit better. You got a shot to take those, but they tested them. They tested them, but yeah, I mean, for Scump and the guys, you got the heart pumping early. You got a couple of round 11s. You got to dig deep and see where your worth really was, but they get that dub, and now they continue on within this bracket of, you know, the group play. We got these GSL style brackets. But there's just a ton of COD to come, man. It's gonna be a blast.
So it's only day one. That was first match of the day.
Yeah,
I mean, honestly, we just started. It feels like that was a long one.
No, it absolutely was. But iLLeY, who was hitting the shots on the main stage, the snipe was connected. We got my man on the main stage. Take it away, Blaze and iLLeY.
Thank you so much, Maven and Merc. Talk about kicking off the season right with a round 11 banger. OpTic Texas comes out on top.
No better way to start the season.
No better way to start the season. And now you talk about how close the series was. You guys go to 2 round 11s, and I want to get it while it's fresh. What was going on through your mind during that last round? Because we saw you out there with the scope holding out those angles. What was going on in your head? What was your game plan?
Honestly, the game plan was just to big dick them, to be honest. Like, that's honestly all it was.
It's simple right there. And now we go into the hard points. You guys won it easily. What was the key to success during those hard points? Was it the rotations, the gunfight?
The rotations and just communication, to be honest. Those are the 2 biggest things that I felt like won us the hard points. And we're just going to keep improving this whole tournament and keep doing the same.
All right. And, you know, to kick the season off right, the fans was here to cheer you on as soon as the day started. What you got to say to them out there?
I appreciate all the green wall. You guys always come through for us. And we're gonna come through for you guys this fucking event.
Yeah! You heard it there from iLLeY on the stage. That's gonna do it for us. OpTic Texas starts off hot, Chris.
Let's go, baby! Excellent stuff from Blaze and iLLeY on the stage. OpTic Texas, a very, very tight matchup against the Florida Mutineers. Finally, the curse is broken. OpTic won 4-3 in the last year. But what a finish here, Ton. We had that round 11. I'm always asking for game 5 round 11s. We had 2 round 11s in this series.
Yeah, and honestly, I was quite scared for OpTic, it has to be said. You know, Florida coming into it, their search and destroy has been really good, as has OpTic's at the same time. But honestly, it comes down to that control. 5 attacking rounds we see go over towards the winning side. That's not a single defense was won. Absolutely crazy when it went down the hotel.
Now, I still have to dig into the stats a little bit deeper before I crown an MVP, but I can tell you who is our Scuff player of the game with the Scuff play of the game. He goes by the name of iLLeY. I asked him to bring out a scope for me today. He did it, Alley Cat.
Oh, he did it indeed.
Oh,
I mean, some of the shots he was making, when he gave Havoc a haircut, I was like, wow, what a barbershop he put on over there on the tennis court. iLLeY was really the saving grace when it came to this MSC search and destroy. Even in that round 11, he was there for them, connecting into those hits, getting more than 1, too. He never got traded out. He was always finding that second piece. Incredible showing from iLLeY.
Was iLLeY always a trash talker? We heard BD energy coming out of him in the interview. The man's dropping F-bombs. He's dropping a 1.5 overall. That search and destroy sniper, though, sealing the deal for OpTic in that game 5.
Yeah, you know, well thought out search and destroy by OpTic Texas. You know, really making plays with their dead silence. Honestly, on both sides of this was a great map. For Florida Mutineers, I think they needed to close the distance mid, maybe try to take some early fights in that bottom office area, but there's really no counter. When there's no smoke, you cannot really push iLLeY. You have to kind of converge on him from all sides, and they weren't able to do it. The guy was popping off.
OpTic Texas, all of us picked them to win this opening round, but it's anyone's game. In fact, Ultra, I heard, is taken to a game 5 by the Challengers. We'll give you the update on that and all the other action here live from Raleigh. This is the Call of Duty League. Welcome back into headquarters. We're coming at you live from Raleigh, North Carolina. It's the first major of the 2023 season as we're getting things started a little early here in December. Welcome back into the arena where we saw the OpTic fans going crazy. A round 11 victory in our opening match on that main stage. But we got to remind you, that's not the only battle going on. You can check out all 4 of our streams live throughout the weekend on Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, and Delta. And you can do it all from your PC with the command center in Nameless.
Absolutely. Click the command center. You have all 4 streams. It's really wonderful. I actually have it on my laptop right next to me. So when I'm watching Alpha, I can check out Bravo, Charlie, or Delta.
And you're really going to want to check out that Charlie stream because they have a Game 5 coming up that none of us expected. Toronto Ultra coming in with one of the 2 highest scores, 3-1 after our opening qualifiers. But they're going up against a challenger team in a Game 5 search and destroy here after stumbling early in this series. Ton, how dangerous are the Spaniards? This isn't our first time seeing a team from Spain in Call of Duty come and knock out the NA team.
Well, clearly very dangerous. Obviously, over the past couple of years, when it has come down to challenges in Europe, the Spanish have been there every single time. They've been at the top for quite some time. They were 2-0 up in this series. Now, my question is the composure there going in against a team like Ultra? You're heading now to map number 5. The potential for the reverse sweep is on the cards. So yeah, the Spanish have really been at the top for quite some time in Europe.
They have been on top, and I will say, you know, it's all names that we're used to seeing in Journey, Lucky, Super, and Yako. What I'm worried about, though, is even though Toronto is on the back foot trying to pull off the reverse sweep, they won that game for Hardpoint. I believe it was a 100-point club in Toronto Ultra's favor. So the momentum, they've definitely woken up quite a bit, but again, you cannot count them out.
And we'll talk more about that series in a little bit, but let's catch you up across the board, starting with our 4 groups. In Group A, Minnesota Røkkr, they take on the number 4 seed Challenger squad, and Decimate got decimated. Hot 3-0. Subliners handing the Guerrillas a 3-0, though. Any surprise to see the Subliners still rolling?
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, they just destroyed them. I'm not surprised that New York Subliners won that after they've looked pretty good in their last couple of games, but I'm surprised in the fashion that they did it. It was a hot 3-0. It sets up a big matchup against the Minnesota Røkkr.
Keep your eyes on that elimination match in Group A. Over in Group B, we're still waiting to find out who's going to drop down to play the Mutineers. Is it going to be Poyodrome, or will it be Toronto Ultra? Ultra, I think, are the favorite to match up against OpTic, but this This bracket's getting a little bit weird, aLLeY.
Yeah, it's getting a little bit weird, and I think no matter what Texas OpTic get as their next matchup, it's still going to be a hard one. You're talking about Toronto Ultra that are now coming off the momentum of a possible reverse sweep, or PaulEhx, who's coming off the high of beating a CDL team, being one of the first challenger teams to do so. So that'll be a tough round for them at round 2.
Huge matchups going on across the board, including in Group C ton. We see Atlanta FaZe going up against LAG Academy. That's the next matchup on our main stage, but let's talk about it one more time. If you missed the pre-show, Royal Ravens drove the surge in the opening battle.
Yeah, it should be a hell of a game, that one. A very interesting one. Both these two teams played each other very recently. It was a 3-1 win for the side of Seattle Surge. Whether or not they can carry that over towards the LAN side of things, though, is a question. London Royal Ravens are already played here this week, losing to Thieves to put them into this group of death, and yet, they did get cooked out.
Yeah, and that's a really important first game. Like, you want to get to that qualifier round, because if anything happens wonky up top, you might be facing up against Atlanta FaZe. After what we've just seen with the Florida OpTic game, and now PaulEhx and Toronto Ultra, you have no idea who's taking these series.
Group B had 2 series go to Game 5. We just started Group C, I'm told, on one of the side stations, and Group D will be joining them as well. LA Thieves versus Vegas Legion. Boston Breach versus Elevate. Group D's kicking off next here. We highlighted Elevate coming in, and you still believe this is the most threatening team from Challengers?
I mean, PaulEhx's giving them a good run for their money. We'll find out, though. Elevate, Vortex, and Harry and those guys, they've been grinding for a long time. Gizmo got some pro experience last year. They're a threat.
It's going to be a fantastic series. That is coming up in the next hour. Reminder, you can use the command center to catch all of our brackets going on at once, but we got our main stage battle about to go down, and we got to bring out the teams. First, though, introducing Atlanta FaZe. This is a squad that was in your top 2, top 3 all year, basically since the inception of the CDL. Yeah. They've had a rocky start here to our opening week of online qualifiers.
Yeah, it hasn't necessarily looked clean, but we know that when this team start to hit form, they are going to be as dangerous as anybody else. And honestly, as the meta did shift towards that attack, we expected them to maybe step up a level. Considering how good the Vaznev had looked, it's looking a little bit better on LAN as well. So that's a curiosity for me. I think they'll look as good as they have done here this week.
Looking at this Atlanta FaZe squad, if they're going to walk out with a 3-0 or a 3-1, aLLeY, who's the star player?
Star player? Ooh, I think I'm going to be looking at Simp here. Like we talked about, the Vaznev should be a little bit hotter on LAN than we're used to online. So I'm hoping to see him pull it out a little bit more alongside aBeZy. And we want to see the Atlanta FaZe that we're used to. Again, this is a team where I talked about, I think they're having to break a lot of Vanguard habits. They're having to break a lot of pushing through old, overcommitting. And I'm hoping they fix those problems heading into this matchup.
Cellium, I know you can hear me. You're a handsome man. He's always talking some smack to the players on the other side of the stage. But how familiar is he going to be with the opposition here? Because now you're playing against a Challengers team. LA Guerrillas, they're in Group A, but I guess their academy team is now here in Group C as well.
Yeah, I mean, well, he should be fairly experienced with the people on the other side of this. He's going up against Assault, who's a world champion. Assault has been at the top, at the pinnacle of Call of Duty, so, you know, he's in there trying to give the rest of these guys experience. Then he's also got DiamondCon, who's competed against. All these guys have played against each other in some form. And then some of the pro teams, honestly, practice against Challenger teams when they're trying to get that additional practice and learn how they play, so they'll be ready.
I'm excited to see what the Guerrillas are able to bring. The Academy team featuring DiamondCon, who's had some of the best snipes we've seen in Challengers, aLLeY.
Yeah, DiamondCon right now has a 1.43 in Search and Destroy, so heading into this matchup, it's definitely a dangerous one. I also want to touch on the fact that LAG Academy are 3-0 in hardpoints and 2-0 in control. I said this earlier, we're used to Challengers teams when they come up in the Pro-Am to be very good at Search and Destroy, and that's usually the maps that they are able to steal in these series. Well, LAG Academy is a team that's looking very good in respawn as well, so they might be one of the biggest threats heading into today.
And there is a look at Assault with the black hat, world champ. Won that title alongside aBeZy, who's going to be watching this show as well. Tunno, for anyone who never saw Assault, what should they know about this man and the rest of his LAG Academy team?
Very, very solid player all throughout his career. We kind of seen him putting up those numbers, having a look towards his numbers specifically in the play-in, a 1.46 in hardpoint. A big reason as to why that hardpoint would have remained undefeated. Very, very solid difference as well coming in from the whole of the LAG team. 93 points on average was their winning margin, and he's going to be a big reason that the Assault player is obviously the AR player. That's the kind of role that he goes on to play, and I'm curious if he can bring it here on the stage.
Tough matchup going against Atlanta FaZe, though.
Yeah.
And you got to wonder, the Slasher Assault battle, is it going to go down, or do you think this is all just a front mashup of the SMGs, Nameless?
It's got teamwork oriented. We've seen Puckett in this game. Like, you have to have chemistry. You have to be calming, especially in the hard points in some of those tense situations. When it's a money hill and you have to coordinate a break. The opportunity in this series for LAG Academy is through the search and destroys. FaZe has been struggling in that game mode once again, carrying over the woes from Vanguard. We're looking at a team that is 42% plant win percentage. After they plant the bomb, they cannot win the round. They are last in the entire league. They've been struggling there all season long. But a good side of it is they're #1 in 3v4 win percentage. So even at times when they're getting bloods, they're not winning the round. But if they're 3v4, they have a better chance of winning. So it's just been all over the place for Atlanta FaZe. Hopefully they can figure it out coming into this.
Do the Challengers teams bring anything different when it comes to search and destroy, Ton, or do you think this is going to be a normal match for FaZe when it gets to that game mode?
I think they could come in with something different potentially, but the way that the game is now we play in early days, we've very much seen specific bomb sites the more favored. Of course, we've used specifically, we speak about Fortress. That's one of the ones that maybe we'll see a bit. I don't know. I'm throwing it in there, but look, typically over the years, we have seen different kind of tactics come out. I'm not too sure in terms of LAG if they have been bringing that kind of thing. I said the S&D record we haven't seen too much of, but it's going to be a curious one.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this matchup is coming up in just a moment. We're tweaking the audio here on the main stage, but as we head out to commercial break, we want to throw you to another match that's going down live. This is LA Thieves taking on the Vegas Legion, who just got their first win last week.
4 out of Pro Loot. You're only going to get the first kill. And well, that is just a beautiful break right away. It almost feels too easy there for the Thieves with the transition. And
right, we're LA Thieves. They break in for the back 30, back 25 seconds or so. Las Vegas Legion. They might want to give this one more a shake, but I think the best thing to do here is just try and catch some of these players off rotation. You do want to shut down players like Drazah. He will actually fall there off 5 in a row. So that's a huge shutdown considering, again, just how open some of these hills actually can be on Zark or HyDra Electric. You don't want to give away a cruise missile or precision airstrike so easily. TJ, though, wanting to get that kill on towards Kenny inside the market square. He will fall. So now an opening perhaps for Los Angeles Thieves here as they look to make their way, over towards that next hard point. Octane able to take down Temp. Keep an eye on players though coming out of that water. You can see Envoy in the minimap.
You sure can. And he might be able to get all the way around the back and really set things up for Octane, who's just ready to post up and try to see if he can find some kills. But Temp with a couple of the key kills, that's a massive double. It's going to also relieve a lot of pressure here for Vegas. So you can now see it all fall on the shoulders of Kenny. Let's see if he can make something happen. Has to find some big kills. He'll get one off the time. His teammates are also finding the kills. One more in the back. And well, the spawns are still here for Vegas, but now you have to be worried not to get spawn traps.
Likely towards double doors, but the quick jump up and Chow from Journey opens up things in this round 1. Sniper in the hands of Super. More players still around just on the outskirts. Yet again, only 30 seconds to play in this round. Ultra trying to work through the back lot of hay, but they just can't get anywhere close. What is that hit marker in the challenge from Super? Numbers fall. 2v1. PaulEhx have everything they need.
Yes, but that's Insight with 2 kills himself and the dead silence that is popped. So now as the bomb is getting defused, they have to worry about Insight in the back. Super misses the snipe, and now Yako last alive and not enough time. Ultra Academy able to stay alive long enough. It's Insight to clutch the 1v2.
Just when you think things are going PaulEhx's way, Ultra able to pull it out in the end. That's kind of how it's been for the majority of the latter half of this series. When it came to the control, when it came to, well, that hardpoint was a 100-point club, so we won't go there. But when it came to the control and it went down to round 5, again, it was back and forth. Ultra still found ways to pull out offensively, defensively. The holds were good enough. But early on, it has been all of the boys in purple. 3-1 to start for Insight. A sniper in the hands of Super. We'll see if he continues with it. To the P1 side we go.
You have to imagine how differently that round could have gone if Super got that snipe, but either way, clutch up from Toronto Ultra, and the retake play not necessarily deemed successful for PaulEhx, but Super manages to get away with his life, and still that bomb working its way towards the A site. Super still looking for a pick.
I mean, this is a relatively default setup for Toronto defensively. They find the pick, so much more becomes available. But that long swing, Super certainly would find someone. Information here. No peek as of yet. Careful on the route. Shots ring out, but no one falling yet again. Late into these rounds, we yet to see a kill drop. Only 2 to go. And Scrap will try to stay alive now. CleanX finds the opening pick.
that was huge for CleanX too. But still, getting this bomb down, it's PoyoDrome that Yakos is able to get onto the site, but they still have to worry about Scrap and Insight, who are holding the doors. The bomb is planted, and it is Journey away to get away with his life. But now Toronto Ultra numbers in their favor, work towards the A site for the defuse, but they have to take care of Yako first.
Cheeky peek, but better shots. CleanX, goodbye. That one's done in this round as well. 2 rounds in a row. There's your defuse. Hope y'all are having fun. Back to back. Toronto Ultra. So clean, so precise. And they'll get the Deddy to load up. But with that, Ellen, I mean, we looked at how Poyo's been able to approach a lot of their S&Ds to start the season. Yesterday looked very good, but it also came down to Yako quite literally being a deity, super jumping his way out of the window. And with that, they're going to have to turn things around going into round 3.
Yes, indeed they do. And I mean, if you're Toronto Ultra, this is beneficial for this next round because 3 members have dead silence. So they can really make, you know, a really good attacking play here. Maybe we might see an aggressive one, but either way, it really came down to that opening pick that CleanX was able to pick up. He's on a 3 streak right now, by the way. And we'll see how Toronto Ultras wants to play this. Last time around, really just about kind of playing patient, playing for those picks, feeling the enemy out. And now you see it hit towards A.
And if you had the round lead, maybe you consider that snipe from Super, but here I would like to see the AR back in his hands. Yaka opens it up. First blood finally drawn for the first time in this game 5. Poyo find one. The response quickly in a retaliation from Ultra as nades continue to fly. It's chaos. The stabby from Insight. The lead for Ultra 3-2. And how much more do they have in the tank?
How much more indeed. That may not have been the push that PoyoDrome wanted to go for, but still Super with the sniper in hand, trying to get any connection onto the cross, but CleanX able to be successful. He's going to try to see if he can work the bomb plant, and he is able to get it down. Super trying to get some type of information, but he has to get somewhat of a pick. But at the end of the day, you got to clean up the members in the back.
No one's popped, and Super gets punished again. That sniper has not converted for much. It's been a lead continuing on, and when Ultra have numbers, they can usually convert that as well. 30 to play. So sneaky for Lucky, but not sneaky enough. Nowhere to run, nowhere to go. And he will get caught 3 rounds in a row. Ultra, just 3 away.
And that's just it. Like, you talk about Ultra being so dang good at converting their numbers. Like, that's why in my mind, like, they're still like top 3 team. Like, they're still a very, very much so top tier team. It's just a little bit of teamwork that can falter sometimes in terms of just these close moment plays. But their search and destroys, man, they're just been so dominant. Again, last time around, they won 6-3. And big credits to that. We're Insight, we're Scrappy. And I mean, Standy, the 3 of them alone combined just had such an unbelievable performance. But that's not
so sick.
the way you want to start the round.
That is so awesome. I love what we're seeing here. Well, if you're Poyo, you would love to take this one away. Maybe Super again will put that sniper out as they are still looking for the first round here in game 5. How the momentum certainly has swung back in this series to Ultra's favor. But Scrap able to even it out. Ooh, finds the thigh. That's hot. And finds the kill with it. Journey will get cleared off the bomb. 3-2. Ultra have numbers.
Yes, they do. And despite a little bit of a mistake, it doesn't matter. The bomb is down. Lucky grabbed the bomb, but he takes out Scrap, which is a huge kill. But it is Insight, does get tagged up. The nade connects, and now Standy left at a 1 versus 2. He does take down Super, and if he can get away with his life, this is very doable if you're Ultra. A fix indeed that he needs to fix.
I mean, he heard him cross. I love the pre-shot, but Lucky evading for his life. Standy, what a hold. What a hold from the young one. We've seen it before. He's going to do it again. Oh! Standy, the 1v2, and Ultra have a ridiculously big lead in this game 5. It's 4-0, and the route man gets paid yet again.
It doesn't matter, mistake or not, knife kill or not. It doesn't matter. Standy clutches up. And I mean, really credits to Scrappy there. Of course, through the door, those peaks right onto the Thunder Thigh. I mean, Scrappy with the sniper in hand is completely devastating, but able to cut down that side of the map and, of course, stop the pushes, stop the plants that PoyoDrome has ensued, which, well, let's see this time around if they play for that retake over that A or if they're going to play aggressive yet again. But you see Lucky, you see Super with the sniper in hand yet again, top maps. Gonna see if he can get a pick.
I mean, it's tough to boil anything other than what this comes down to has been those first bloods. Even, I mean, it's crazy that Standy took out his teammate and then proceeded to take out everybody else in PoyoDrome to win the round. But you need a sign of life, a breath. You need a rehabilitation program if you're PoyoDrome, because it has not worked and they will slow the approach. Defensively, not giving up anything for free. Here comes the plant. Ultra now on the stage. They know Lucky's around, but no challenge as of yet.
No challenge indeed, and Lucky's still waiting. Really key for a play here. I was gonna say Yako, but now Insight able to spot it, and CleanX does pop the dead silence, looking to make a play. And he's gonna see if he can confuse, but Insight takedown's journey now, so it leaves Super last alive.
The teamwork is lethal, and you can pop the Deddy all you want, but it just doesn't have the weapon to work with here.
Oh, this is smart.
Yeah, we get the bomb down and GG's, right? You got 20 seconds on a 1v4. I mean, if he pulls this off, Reddit's gonna go absolutely bonkers, and that's an absolute nut shot. 1 OR around the statue, but no one else gonna peek. They're gonna play the time here, and it's up to Super to find this.
Yeah, and I mean, realistically, if you're Super, not much to do, not much to work with, but if you could maybe isolate one of the picks over at Hayside, I mean, yeah, Ultra's got a good setup, but he takes down Standy not before the trade comes through. And Ultra completely dominant on this Fortress, leading 5-0. I think, yeah.
I'm not gonna lie.
You felt something.
That quick scope had me feeling something. I was a little bit scared, but Ellen, I mean, I thought it was going to be closer than this. 6-3 potentially. I thought the momentum certainly was back in favor of Ultra. They close out the control. They close out the hard point, and really, they kind of just showed up and played firing range for a little bit. But this has just been an absolute beatdown. Poyo, not out of this if they lose this, but what a way to go down to the lower bracket and have to win outright. It has been all of Ultra all the time. If they get first blood yet again, you might as well chalk this one up.
Yeah, most definitely. But as the A bomb does go down, Standy gets stunned up, able to get out of the window. And the bomb is planted for Poyodrome, but Ultra, they're going to play for the retake here, and Scrap looking for a pick. He has Insight right there for the trade. So now Insight makes his way onto the bomb site, and it's going to be really for your Poyodrome holding down that middle site. CleanX gets taken down.
And Journey can't find the angle, though. Here comes his teammate, Lucky. Everybody. I guess he got everybody. We didn't see it, but the kill feed did. Lucky gets them around, and that's how that sentence works. He got them the round there. A desperate one, a last-ditch effort, but Super through the back. I guess this is just how things open up anyway. Finally, Poyodrome are on the board.
Indeed, and just that aggressive push towards A site, yeah, which was really key there. Lucky and Super both the catalyst for that round to take it, but
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. If you want to see the conclusion of that battle featuring Toronto Ultra and Poyodrome, simply head on over to our Charlie stream using the command center right here on twitch.tv/Call of Duty. But it's time now to get the main stage up and rolling once again. We've got a big matchup. Atlanta FaZe taking on LAG Academy. And to kick things off, let's send to the stage with Blaze.
All right, Riley, let's get this second series started. Talk about a way to kick off the day to the Call of Duty fans at home. But we got a great series coming to the stage, and our first team is full of champions, and you know them so well. Here comes Atlanta.
100 racks up in my safe. I've been dreaming of pulling up in that Wraith. Check the stats, I ain't got too much to say. I got Gucci on my belt, but my pants sag. Wouldn't be surprised if my biggest hater made a fan page. You taking orders from your boss, you man-made. Grown at getting touched up by the handshake. Don't think you hear me right, let me clear my throat. 100 racks up in my safe. I've been dreaming of pulling up in that Wraith. Check the stats, I ain't got too much to say.
You know them and you love them. Give it up for Atlanta FaZe! We got the newest member, Slasher, aBeZy, Simp, and Cellium. Atlanta FaZe.
They used to be a cut above the rest. Now this team is looking more human than ever. They're trying to avenge last year, placing second over and over, and they brought in Slasher to get them back on top. A slow start to the season, but it's the land time. Major 1, can they do it? Blaze, let's bring out the Academy squad.
Yeah, we'll see if they can. They look a little human, but hey, they're plugged in. But now the team coming to the stage next ain't got nothing to lose, and they ready to shock you guys at home. Here comes LAG Academy. Give it up for Diamond Con, Joe Thieves, Exceed, and your MVP and national champion of the 2018 season, Assault, Los Angeles Guerrillas Academy.
You talk about a team full of champions on one side, well, there's one sitting across the stage as well, looking to bring LAG Academy home. Maybe doing the opposite of what their seniors are over on the LAG squad, having a hot 3-0. They're looking to get a 3-0 in this series. Blaze, let's get this match started.
Yeah, it is time to get this one started, aLLeY. Riley, y'all ready to go? It's time to toss to our casters for the first time today. It's Miles and Shane.
Thank you very much, Guy. An exciting series to get things going here for us, chance. Group C action. We've got ourselves, Atlanta FaZe, the first taste of an Academy team here at Raleigh.
And I mean, some of the first days we're getting are pretty interesting, right? Toronto Ultra, I mean, they at least at one point were down 2-0 to the Spanish team. Obviously, it worked out for Ultra towards the end, but there are quite a few threats that are down in Challengers, and this team at the very top of that list. They won the first Challengers Cup. They got third in the second one. They have world champs on their roster. So obviously, Atlanta FaZe, a terrifying prospect to have to go against. For some of these guys' first series ever, like Joe Thieves, first time on main stage, kid just turned 18, and this is what we're feeding him, so it'd be fun to see what these guys can do.
Again, an exciting opener here for Atlanta FaZe, the debut of Slasher here in the roster on LAN. We'll see how they go. eMbaZy Mercado, Hotel Mercado, and eMbaZy for our final game. We're not dipping no toes into no HyDra in this series, as it has been banned out there by Atlanta FaZe. Map ban's done. We're ready to rock and roll into our first map, eMbaZy Hardpoint. Now, chance again, when it comes to these challenges teams, this is going to be spicy indeed. I mean, we heard the devs talk about this momentarily, where it's, you know, search and destroy. What are you expecting in strategy? Nearly anything. It could get a little bit crazy. We've heard this time and time again. The challenges teams will throw anything and everything at you and see what sticks.
Yeah, definitely a little bit mixed here, a little bit more free-flowing. That potential is certainly going to be there. And on a map like eMbaZy, I don't know how free-flow you necessarily want to get, because Atlanta FaZe, I know the struggles have existed for this team early on, right? The search and destroy, not exactly the finest. The game ones, or the map ones rather, and the hardpoint has still been phenomenal. I think they're 4-0 in map one, 5-2 overall in the hardpoint, undefeated on eMbaZy. So, I mean, you got the tears on a close quarters map like this. You know, these guys are excited. And on the flip side, I mean, Joe Thieves, like, he's their boy. He's been playing with them for years now. He's got to go against them with an SMG in hand. We'll see what LAG Academy can do with the Vastnet, but make no mistake, they are going against the best.
So many of us have asked for it, a taste of Challengers teams against the finest in the world, and here early on in the Modern Warfare 2 season, we put everyone to the test. Here we go, map number 1. Let's see how our Challenger squads fare up against one of the finest rosters in the world. And for now though, chance, I mean, it's just questions all across the board. Coming out of this series, some of those will be answered. We'll have some form of bar, but a fantastic place
to give this setup. Atlanta FaZe on this map again, a 2-0 record. Most of the hills a little bit back and forth, but P4 is where they have completely set themselves apart. So deeper in the game, we got a long way to go, but I know LAG Academy want to make sure they get off to a decent start.
And this is what a decent start looks like. Joe Thieves, 2 spree, that's 5. 30 seconds remaining on the point, not a whole lot of it accrued by LAG Academy. For those who just joined us, no, do not adjust your set. It is not the full Guerrillas roster, it's the Academy team, as they have managed to weasel their way into Group C so far with a slight lead, but rotations will be done in the moment, 20-odd out. But you can't complain so far, chance. LAG Academy looking all right.
And you see Joe Thieves, I mean, his responsibility has just been to lock down this left side of the map and try to keep things under control. Now he's got the dead silence opportunity to make a play and potentially push for those P2 spawns, but where Exceed is going to fall, you see number 8 Assault trying to flank on the mini-map, and well, the AR is trying to putting in work, and the AR just got picked apart. Atlanta, they don't see a single second in P1. They've got this next hill completely locked down.
Big test now. How long can they hold the hill for? Joe Thieves through the back door. Breaks in, finds one. Cellium caught out as well. And the breaks look good. aBeZy, last man up. 4 spree for him. Tactical retreat. Nades are out. Turns it into a 5. You love to see this from FaZe, but the break is good for aLLeY Academy.
A completely instantaneous break, right? FaZe, that's the setup that they want to have. There is only one possible way it gets broken down, and Thieves kicks that door open and rips them apart. So, I mean, hey, this can be a money hill, and it looks like you're going to get taken out of it, but that is just the setup for trades already. Nice moments for aLLeY Academy early on.
Beautiful stuff. Diamondcon staying alive. Cellium there, tames him and makes his way forward. 15 seconds remaining here on the point. We're going to have guys towards ACs. That's where the battle is here. And Thieves and Assault, they're the men in position now to find that time. Early kills go their way. You will not see the lead change just yet. aLLeY Academy with the advantage.
I mean, hey, they've beaten Atlanta FaZe on these first two hills. Now they're beating him over on this rotation. I see, well, a potential flank for Diamondcon. Yak gets shut down, so Assault knows there's going to be a lot of pressure coming through the front.
And there they come, lining up the hit. Slasher's up first. Big wins from Slasher there. Thieves next man up. Atlanta FaZe now making their way forward. A deadly Assault now. Cellium finds his second into the hard point. A clean break. Atlanta FaZe.
And what a beautiful setup from Atlanta to make that pinch as well, right? 3 players coming in through the front. Cellium responsible over towards the, not quite top AC, but that's the players he was taking out. So Atlanta FaZe, nice little swarm. That's the break they need to try to get back in this game. And Slasher, the man trying to snap, sets up his teammates for the free trades though. In a moment like that, final 30 seconds of scrap time should be good to go to Atlanta FaZe. So it might have been a rough first 2 hills, but they flipped the switch when they needed.
Smooth sailing there on P3. Number 4 is on its way. Atlanta FaZe looking a little slower in the kills department. aLLeY Academy coming out swinging, but now we go towards the base side of the embassy. This is a very, very tight hard point. Look for those submachine gun players to have a field day.
And again, this is a hill that Atlanta FaZe has utterly dominated in the 2 times that they've played it, but so far that rotation does not look super clean for them. A lot of TAC 56s in the feed though showing up, and that'll be the early picks just to get you into these hallways to try to flood through the doors.
Through the doors we go. Assault man in. aBeZy though cuts him down. The first one right through the entryway now. Exceed on the stairwell, trying to join Thieves in the feed, and here we go. Atlanta FaZe have made themselves in. It's a bit of a pinch. Cellium, the last man, somehow staying alive. Cellium somehow staying alive. Cellium finally taken down by Exceed, but he really did take a pound of flesh.
Yeah, that is a nervous moment for Exceed and his teammates getting him picked apart as he's doing the ring around the rosy, but at least he get back in time. And again, for a hill that has been dominant for Atlanta FaZe, maybe it's going to end up dominant once again. Exceed and Assault, last man standing. The pinch is in. Exceed cannot deliver the gunfight, so Atlanta FaZe deliver the scrap.
Finally get the scrap. 10 seconds remaining. It's all going to go the way of FaZe. A lead change for now, but over the kitchen we now go. aLLeY Academy going to be the first ones in again. Rotation chance looking good so far. The fundamentals are all there.
And now we'll see though if the fundamentals can hold up and stop aBeZy and the boys from making the pinch. I mean, aBeZy already 12 kills to his name. Cellium not far behind, and every single door being attacked, but every single door is being covered. aLLeY Academy, they still get the setup that they want. They're backing the ARs down, and you took down the tears to open up this hill. Atlanta FaZe not having a ton of fun right now trying to get inside kitchen.
Trying to bait a little bit of noise out there. Assault holding the line down. He's a vet. He knows that play's never going to work. Now Cellium, he's up next. Assault gets it again. 4 down, Atlanta FaZe.
And now you got Atlanta FaZe. I mean, hey, the pressure's on. aLLeY have the lead. I want to hear how the comms of Atlanta sound with their back against the wall.
Dude, he's flank top AC.
Flank top AC, I'm flanking him. Top AC, guys. Where'd he go?
Still top AC dead. He's mid lane, nice.
I don't see him mid lane.
I couldn't hear that at all.
I spawned mid. I spawned orange. Back door, one top. Right corner dead.
What's the main plan, I think?
I have a trophy on Nero. They needed me on time. I need help. Back door dead. Guys, push out.
I'm gonna try to go top AC.
Could be spawning orange. They spawn orange. They spawn orange.
Hear you. No, he's already top AC, guys. Exceed.
I'm flanking that.
He's top bridge, I think.
Front laundry. I don't see a top AC.
You nailed it.
You have top mail?
Top AC. Assault top AC. He's still there. He's still there. He's on the bridge now.
On time, too.
I'm trolling my laundry. Nice, good up.
Nice.
Shot time. Oh, cafe in time. Front laundry in time. Laundry in time. Laundry, if you land on
Bridge dead, bridge dead.
Laundry, he succeed. He went front laundry.
Trying to hold the top.
Front laundry, exceed. He's still there.
Top AC dead.
Alright, I'm spawning P2 right now. They're spawning tennis. They're spawning tennis.
He's pulling me bottom bridge.
I spawned mid. Or like halls. I don't see him on top.
I'm
still on
top bridge now. Can we top me?
Top mail?
Can we top? I can't have your orange and laundry. Can we top?
Top bridge. Weak. Exceed. He's still top bridge. He's on the. He's like on a. Yo, new right now. God box. New weak assault. Skybox. Yo, assault new. On God box. Laying down.
Alright, all dead.
Nice as
Where
MC? I'm coming to help you. I'm coming to help you. I'm trying to get a trophy on you.
He's got ball, Exceed.
I got help, MC. Exceed dead.
Nice.
They're spawning back A plat or like tennis.
I'm trying to get the flank.
Nice. They're spawning side. They're spawning side. They're gonna go.
Deja vu all over again for Atlanta FaZe. An interesting P1 hill that they've delivered into at least getting this setup over towards P2, but already they're having to abandon time. You see the streaks coming in. LAG Academy seems like so far they have some answers.
No complaints whatsoever. Cellium starting to heat things up in this game. No 16 and 9 for the Wonder Kid. Diamondcon joining him in the feed now, looking towards the backside of the hard point. Here comes the break from Cell, trying to make his way in. He's got that door covered. He can't hit Cellium from where he is, but aBeZy now in. You've got a bit of coverage, but Exceed, here he comes. Perfect work out of Cellium. Next, coming through the front lines now. Can he find any more? Yes, he does. It's a 4 spree. Now for Cellium, Slasher with the exploding cars. Surely that's more hardpoint time Atlanta FaZe.
And in all honesty, that's just an awkward moment with the doors. If that like back door is swung open and Cellium his face, you could get out of the hill and get that kill, but because of that little placement, Atlanta FaZe get the scrap time, and obviously they had to deal with the precision, so it's not like it's a full 60, but they are back in the game. And again, for Atlanta FaZe, they made up for the mistakes on P2. Last time you had for LAG Academy, they got broken down on this hill. They need to hold on.
This is a great hold right now from LAG Academy. All bases covered. How will FaZe hit this one? A couple of members up top. Travy Systems are going to be there. The crossfire is taken care of. Simp, though, trying to advance. No, Diamondcon gets it. aBeZy still there. No, Diamondcon gets it. 5 spree.
You call him the Diamond Con. In a moment like this, he is the Diamond back, ready for these gunfights. And again, making up for the breakdown last time if it was Cellium that killed the player top AC. Oh. And well, maybe Cellium will just be able to do the exact same thing through the front, but LAG Academy already much better go around on this AC hill. Perfect feed right there for him. They got the rotation to do as well, and I mean, Miles, they got a 40-point lead against some of the best players in the world. The Academy guys are looking good.
They came to play for sure. Final 10 here on AC. Next hard point's in. Back to the bottom side of the embassy we go. Diamondcon's got the cross covered. How many players can he catch out? Because now FaZe, they are lining up the defenses. Diamondcon trying to soften them up. Exceed's going to be the man to go in. Here comes the breach and clear. Exceed's in, catches out 1. Any more damage to be had? Here is aBeZy gets involved. No, and LAG Academy, it's another 4 down.
Not even a pop-off there from Exceed. He just fried 3 players on Atlanta FaZe, and he stayed locked in the moment. I mean, this is incredible embassy gameplay through and through, man. Like, the game plan that LAG Academy has brought on this map, I mean, nearly flawless. These guys are making pros. Honestly, at this moment, look average.
Exceed on a 5. 30 seconds remaining on this one, and it looks like Atlanta FaZe may be calling it. They're going straight over towards kitchen. They're going to let most of this time go. Joda Thieves right out of the men's bathroom, right into the hearts of FaZe. Kills going their way, hard point rotations as well.
Hey, dude, what a moment, man. The pros couldn't take FaZe down on this map. The pros couldn't take Atlanta FaZe down on a map on hard point, and LAG Academy looking to make that statement right off the jump. Maybe, though, good news for Atlanta. You get set up over towards kitchen. You get a moment to breathe, try to regain, but that is a 100-point gap between these two squads. LAG, as long as they just stay on pace, keep the teamwork up, they will win this match.
Well, this is where the hold has to be magnificent. The comeback starts now for Atlanta FaZe. Kitchen all good. Trying to keep these members of LAG Academy pinned down. That's what Cellium's doing. Look at that in the feed. Gets himself a 5 spree. Streaks are on the menu if he can take care of Joda Thieves, and he does.
Yeah, wrong men to fight right there. Cellium, every single player try to challenge him. Every single player is going to fall, so got to pick a new avenue of attack. Cellium, clearly 27-14, the wrong man to win gunfights against. Pick somebody else.
Paul's trying to make his way through the back door of the kitchen now. Here comes Joda Thieves as well. 2-man hit. Cellium once again. Cellium flying forward into the death. As time's still going the way of Atlanta FaZe. And so far, it has been literally perfect. The kills again, FaZe are alive.
A 100-point lead, shot down to about 60. So FaZe starting to put in a little bit of work, and the SMGs maybe starting to fly. But obviously, this is a P1 hill, tough to accrue time. If I'm LAG Academy, honestly, it is get those ARs out of the power positions and just get extra 2 or 3 seconds here, extra 2 or 3 seconds there. You can start throwing your body just a little bit towards the point.
FaZe starting to heat things up, though. Again, you see where they're taking these gunfights. Slasher, though, slow and steady. Top side's all good. Now that opens up an avenue of attack now for LAG Academy to find their way forward. Again, the Vaznevs. It is non-stop jump challenges. And here we go, Chance. LAG are in.
And then again, every single second makes such a massive difference. Joda sees from in the hill, actually backing these players down. And in the meantime, by the way, Diamondcon is sort of roaming over towards the P2 area. He picks up a massive double kill. And even while he gets traded for LAG Academy, I was thinking maybe dive inside the hill and build up that lead just a little bit more. But Atlanta FaZe has kept things contained, and we're back to P2, where Atlanta FaZe have had mixed results so far. Now they need it to be perfect, and that is not the start they needed.
No, that's tough, man. aBeZy's on a bit of a spree, Simp trying to get there as well. You managed to clear out the new hard point. Eyes on Joe Thieves, though. He's going to be the next man in. The backside of the door covered. No trophies just yet now for Atlanta FaZe. You have to worry about all sorts being thrown at you. Hard points open. 2 players through the back line as well. Here it comes.
And they haven't read the pinch, not at least in its entirety. So many players in the back for aLLeY, and they break it down instantly. The full flanks come through at the same time as the precision, but Atlanta FaZe, they do not have these spawns.
They're not there yet. They've got to fly forward. The kills are there. Now you've got the last 2 men in for aLLeY Academy. 10 seconds for the win, and we see the first major upset here in Raleigh. Cellium's got to go big. Can you get there in time? Is anyone going to be there? The answer is maybe. It's a second. Go, FaZe, go. Onto the point. Dive. No chance in hell. Game 1. aLLeY Academy.
And a deserved hop-off across the stage right now for aLLeY Academy. As hype as you could want those players to be, Exceed having himself a very fun time. And that's the Tears, and that's Atlanta FaZe. They have been perfect on this map. They have been perfect in the map ones. And make no mistake, Hardpoint has been their best game mode so far this year. And it is the Academy team, the first to take them down.
And you see the passion there. From everyone on the stage, the coaching staff, everyone there, absolutely elated at the early game victory. But as we have seen, it's a long journey to a 3-map win here in these series. But that's the first map so far, Chance. Cellium, apart from his standout play there, it was aLLeY Academy for the vast majority of the map.
And also, I mean, it's just impressive stuff across the board. Like, everybody bought the slang just a little bit. Everybody sharing the hill time except for Diamond Don. But that just seemed like from the get-go, there was a game plan. Like the little moments you need on that first P2 where the only avenue is tack is kicking open the double doors. Joe Thieves was there to break Atlanta FaZe down. You get the top AC hill, and the first time around, Cellium completely broke you. The next time when we get to this moment, it was a perfect full 60 from aLLeY Academy. So we're watching these guys on the fly make up for mistakes and sort of deal with the, the different pressure Atlanta's going to bring on the map. So I don't know, they just look well coached, a well-oiled machine. And again, an Academy squad like that, they are dangerous.
They want it bad, and it shows. Highlights now from map number 1. If you just joined us, aLLeY Academy take the lead here in the series. Atlanta FaZe now, though, Chance. I mean, these are players who have been in this situation many, many times. Do you feel like there's a sort of air of embarrassment now going down 1-0 in the series?
Well, I think the prototypical example would just be the Ultra series from earlier when they were playing against the Spanish, right? You go down 2-0, you lose a round 11 in the S&D, and the entire community is like, wait a minute, is this about to happen? And obviously, for Atlanta FaZe, that pressure is even higher. I mean, honestly, the coaching staff of Atlanta FaZe, there's world champions on the coaching staff of Atlanta FaZe, so they have all the tools, they have all the skill sets, they have everything except that map 1. So I would say the pressure is definitely up, but not a situation they've shied away from. They've bounced down 0-1 in many a series. I'm sure Atlanta FaZe would be hungry to get back in the mix, but at the same time, it is S&D. It's where Atlanta has struggled the most, not just this year, but even last year as well. And we keep talking about the threats they have on the team, the different dynamic that Slasher brings to the table. But so far this year, not a great deal of success. Maybe this will be our first look at seeing what sort of mentality and fixes they'll be bringing into the major.
Yeah, how much time has Atlanta FaZe had in the lab, between the last online qualifiers and these maps here?
4 days?
Not, but I mean, that's 4 days. How much actual time and how much solid practice did you get in those 4 days? Because aLLeY Academy grinding it out non-stop. But yeah, upset watch indeed, ladies and gents. This can be a big one.
And especially so, I'd say for the flip side for aLLeY Academy, everybody knows Call of Duty is a game of confidence. Like, if you are in your head, you are going to get fried. If you can be the most confident player in the world, that can carry you so far. To be able to set the tone in map 1, that's all the confidence you need, right? Like Joe Dashy, it's his first time on main stage. He is going against not just world champ, multi-time world champs, game MVPs, champs MVPs on the other side of that stage. And as soon as you get those first map jitters out of the way, and on top of the fact that you got the win, you are feeling so much more relaxed going into a map 2. And if you can play fluid and search and destroy, you can play fluid on a map like Mercado, you're gonna have at least a better time. I'm not saying you're gonna have a great time, because Cellium was still frying that map 1 as well, but you're definitely much more confident now that you get it under your belt.
Yeah, I'll take better over a definitely no. But yeah, for now, I mean, my big question for Atlanta FaZe is, they have had a very, very tough Vanguard year. Second place around the board, I mean, ups and downs, you name it. You come into this season with a big team change. There's a question around now, okay, now you're down 1-0 against the Challenge team. What kind of mental resolve have you guys got? How are you going to bounce back from this one? Because it was a tough look last year.
You want to talk about confidence as well. If those seeds of doubt start getting in your head this early on with a loss to a Challengers team, there's like dagger potential for this squad. It is not easy to be at the top, and Atlanta FaZe certainly last year started to feel that pressure just a little bit more. And I mean, this is the potential to witness compounding factors, because there's no era dominance that they had at the start of this year, right? Like a 2-2 record coming into this week. So they're still looking to sort of reclaim their space at the top. And we're doing a lot of selling work here for it only being map 1, but hey, it's good job. That's what we do.
Small technical issue here, ladies and gentlemen, with an audio issue on stage. You can see the jovial looks across the players as we're waiting to get this one sorted. And you bet LAG Academy are going to want to get back into this game ASAP. Ride the momentum chance, talking about confidence. For now, it's Atlanta FaZe giving them a sort of extra few minutes to talk strategy going into Mikado. And again, I mean, I just keep coming back to the confidence ideals. I mean, yeah, you guys, multi-time world champs across the entire Atlanta FaZe roster, different games. At what point do you start to go, are we not it anymore? When does that happen? When does that happen in a player's career where you go, man, have I lost it? Am I washed already at like 23? Like, what is it?
I mean, for some players, as soon as that happens, it's just instant. Like, that is the end, so to speak. So not an easy thing to deal with, that sort of like mental game. And just to add even more to the mix in terms of search and destroy, you're talking about like maybe a few extra moments with the tech delay on stage to talk over the strats, but it is going to be LAG Academy that has actually been able to watch Atlanta FaZe in search and destroy. It will be a first look on Mikado, so it's not nearly as impactful this map. We don't know exactly what Atlanta FaZe wants to do, but there's one team that gets to watch all the VOD of the other. I don't know how much time Atlanta FaZe has really spent prepping for the LAG Academy squad. Obviously, they're going to know a little bit about the players, but it's not like they're going crazy with the review.
Well, there's one thing we know for certain. I mean, the hotel bar last night, we watched multiple pro teams watching as many of those challenger play-in matches as possible, because no one is overlooking anyone coming into today. This is going to be a very, very difficult run of teams for everyone in this competition. No one can be overlooked. Again, early start to the season chance. We've not had as much time to actually get good at the game as well. That's the same case for the pros and the challengers team. This is essentially anyone's tournament. Jonas Thieves there, possibly waving to his parents. Hi, guys.
Waving to all the haters. I mean, he was probably one of the most heavily criticized players. People like straight off the jump, even pro started coming out and attacking him, saying he did not deserve his spot, because, I mean, he's one of those like ranked play grinders. He grinds with many of the players on Atlanta FaZe as well. And he's sort of been taken under the wing, and again, already one map up. I mean, he won the first Challengers Cup as well. And he's like, hey, I'm here. I finally made it. I'm 18. I've known the entire time. I'm just waiting for the opportunity to prove it, but certainly waving to quite a few different players, as that is so much happiness on that side of the stage.
Well, while we're waiting for this technical issue to be resolved, we're now going to throw over to Delta Stream. We have LA Thieves taking on Vegas Legion. We'll be right back here on Alpha. Atlanta FaZe versus LAG Academy Map 2 after this.
They've been able to find a couple of great timings, some great positioning as well to deal with the players sitting back, watching these crosses from behind A. And we'll see if it's going to be a little bit of aggression coming down low right away. Drazah finds TJ again.
And it does leave Las Vegas Legion a little bit stranded, doesn't it, right? I mean, Los Angeles Thieves still have their presence on both sides of the double doors. Vegas Legion could perhaps go for the Hail Mary play and make their way across. And it looks like they're going to. The slide across is there from Prolute now. How quick the reaction play from LA Thieves? Shots going through the wall, but none of them connecting enough for the kill. I tell you what, though, Austin, Semtex will do the job. The bomb now down.
No trophy systems to help out Prolute, so the double Semtex grenade is good. Temp now kind of needs to take a chow. He'll take it. The trade is there from Clayster, who does pick up another kill. And Clayster actually able to find 2, so we'll see if he can maybe work himself through this. This would be for a 1v4. Oh my goodness, Clayster has just found the 3rd. It is now a 1 versus 1 up against Envoy.
A 1 versus 4. Clayster looking to put his name back into the book of legends. He has been spotted though, I have to imagine, from Envoy. Maybe not. Envoy, you're still searching for him. There was a bit of Call of Duty timing there going on. 15 seconds though. Clayster, where does he look to plant this bomb? He's searching everywhere, but where Envoy actually is. Envoy spotted him out now, has the time to work with. Clayster though, does he see him? The bomb plant going down. Clayster gonna have to go for the fuse, goes for the chow, and no! Envoy forces the round 11.
Oh, whenever you're in those situations where you're the last one left alive when it was a 1v4, it sometimes is a little bit scary, but holding strong. Of course, a veteran player here, Envoy, able to lock that one in. Nice route around the back to make sure he gets there. And all of a sudden, a very dominating Vegas Legion has now let up on the gas. And we're going into a round 11 here, Brody, to see who's going to take it.
You can feel the intensity, can't you? TJ Halley has been slowed down significantly over the last couple of rounds. Not this time, though. You can see the positioning again of Las Vegas Legion. They've got themselves deep in towards that A side. One player watching any potential B here, but Drazah, he's got Clayster's number, and now that lane has opened up.
Clayster just a little bit exposed, right? As soon as someone comes top art like this, it really does make it easy to find the cleanup. So now, Vegas down without a man. Have to try to stop this plan, I feel like, at all costs, but everyone on the Thieves has played very patient, very cautious. Kenny just now starting to make his move, starting to go for some wall bangs. You can see it, ProLoot, he's watching this cross, and he's got a very important job.
Just trying to draw out any of these Las Vegas Legion players at the moment. There you go. They move across, but Temp is there, and he draws the blood against Kenny. Now 3 versus 3, but the bomb has now made its way across. Temp, can he get yet another frag? They're still being cautious about players coming on the flank, and that would be Envoy if it's anybody. 35 seconds now left on the clock. It's time for Drazah to try and get the bomb down, but he doesn't do it. It's Temp. He's in for the kill. Octane able to take down ProLoot 2v2.
2 versus 2, 20 seconds, and Envoy, it looks like he's been spotted. Temp finds the kill. It all falls on one. Octane for a potential 1v2. He takes the challenge to TJ, turns it into a 1 versus 1. Temp looks for the immediate challenge. But with 10 seconds left, Octane has a very important decision. Does he plan? Does he play for the kill? He's going to try to stick it. But Temp, I believe, should be able to chow out and find it. There it is. Temp gets the job done. It goes the distance. But Vegas, they clutch up again.
Las Vegas Legion, they're on land now. It's a round 11. It's a close situation, but they will win out here. And there's some solid performances there in that search and destroy between TJ, Halley, and Temp specifically. I think both of them hit double figures towards the end of the search and destroy. Beautiful performance from those guys. And they had to change strategy as well, right? Because as you said it, you kind of said that what they were letting it.
Viva Las Vegas, ladies and gentlemen. They're 2-0 in the series. Group play continuing here at Major 1. And drama, upsets, madness, pandemonium chance. Did you expect it? Probably a little bit, actually, right? I mean, this is the start of the game. It's crazy.
Well, a little bit. Pick'ems have been chalked, I think, for a few years now, but this game, like, especially so. Also, just because they're up 2-0 does not mean that series is over, right? I think a lot of people were jumping the gun on Toronto Ultra when they found themselves down 2-0, so we gotta wait for the actual results to come through. The exact same thing in this series, right? Yeah. LAG Academy looks great and phenomenally well played. aBeZy for the map #1. It's going to be a long series.
And we'll see how smooth the search and destroy can be. We're almost ready to go into Mercado Salmas for game #2. Here we go.
And I think one of the main things to look out for the side of LAG Academy, if you saw some of the highlights we were showing before map 1 even started, Diamond Khan has been popping off with his sniper, especially so on this map. And this is one of those maps, if you can lock down the middle lane with a snipe, it just buys you so many different access points, gets you so much information. So much information for Atlanta FaZe of maybe go back and pick up the bomb.
All right, information. XD just saw a ton of faces. You'd know the hits coming over towards B, stun check, not going to amount to too much. All of this going down, typical play out of Slasher, the island man, bottom right-hand side. And here come FaZe through the front door, immediately taking care of Joe. There's one. Diamond Con, can you get anything with a snipe? No! Cellium once again. FaZe with a lightning star.
Yeah, Cellium, I think, saw the flash of the sniper, but wanted his picture taken, but the snap was just not there. That is a way to just bully out the B site. Wow. I mean, it is normally A that gets hit. FaZe, no care in the world. Now, aBeZy is going to fall, but Atlanta still have the man advantage, still have the plant, and obviously all of the information. They got both players trapped on that side.
It's mid-map covered as well from Slasher, so all bases covered. The problem now, the 1v1 gunfights. What is that? Cellium, 30 seconds on the clock. Here come LAG Academy, no problem though. Simp's got the cross. In the event that you do get in there, it is nothing but trouble now for Assault here in round 1.
And that is, yeah, truly the setup. Assault, I don't even know what that nade just blew up inside the 10 building there, but it at least killed Cellium, but that was quite literally the perfect setup from Atlanta. Talk about their S&D. The struggles have been there. You know it's going to be a focus point coming into the major. Not only do they bully out the site perfectly, the bait and switch is on point. Obviously, Cellium knows all the nerdy wall bang spots, but the setup they had towards the end, Slasher watches the full point of the middle of the map. Simp knows he only has to look one direction. Cellium knows he can use Simp as the bait in the moment. So that is a perfectly played round number 1 for Atlanta. Exactly the way to bounce back from, well, map number 1.
Indeed. How long will the bounce last, though? You're going to need all the momentum in the world to recover from that previous map. But here we go. It's a lot of love towards the A site for aLLeY Academy. Slasher is there to give a helping hand. See, dives to safety, but he won't find anything but a couple of shots through the wall.
He's able to take down Slasher, and you see aBeZy got his first kill towards the middle of the map. So number 5 DiamondCon is staring straight down the gun, and Simp, if he tries to flank, number 8 Assault is going to be watching it, but aBeZy finds the pick. So now you're down a man to try to watch 3 different angles.
Tremendous pressure now. aLLeY Academy, let's see what you made of. Eyes on at least one there. Assault, he's going to challenge this. Oh, it's a big challenge, not enough. Cellium's there to pick it up. Simp now has managed to make his way through the top side. All down to Thieves. He's got himself a corner. He's found one. Numbers, though, once again, do not pan out. Atlanta FaZe, there's the defuse, and that's round 2.
And once again, perfectly played by Atlanta FaZe, right? aBeZy sort of peeking towards the middle of the map. They had that coverage. You had Simp on the flank, so aBeZy knows he does not need to worry about getting shot in the back. And it was just simply too many players for Atlanta, too many angles to cover for aLLeY. And it helps when Cellium, I mean, I don't know if he's lost a single 1v1 gunfight this entire series, but even if he didn't get that kill top Cantina, Simp was going to be there on the flank. And again, very well coordinated, hyper efficient stuff out of Atlanta. 2-0 up.
2-0 up. Again, it's momentum. Keeping aLLeY Academy on the back foot, that's going to be one of their goals for now. Another round, we're going to see DiamondCon once again with that snipe.
Yeah, clean hops as well. The question is, do you actually want to use the middle of the map? aLLeY Academy, they're stacking towards A. Gonna get pelted with the nades. They have a trophy at least to make sure they don't take the damage. And you might end up trading out a couple of your own players, right? Exceed gets the first blood, but aBeZy is flying at you with all of the aggression in the world. That does leave us in a 2v2. Both FaZe players right around Cantina. I think they know Shotzzy is down low.
You gotta have an inkling, right? You heard Dead Silence activated, he heard that as well, and that tells you enough. However, that bomb is long gone. He's probably gonna sit here for quite some time.
Yeah, what a strange sentence that you heard Dead Silence, but that is how the game plays, and that is Cellium making use of the Dead Silence as well to find that extra pick. So Atlanta FaZe, nice little rotation, good Dead Silence plays to put themselves in the 2v1. See what the young man, Thieves, can bring to try to fight it.
He might time this quite well. He's got there pretty fast. He's making a lot of noise, though. The trophy player for aLLeY Academy. And it's a good gunfight. It's a nice snap. Atlanta FaZe will not apply too much pressure. They're happy to sit here and let this play happen.
And, I mean, good luck trying to gun Cell in one of these spots. You can hear him just dancing around up there all day. And Thieves is going to read it, but he gets met by a stun. The trade would have been there, and Simp able to gun him down. I mean, efficient stuff. Both teams right there. aLLeY Academy tried to take it to him. That was a triple hit over towards the Cantina building. So it was a nice attempt, but after the trades came through, I mean, it is the typical way of explaining how an S&D round gets won. Dead Silence play for Atlanta on that rotation. As clean and easy as it gets.
Dead Silence, one of the more important field upgrades you're ever going to see.
And you can hear it too. So.
In modern Call of Duty. Yeah, we're going to hear and see from basically anywhere. Good work, though, from Atlanta FaZe here. What a rebound. 3-0 so far here on Mercado. Cellium on a 3-3, Simp on a 2. aBeZy looking for that first blood. Gets it, as is tradition.
Now, I think aLLeY Academy might have to pump the brakes. I think, yeah, they spotted out a C, but that just baits in aBeZy, so there goes the man advantage. aLLeY Academy, though, still not the opportunity to plant the bomb. Simp is flanked in previous rounds, so right now it is just 3 different players worried about the 3 different avenues of attack. And they're trying to get it down, but Exceed, he's got to make the call. They're coming, but he's able to stop the first. And just like that, the first blood does not matter. Advantage, aLLeY.
Ball hitting through the back angle alley now. There's Cellium and Slasher. They are shoulder to shoulder in there. Exceed's going to check a corner and find a bit of trouble there, but he's staying alive, waiting for his teammates to back him up. And Assault, the man to get the job done. That was the POV of a fantastic teammate right there.
I mean, that's bait, non-stop bait, running back and forth. And on the flip side for Atlanta FaZe, a little bit more of an example of some of the struggles that they have had in search. Did the hard thing, got the first blood, and just didn't waste too much time before throwing it back away. And even for aLLeY Academy, I'm thinking only 3 men around the bomb site. Not a fun spot to try to plan in, but Atlanta FaZe just regrouped. All try to hit it from the same side, and aLLeY Academy too well prepared. So hey, at least get one round on the board, try to get some momentum going. And obviously, if you were paying attention to the snipe of Diamondcon, no success early on, so he puts it away. I think you might have a little sniper battle right here, but Thieves did not have the help through the middle of the map that he needed. First blood for Self.
We might see a rebuttal with a snipe there. Succeeds, so much damage, but not enough to get the job done. I mean, that is the perfect example of a gunfight where he manages to stay alive in a tough spot. aBeZy now trying to make his way through the bottom side as it is starting to mount up over here by the A-bomb site. Numbers there. Simp's going to find one. C goes down. Assault tries to level it up. It's not going to happen. 3v1. Diamondcon last man.
Hey, pull it back out. Got to make the play. Has a different gun for the job on the TAC 56, and no one's cross-dressed yet. So this is his game plan. Try to kill the guy before he can dolphin dive to the side.
Perfect timing on the stun check. SPX back out in hand. Here we go. It's a narrow miss from Diamondcon. He has to back on up now.
And that's the big moment right there. If you hit that shot, there's potential in the round, but I guess you have dead silence maybe, and you can try to find the pick, but Cellium will do this all day. None of these are going to be easy kills, and you got to get 3 of them with limited time. Too difficult.
Too difficult. Looking for shadows, looking for shoulders. And here they come. There's FaZe all day, all map long. Beautiful work.
And aBeZy stays challenged too. I'm thinking there's not even a need, but he just jumps on it instantly. And Atlanta FaZe, again, maybe one small mistake in the previous round. Outside of that, everything has been, I mean, exquisite. You get the sniper kills when needed him. Cell's got the cheeky angle to lock down the middle of the map. And again, we've seen Diamondcon jump up on the a defensive side, rather, the exact same spot every time. Cell just picks a different one. You know if someone's sniping over mid and they think it's clear, that seems like it's freedom to run down the pipe, but Thieves just gets caught. So Atlanta FaZe doing a lot of little things right too.
So LAG Academy got now on offense once again. A big old hit towards the A-bomb site. FaZe have waited out the grenades. And looks like we might create a bit of noise, but Simp's on a very, very fast and silent flank.
And that looks like that's going to be the play call from aBeZy to try to take him down. And yet they're at least able to get some shots through and force Simp to back down. So 4v3 with a little bit of the intel and the plant spot to not get seen from mid. LAG will get this down, but that tunnel hits coming quick, and Atlanta FaZe making moves. A couple trays come through, the bomb does get planted, and these players for Atlanta, they got the 2v2 they wanted.
Oh, it's still all down to Slasher 1v2, no chance. LAG Academy, the trap was set, and you send everyone from FaZe down one angle. They gun him up.
And that entire thing, by the way, is just the timing from LAG Academy. If they wait an extra half second to jump on that bomb plant, it doesn't go down. Thieves get caught a little bit sooner, and that could be very different. But again, Exceed, as soon as he wraps back, get the information that Simp was trying to flank, and you shut that down, the rest of the Academy team completely jumped on top of things and made sure they executed the game plan of the round. So even from the Embassy, I mean, LAG right now, the game plan is always on point. The execution against Atlanta, though, still got a long way to go.
Be here now from FaZe. Keep an eye on those corners, ladies and gents. Expect to see Slasher in those potentially all year long as FaZe diligently check the corners before they approach towards the warehouse now. Expecting to see presence there, but there's no one home. They've wasted everything. But they will gain information there from Slasher's first blood.
Yeah, already done a job. And look at Atlanta. They already know that if there was nobody at B, no stuns connected, they are going to be flying to wrap back. So straight up juked them out. And LAG are quick to respond. So it still will be a 50-50 meetup.
Diamondcon pop dead silence as well, so we're going to see the engagement now take place. Back over towards A. We've done a long way round. Massive work there from Slasher. Over the top come FaZe. Now hit the back alley hard. Thieves taken care of. Massive work now for Assault. All on his own. It's a technical 1v4, and the bomb is planted.
Yeah, he's on a 3 spree as well, so you don't want to go down 5-2, but this is not looking likely. Maybe find an extra couple kills, see if they feed you anything, and try to take it. And I think Atlanta FaZe, you know, aBeZy jumps on that gunfight 9 times out of 10. I think they know all what Assault is trying to do right now is play for streaks.
Yeah, if he gets it, it'd be huge. 25. No streaks. Atlanta FaZe find themselves now at map point.
And another good round. That is a typical example of what we're talking about, Slasher, and like the ability that he brings to the team of like that playing for big style. Leave him in the deepest corner of the map available. Make an aggressive play call because you have someone like aBeZy on your team. And as soon as either one of those dynamics works out for you, you just adjust off of that. Slasher gets that first kill. Instant wrap back from the rest of Atlanta. And again, so far this game has been nearly flawless outside of, you know, one small mistake of a round that was well in the past.
One more round, all FaZe need to try to forget the mistake of the first map. And Simp has the tie across towards A. aBeZy going to be sent in there to try to cause some damage. Second floor now, he's going to get hit out. Go to C, he's tagged up. aBeZy now from the top floor, he might be able to get himself a second. Lots of information passed over here. FaZe in a great spot.
Well, the entire adjustment LAG Academy just made is trying to play off of Simp when he's usually been flanking. So that's what Exceed is actually doing for his team. So the other two waiting for Exceed to make this play. And I think he might be a little bit, yes, Cellium heard that from a mile away. And that entire play just gets completely shut down. And Go to see the next one to fall in Atlanta FaZe. In an untypical fashion, lose the first hard point and come back in the search and destroy and just pick the team apart.
Diamond, it's done. Atlanta FaZe, they find the equalizer there in the search and destroy, and they tie things up 1-1. In a decisive way as well. Chance, I must admit, FaZe looking pretty good there in search. Has to be said, LAG Academy certainly thrived in that sort of chaotic situation we saw in Embassy. They didn't quite have the precision. Well, that's the sync gameplay when it comes to that search. We'll see what happens for them. 6-2 there on the map, 1-1 in the series.
Well, honestly, it's a 6-2 loss, but LAG Academy, it seemed like they played it pretty well. The game plan was always there. It's just Atlanta FaZe at their best, completely picking you apart round after round. So solid stuff. Cellium had a phenomenal map number 1, follows that up with a fantastic map number 2. aBeZy right there doing his thing as well. 3 first bloods, 9 kills overall. Standard stuff for Atlanta, and I know that's our first look of seeing them on Mercado. But for the concerns that exist for this team for search and destroy, again, about as good as it gets for that map number 2.
No complaints whatsoever. 8-bits, 20 on the dot, 6-2 there for Atlanta FaZe. They will tie things up 1-1. We'll go to control after this. Sticking over towards Hotel, Mercado hardpoint for that map number 4, which we will see at the very least. We have to go all the way back over towards that game 5. It's on Embassy for S&D. But for now, that Hotel control chance. This is going to be another interesting learning moment for everyone. How are our Academy teams going to fare against Atlanta FaZe when it comes to a whole new game mode?
It's going to be fun. I think they honestly have decent odds because, again, the game plan is always like efficient through and through. And I think control, especially on Hotel, is really just a matter of those moments of like, you have to clear out the top bedroom. You have to get these 50-50 gunfights over by the desk. So I think they'll be able to create the opportunities. Winning the gunfights when the pressure is on, though, against guys like Cellium, it's easier said than done.
Easier said than done. You know what, it is pretty easy to do, though. Throw it a quick break. When we come back, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be playing Hotel Control. Don't go too far. We want to find out who wins, who takes the lead in the series.
The Call of Duty League is presented by the GMC Hummer EV Pickup, the world's first all-electric super truck. Upgrade your game with a Scump, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Welcome back, ladies and gents, to the Raleigh Major #1. We've got the Los Angeles Guerrillas Academy team taking on Atlanta FaZe. We find ourselves at a crossroads. It's map number 3. It's about to be hotel control, and to everyone's surprise, but maybe not the LAG Academy fans, it's 1-1 here in the series. Miles and Chance taking you through this one, and we are well and truly ready to rock.
No, even their fans, I think, would be surprised after that one. I don't think there's any exceptions. Again, Atlanta FaZe, they've just been like the reapers of the league for quite a few years, so an impressive performance, map number 1. I know it was a 6-2 loss, but they still played. You said you were or were not surprised?
No, I'm surprised. I'm
Everyone
definitely
has
surprised.
to be surprised, and will be more surprised if they can take that fire into map number 3 and keep it up. Because again, I think outside of Cellium, like they've been gunning players down on Atlanta FaZe. They've been like trying to go toe to toe. We go towards hotel though. Obviously, a lot of TAC 56s are going to be in the feed, so Cellium is the man to look out for on the at least left side of the stage.
We'll see how it goes down though. Map number 3 on its way, hotel control. Now, hotel chances a really methodical map, especially when you play control. Yeah. There's a lot of steps to making sure you can get into a point. You can't just dive in that bad boy and hope for the best. We'll see what happens though. Stats though, here in the series, and aBeZy, look, he had a fantastic run. It's all good, it's all great, even if they did lose that first map quite comfortably.
I've been saying this series is cruel, right? Just to throw up the .43 for Joe Deceives, and it actually is a little bit funny as well. I think Joe Deceives, the stats he brought throughout the group play of like the Challengers group stages to get into this portion, dude was dropping like a 1.41 in hard point. Obviously that drops off when you're playing against the pros, but a 1.13, I'd frame that on my wall if I dropped that against Atlanta FaZe, but I'd say the S&D was a little bit slower for the Guerrillas to the play in, so maybe that map too, maybe not the most shocking thing in the world, but to control we go, visiting the hotel. And as you said, it's like a matter of those moments of like the steps that you need to take to like try to capture these points, the things that you need to clear out. And I know it's a defensive sided map, but it's only about 60-40, so you can absolutely make moves on either side that you are spawning on. It'll be Atlanta FaZe's turn to attack first off the rip. Kind of interested to see where they go. Wow, got that completely backwards. So pretend I didn't say that. LAG, they get to attack first.
Yeah, FaZe will be defending first for their pick. LAG though, it's a 2-2 split. 2 players in towards B, going to cross over that bedroom side, and this is what Cellium's going to be watching. Bottom and top side of bed. Simp's there for these threes off the rip. Cellium once again, a bit of a brick line of defense. Exceed though, wait, we're in. Damage dealt. Oh, numbers dwindling somewhat for LAG Academy. We'll see if they can get these kills and hold this position.
Well, this is the opener. B zone is the more difficult to cap. And right now, LAG, I know it's only one body, maybe make it 2 on point. And honestly, it gets so much more difficult to capture when there's not enough time in the game to actually get a trophy. So LAG, this is the play to jump out for the double tout. Done perfectly. Still pressure on B, and LAG, they're making moves.
First segment gone. Corner's not checked. Sees there. Diamondcon wins the fight as well. So with the first segment gone, you're looking at least 1 man now on the point for LAG Academy. Slowly but surely capturing B. Here comes Cellium now. Nades are out. No trophies there just yet. As dip on out of trouble. You're going to open up the clock for a moment, though. LAG Academy smooth moves as this Swiss clock continues to shift into position. Last man assault. Can he stay alive? Trophies are here. Good looks.
This is all you need. You just need a trophy this entire time for LAG. Finally, they get one, and it's only aBeZy. The only one there that could have shut it down. Can't get it done.
Oh, my.
And LAG have done the more difficult thing first. The B zone should get captured. You just do not need to challenge Cellium or what the hell?
It's technically not a draw. I do believe something is happening in game. We'll get an update from the refs there. Damn, that was looking like a fire round. The lobby. We have had a lobby issue, ladies and gents. Unfortunately, as I'll tell you, mates, that was a great start from LAG Academy. That was the makings of a brilliant offensive round. Succeed. He's pumped. Get this issue resolved ASAP, and I do believe those LAG Guerrillas towers available from the merch booth on the far side of the venue. I think they're free. Are they free? Give us a smile and a nod if they're free.
Absolutely no idea what's going on. Not a lot of connection between us and the fans right now. We definitely got to work on that. And I would say a bit of a challenge, or a tragedy rather, for LAG Academy, because obviously we said 64 for the defensive side, but most of that is the difficulty of capturing the B zone. You can absolutely solo defend A, but it is much more difficult because those closed kitchen spawns, I mean, they just happen constantly for the team that's on the attack. So I'd say definitely a difficult moment, and obviously you see not going to be easy to recreate either, because until you get those trophies, I mean, when you're leaving bodies on that point, you are just going to be pelted with Semtexes non-stop. So an interesting attempt. I don't think we're going to see the same look off the rip though for LAG.
Well, you'd expect it, yeah. The difficulty we have, again, there'll be a full map reset. Obviously, no actual results came through. So
no pause.
Starting from scratch, no pause. It's tough scenes, but we're going to be going right back into it. And chance, another thing we talk about again when it comes to game resets, you're never going to see the same strategy open work the same way twice, right?
Well, I mean, you say never. I would never say never. You might be able to see it, but I think that would be incredibly difficult to recreate. Again, very particular situations to be able to like time out, dodging the nades, only leaving one body on point. So that would be my personal guess that LAG will try to mix things up, or maybe just like sort of switch things up and be like, okay, well, Atlanta FaZe doubled up through mid last time, only left 2 players by those deaths. Maybe have a different way of approaching it with the same idea in the background, but it'll be interesting to see what the decision is made by the Academy team, but it will be on the attack again to start the round.
Again, another thing you brought up earlier is there's not a whole lot of VOD to look over if you're Atlanta FaZe to watch these Academy teams play. You've got a decent amount of info. But for the FaZe players, I mean, this is kind of uncharted terrain, right? Well, it is FaZe fans as well.
Yeah, it is funny that we made that point, and then we're seeing Cellium make the adjustments of where he's sniping from to sort of like avoid Diamondcon and watch the middle of the map. So I think Atlanta FaZe in the background did a little bit of homework as well, but much more research is available to the side of LAG. What that means for control, it's always those just like little tweaks off the opening breaks where you're trying to make those like Semtexes land and sort of the coordination off the jump, and maybe that played a part at the opening break. Pre-reset, the post-reset, oh, it's a brand new world.
Oh yeah, whole new world. Map 3 on its way. Plenty of LAG fans the crowd. This guy's loving it. He works up any more of a sweat there with those headbangers. Might be able to dry it off with that sweet, sweet towel there, but lots of fun here already at Major 1 in Raleigh. We've seen a couple of upsets already. See some good results coming through. An incredible reverse sweep taking place across all of our Alpha Bravo Charlie Delta streams. And man, I mean, what, COD Mobile taking place behind us. There is going to be the Code Bowl here as well. This is what I've heard some really fun names. Codchella as a kind of festival. What's taking place? Codapalooza, I think, was another one I heard. No?
Sure.
Not helping it.
It was great. For a second, I thought you were talking about player names, and I was like, that's very confusing. It makes much more sense of the COD fiesta that we're bringing to the stage is now. So, sure. If you got any more, let me know.
I actually don't have any more, but we'll see how it goes. We're almost ready to get back into the game. You can see the lobby loading up there, so everyone's ready to rock and roll once again here in map number 3, Hotel Control. It's not going to be an easy start once again. I predict the sides will be exactly the same. FaZe defense first, LAG Academy on offense. How the hell you managed to break through that one again? And one question that we almost did get resolved there was how organized the LAG Academy going to be on offense. And sweet.
I mean, again, doing like the little things perfect. If there's no trophies, it's not like you want to triple stack the point and all just get blown up absolutely instantly. So you're letting a seed push out, get into the hallways. Like, again, the ideas, even when they're losing 6-2 in S&D, the ideas have always been sound. I mean, even sort of rumors you hear about when LAG Academy are scrimming some of the pro teams, including the actual LAG squad. They've been having success. Again, you have world champions on this squad. Maybe a couple fresh faces, but even players like Diamondcon, when he was in the league, he was no stranger to at least a little bit of success. He just sort of fell sort of on that bubble side of, you know, yet to really launch himself towards the top of the league.
Here we go. Once again, LAG Academy. It's a slight variation from the opening break in the last one, but this time round, the gunfight's a little bit more protracted there against Cellium. Simp's going to be there, they want to drop. Here come the nades. Here comes an early opener. Joe Deceives on the point already. Watch out for those nades. They're going to cook you real fast. No trophies to play just yet. No stack just yet. aBeZy through mid. Somehow gets 2, and the Terrors join him in the feed.
Yeah, that is a trade that unfortunately you need to get if you want to have any success in. That's a kill you got to win if you want to have a good time over towards B. Cellium is going to be a menace in that spot all year long. Slasher, on the flip side, at least is able to pick up one, but now more standard stuff of the way control plays out. Those close spawns will be ever present for the side of LAG Academy. We're trying to quickly work on this A-zone capture.
Yep, they're in there fast. 2 players now stacking it. Assault the first man to drop. That just tells you where FaZe are coming from. 2-man hit now through the main arches. 2 through red. Here comes the play. Diamondcon trying to hold it down. Trophy systems keeping everything at bay. aBeZy now through the side gets 2. Boy being brought down. A is gone. Thieves can't get them both.
Yeah, he tried to snake Slasher there in that moment, but Slasher ready for it. But at least the A zone gets captured. Now it's about sort of this like step-by-step process.
Wow.
Clear out your spawn, gunning it. Slasher actually would have been a very nice start. It at least gets traded out. And you see right now, Bedroom, a lot of these players for LAG Academy are going to be wrapping around through this side of the map. It'll be Simp, the main man they need to deal with. But in the meantime, Atlanta FaZe are playing aggressive on the top side of the map. So a lot of interesting potential here for Atlanta FaZe to try to make LAG's life hell. But at least they've cleared out Bedroom.
Ooh, step by step, they're getting it done. 16 lives to attack with LAG Academy, 19 on defense for Atlanta FaZe. Starting to whittle them down. Cellium. Great move. Diamondcon over the long-range coverage. There's the A's from Thieves who are going on the point. Now we have it. Can aBeZy get there in time? No, we can't. Big time now for LAG Academy. Potentially take the map.
I mean, this is it. Already, or at least the round, they should be able to get it. A single tickets come through. A seed does get chopped down, and the trophy's maybe to keep your life alive. And a beam like that is enough to get it done. Crazy gunfight, but for LAG, created the moment, got 2 ticks on the zone, and now just 1 more to go. But keep in mind, they are down by lives. So they have to be very careful about how they play this. They got to start getting these trades.
Smooth work. Backline now open. Just under a minute to work with. Oh dear. All the flanks are now opening up for Atlanta FaZe. Their options now, possibly as great as they can be. LAG Academy, 8 lives left on offense.
Oh, Simp too. Yeah, had the dead silence play right there. Just gets to fly straight around and gets the reset on the dead silence as well. So Simp with a little bit of freedom, and Cellium does have the read, gets the players 1 shot, but he's going to be just yelling that everybody's coming through the doors. aBeZy ready for the first, gets out of dodge, and Atlanta FaZe, they've got the pinch set up on the hill. They have bedroom control as well. It looks like they've done enough to secure this defensive round win.
It's the final lives now for LAG Academy. Diamondcon holding it down for a second. 15 remaining in the round, seconds-wise. Cellium's going to be there holding back, and this should be it. Unless Thieves can win this. Okay, wait a minute. Slasher, going to have to go big here. Final seconds now, taken away. Here they go, straight on the point. Thieves stays alive. He's the last man up for the team. If he does this, might have to shave my head. Thank God. Atlanta FaZe for the first round.
Not even close. It is kind of funny as well. Obviously a 1v8, and the player's going to be swarming Thieves. Not a situation they're going to be able to win, but one of those rare moments where you'd rather be the trophy player than the dead silence, because the nade just pelting on point. It's impossible, but overall for LAG, again, they got 2 ticks of the zone. They did a pretty good job on offense. That's best case scenario in terms of actually losing the round on offense, and if not for Slasher, truly just gunning a couple players down on point, they would have been able to secure that one. So that is a gun skill bailout, I'd say, for that round for Atlanta. Not something they're unaccustomed to.
Sort those stacks. Multiple players capturing the point at the same time. That's going to be the name of the game here. LAG kills out either side. Cellium's going to now manage to get themselves over towards that A zone. That's the kitchen, that's the restaurant side of the map. So far, all good. Atlanta FaZe, slow stack up. Here comes the pinch.
Well, I mean, you have to be able to read this pinch in this moment. You know the situation in restaurant. You see aBeZy getting down shots as well, so Cellium able to turn your attention. But as soon as aBeZy falls, now Cellium actually has to dance with a couple different players. A little bit of a snake off towards the restaurant side of the map, and looks like Slasher there to be the cleanup man on the play. Atlanta FaZe a little bit more controlled off the respawn, but it's still a bit of a slow play over towards this A zone. Only 1 man on the point. Everybody else right now gets to roam a little bit, gets to try and slay.
Here comes the potential slays. Thieves so aggressive. Slight advantage there against Slasher in the fight, takes it all the way. You've nearly finished the work at the A zone now, though, for Atlanta FaZe. Slowly but surely, they'll get this one done. Last minute counter attack now from LAG Academy. And it will not amount to much. A couple of lives going either way, bit of a team kill, but nonetheless, A will be done.
And Cellium, he's been on this side of the map on both offense and defense. He's getting the pressure on Assault, and that opens up the pressure towards the point.
Damn.
Big gunfight window from Assault to try to shut things down, and at least he's making things mixy. Does the damage for Simp to get the trade and exceed the 2-piece to keep things secure. No bedroom control right now for LAG, but at least they're not, the pressure isn't completely on.
No, not over yet, though. Terrifying tick there of the Semtex. Slasher, he has not been spotted. Oh, awkward fight though. Awkward fight! The Exceed wins. Cellium now trying to back him up. Nades up over the top. They're at the bedroom side. That's the goal now for Assault. Trying to keep this zone as safe as possible. 1 minute 30 still to go.
And Atlanta FaZe just saw the pressure on Bedroom. Like, they've kept this completely locked down, so this is the 50-50 moment. Atlanta FaZe would win a couple of these gunfights and the break would be in, but not the gunfight wins they were looking for. They get shut down on every section of the map. And now Diamondcon down low has the dead silence pop. And you can hear this from a mile away. Gets to try to chip away at these lives.
Simp perfect position now to take care of these plays. 16 lives left for aLLeY Academy on defense. They're somewhat spread out, so for now, I mean, it's, you know, you can lose a kill here or there. You've still got main eyes over towards the zone. You've got eyes on all the power positions. Here they come.
Well, Cellium is worried about Bedroom, so that arrow's not going to move. The play for Atlanta on the flank. Shotzzy spotting these players on the cross. I mean, the Academy team has everything covered for the moment.
Try to make the cross. Patient play of aBeZy doesn't pay off this time round. Shotzzy still holding down the outside of the hotel. No, thank you, sir. We are closed today. 30 seconds.
And now, I mean, what do? You don't even have the time to go for these full flanks for Atlanta anymore. You're going to have to go through the front. But Cellium actually does win the big gunfight. That was his standoff, and Cellium is able to get two. Single-handedly opens this up.
He's doing this alone for now. Waiting for the reinforcements to get in there ASAP. Cellium can't get the third. Xyz's holding it down. Splasher wins a big one. Here comes the trades out of bounds. Shotzzy through the smoke gets them both. Gets them off the point for now. The play is still alive, but only barely. Simp with less than 15. He stopped it.
Also an 11v8. Wow, he's just gonna jump on it. Aggressive as hell. Able to at least get one, but someone's got to dive on the point. Time is ticking. aBeZy nearby, but he's stunned. You have to get there, and you can't afford to move.
Oh, he's getting tagged up. Xyz's got mid-covered. Two-piece from Slasher. Throws a sweet nade. 5.2 on the clock. Slasher still holding it down. Can't quite take care of his seed assault now. There we go. Cellium still keeping it alive, though. The kills are there. And just in the nick of time, FaZe take them. What was a crazy round.
Dude, just straight up bullying them towards the end. Dude, the entire flank play gets shut down. Shotzzy picks up the big two, and then Cellium just puts them on skates. Open things up for the team, and again, when you've cleared out Bedroom, when you can get the pressure on point, even for defense, it is not easy to funnel through these choke points. And they just end up getting picked apart. That is a big win from Atlanta. They were down on lives, they were down on time. The pressure was certainly on, but they delivered. And I mean, as is tradition, Cellium with a nice KD. Simp certainly in the mix with 17 kills as well. They've been close rounds, but FaZe, the 3-0 they're looking for the end, at least of this map, a little bit less so.
Extremely close round. At first blood from aBeZy, just so the tiniest crack in the door knows there's going to be a player there. An MW2 classic we can all learn from. For now, we're capturing A slowly but surely for aLLeY Academy. This is aBeZy on the flank. We've seen this play not work out in the past, but this time it probably will. Diamondcon not looking at it. Finds one. Shotzzy's up next. aBeZy guns them both a 3-spree now and a safe A.
I think they were really hoping no one was going to flank at all. Funnily enough for Cellium, though, that entire team just spawned on him, so good luck trying to survive this one.
Whoa.
Somehow takes down a player with them, and you can see how quick Simp was to get in reposition to make sure they keep that Bedroom control. And aLLeY, they're feeling the pressure. They're getting killed by stuns. Now they're already back over spawning by kitchen, so they are, for the moment, stuck in the blender.
Slasher finds 2 out of that fight. Unbelievable. That is a massive victory in that situation. Now aLLeY Academy trying to fan on out. Reinforcements arriving. aBeZy spree continues one side of the map to the other. He's killed his way across the whole thing. Now he's got himself streaks.
I feel like this might be it as well, at least for this map. It feels like deflation. The gunfights start coming through like this. Atlanta FaZe on cruise control, and Shotzzy at least gets the bounce back, get the clearance, and the A zone will get captured. But you were down 8 lives. You have so much of the map now that you need to work through. Cellium is living inside of your spawn. I'd say for Atlanta, this is just all about the spawn manipulation time. Know that the play's coming on the flank.
Oh, they know it's coming. He's got the coverage there with Diamondcon. They managed to get through. One more player to deal with on the outside. They battle their way over towards B. An offensive round win for aLLeY Academy, essential here to stay alive on the map.
Big gunfight wins, though. I mean, FaZe, it is the 2 ARs that are picking them apart. aBeZy might have one in tow as well. So all of that work, all that time spent just to get dropped, and maybe Diamondcon will see Atlanta FaZe's counting skills. Because for the moment, there is not a single arrow that is concerned about the fact that they have a man behind enemy lines. And maybe they don't need to care. They can just continue to spawn kill.
We'll see. Diamondcon holding the sparse side of the map, and it's anything but relaxing right now. He might actually be able to make something happen here. Get a couple of kills, worry about these players elsewhere, but aBeZy is in lobby. There it is. What a snap. Good work. Diamondcon not able to get it done. 8 lives now remaining for aLLeY Academy here on offense. And they need every single one of them. 30 seconds now to try to stop the clock by capturing B.
Yeah, I mean, hey, a few of these rounds are close, but this third one, not so much. Atlanta FaZe got the ball rolling. I mean, aBeZy starts winning just the absurd gunfights that he is absolutely prone to do, and he did it from the standing position. Might take after this map win. Victory lap for the final few kills. 10 seconds to go. And a last ditch effort from LAG. Hey, they got a 3 down.
It's not over yet. There's only 5 lives remaining. They may not need all 5. Here we go. The capture. It's a single man for now. Reinforcements arriving. Cellium with a crossfire. Xyz's got top covered. Oh my good God. One segment's already gone.
And you got Sasha though. Sasha's man trying to jump over from the back desk. You can already see wins the first gunfight. No respawns remaining, but still the pressure is on the point. That is 2 ticks through.
2 ticks through. And it's a streak.
Good
aBeZy.
God.
Gets it done. That should be it. That should be the map. Consolation kills from Assault, but that is going to amount to not a lot. Atlanta FaZe, they take the control 3-0.
A lot of that, hey, we might be able to get this done. We got pressure on the point. What's that sound in the background? Oh, the precision. Yeah, no, that round done and dusted. aBeZy, again, the spree he goes on earlier pays off towards the end. Effective domination towards the end. Again, the game plan from LAG Academy is always there. They got 2 ticks of the B zone captured, at least post reset in the first round of attack they had. But after that, effectively getting picked apart. A collapse in round number 2. Domination in round number 3. It may be an interesting moment, the fact that we're going back to hardpoint, because ordinarily, with how good Atlanta's been on the year, you'd say, oh, this series is a wrap. You know they're going to be singing sweet for the map number 4, but that is funnily enough where LAG Academy actually had their most success, so we won't know until we see it.
Well, again, we can go back to the conversation we had at the start of the series about confidence chance. I mean, that final round was any indication of where we're going. Atlanta FaZe looking like the Atlanta FaZe of old, right?
Well, at the same time, they were creating the moments, though, towards the end. So even though you're down 22-8 on lives, LAG was still absolutely taking the fight to them. But it's moments like this of Slasher like almost not even trying to get the kill, just wants to throw his shoulder to get some quick shots in, but just annihilates that player off the head glitch. And that is truly one of those kills that just, you know, massively pans out for Atlanta FaZe to win that first round, which obviously sets them up long term. Slasher, he was piecing the entire map 3.
Yeah, for sure. Attack 56 here on Hotel. No stranger to a sweet kill spree. And speaking of sprees, though, again, aBeZy allowing him to go wild and get that streak may have been the difference maker in the final moments there. Thieves and Co, they were on that point in the final round. It was an incredible hold. If you don't have to worry about that precision airstrike, there is a chance you force aBeZy to take that close fight. Anything can happen from then on out, but brilliant work from aBeZy there. You saw him get that streak, and here it was. Both Diamondcon and Thieves, fantastic work towards the end, but the kill streak made all the difference.
And honestly, even looking towards the end, I think that like Assault versus Cellium match that we have, we saw him square up quite a few times from desk to top bedroom. Looking at the stats, Cellium near double positive on the flip side from Assault, right around double negative. But everybody else from LAG was piecing. Cellium has just been a problem since map number 1. I mean, the dude dropped 30-some odd kills on Embassy in spite of the loss. Had, what, 8 kills on the 8 rounds that we saw for the S&D, and Cellium feeling himself on the control as well. So obviously a player that you always have to pay attention to. Your MVP from last year for very good reason.
Mercado hardpoint on its way. Embassy S&D if we have to go to the game 5. LAG Academy, if it's anything to go off chance. That first map was an absolute banger, 250-214. We will see what happens here. Now, some impassioned words from the coaching staff of LAG Academy onto the players now to get them going into this final hard point to stay alive here in the series. Get that search and destroy chance. I mean, anything could happen.
And this is where this team has had the most success, at least through the group stages of the play-in tournament to get here. So again, we talked about it quite a few times, but a guy like Thieves had like a 1.41 when he was playing against the Challengers teams in hardpoint. I think Assault's KD was also right up there in the 1.3, 1.4 ballpark for hardpoint. And Assault at this point is going to be my player to watch for LAG Academy. Again, world champion player in the Challenger scene. He has been dominant, and he needs to show those flashes. Dude, again, we can say it as many times as you want. It's just selling. You got to be able to contend with them, or there's just going to be some section of the map that is going to be a hellscape for you the entire time. And on a map like Mercado, you know, 2 of the hills in the Gensina building, if you don't have control of up top, if Cellium is living there, you're seeing things like that. Just bonkers numbers through and through.
Yeah, these numbers are very high in professional Call of Duty.
They're high in pubs.
They're pretty high in pubs, even in the with the lethality of this game, man. But At 2.67 in S&D, that's something dangerous that when we do have to go to that game 5, we go back to Embassy, where the season began, where the series began, and I'll tell you what, you don't want to go up against anyone that one. We saw a really exciting one, OpTic versus Florida Mutineers in the first series. That was a banger of around 11, and again, you don't want to be going to those game 5s. There's no need, ladies and gentlemen, but we're going to now throw to a very quick Scump play of the game. It's going to come from our control. This is round 2 chance.
And again, we talked about LAG creating these good moments. They're up on lives a little bit. Atlanta FaZe massively down on time, but it's guys like Simp making the aggressive plays, jumping on it, and make sure that no one's able to get pushed out, and there's always like a next player in line. aBeZy the next man up, just trying to do his best to stay alive, and then bang, the double nade from Slasher that doesn't quite seal the deal, but makes the gunfight that much easier. It's only couches you have to deal with, and there's always someone else from Atlanta able to get back in the mix, and it was just a conveyor belt of those phase up players to make that big moment. And the same thing happened in round number 1, where Atlanta FaZe are narrowly clutching up. And again, if you start making those small little mistakes, getting double-nated against a team like this, well, you saw what happened in the round 3. You give them an inch, they take a kilometer and a mile at the same time.
Madness.
As we go into Mercado, where I don't think they have Imperial units.
Mercado Las Almas. We are now en route to our next hard point of the series, Atlanta FaZe. Match point whatsoever, and again, we do have to go to search and destroy on Embassy. Should that be the will of these players? But for Atlanta FaZe now, confidence surely at an all-time high after the big wins there, the 3-0 on control. Let's get it.
And I'd say for LAG Academy, they are spawning on the unpreferred side of the map, so it is a 2-step problem. They want to attempt to flip these spawns and sell him. He's put himself in a corner, so we can hear the players behind him, but it gets read by Thieves. I don't know if that's going to be enough for the spawn flip, but no, you see Cellium, he'll be right back in his home, and Atlanta FaZe right inside of the hill, so solid stuff off the rip. Exceed with the 2-piece to at least get him out of time. But those spawns for Atlanta, as long as they're at the bottom side of the minimap, they're feeling comfortable.
Yep, they want to keep that side no matter what. Slash doing what he can to keep the right-hand side of the map safe. Now Simp's going to feel a whole lot of pressure on towards this hard point. Those 14 seconds, a consolation if anything, but okay, right through the middle tunnel we go now. Slasher, last man up. Cellium with the close spawns, but he's going to have to get in that fight ASAP. He does. Diamond slowed somewhat. The LAG Academy are just on the outskirts of the new hardpoint.
I mean, they're doing everything they can to at least try to get inside in contested. All of those close spawns consistently coming through for Atlanta, and they just make them pay. LAG a little bit too slow, but maybe quick to the brakes. Simp, I mean, he's doing it with just impacts of the nades, and LAG are trying to fight, trying to keep it scrappy. But just always a little bit too slow. All those power positions, it's the Atlanta FaZe players that always have the control.
Again, they're real quick. A little bit of time now for LAG Academy. aBeZy with a dolphin dive right into his doom. Thieves traded out as the kills keep going either side, and it is non-stop here on P2. LAG Academy, though, they'll stay alive, they'll stop the bleeding, and they should be able to take a decent chunk of this, if not all of it, as everyone on FaZe going towards next.
I mean, hey, that's big wins through and through, like non-stop. Atlanta FaZe had the close spawns for the majority of that hill, but you see 1 in 5 for aBeZy, 1 in 4 for Cellium, and the first time Cellium has even a slightly slow start, LAG has the lead. And big plays from Thieves. Man's been a menace in hardpoint, trying to continue it through, but 2 players jump all over him, and there's only 1 trade that LAG are able to connect with, so Atlanta FaZe clean on the rotation. aBeZy gets his 2nd kill of the round, and Atlanta trying to set themselves up right now to retake that lead.
Here they come. Alley side hit. Only 1 trophy there on the downstairs of the hardpoint, so Diamond Con and Co should be able to make their way forward. Here comes the hit towards the front. Heavy tags there. aBeZy's got the guns up. Cellium now repositions every door covered. Simp, he's the first in the feed. And aBeZy, wow, what a bit of work there. Last man alive, Diamond Con. Is he able to find anything? 2 kills, bit of damage, not enough. Atlanta FaZe hold.
And funnily enough, LAG, they're actually going to set up to try to make a 2nd attempt at this break while Assault is being the man responsible for the rotation. So a lot of interesting things happening on the map, but it is trades on the top side, which means Atlanta FaZe get the scrap. And as far as that rotation goes, the most important thing, and really the theme, is to control this Cantina building. So if FaZe have it, you can take your time to work this break. LAG, that might be a moment they look back on and feel a little bit of pain.
Speaking of pain, here it comes. Thieves in the new hardpoint. Trophy's going to be down. Backline covered, opened up wide. Numbers from the front. It's always going to win the wallbang battle. And now Cellium trying to clear out everything he possibly can. From the heads to the tips of their toes. So much damage done. And FaZe are all over the place. Looking to make the breakthrough on Barbershop. A tough hard point to get in. Whoa, come on.
Yeah, those are just good reads as well. Predicts the flank coming through, and honestly though, he needs to make up for it because I think he had the team nade that shut the entire push down for Atlanta. So now you lose that Cantina control. Now you're forced to try to hit this through the front, and Cellium might be worried about the back alley, but the action is inside, and DiamondCon with the big two, or excuse me, Thieves. Their name almost the exact same number of letters, but they get the job done in one little teammate like that. LAG take great advantage of, effectively a perfect full 60, and another lead exchange in this game. The Academy team with the lead.
Chaining a lovely amount of hardpoint time together. Over to the courtyard now of the warehouse, up next. And so far, Atlanta FaZe are in, but DiamondCon sneaking his way forward. Cellium's going to be tagged. If you notice damage dealt, he might be able to go forward. He may have just found an opening. Check every corner you can. Simp there. Big win. aBeZy finds another. We're holding the hard point down now for Atlanta FaZe. Looking to bring the lead back. Exceed can't check all the corners at the same time. He's going to be brought down as well. And Assault, his head is next on the chopping block.
Bang. Yeah, there he goes. Simp, by the way, in the middle of one of his finer performances so far this year. He has been destroying the kill feed. He's been popping off and making plays, and again, he was the guy that got shut down by the team nade. Right now, I think for Atlanta, keep Simp alive. You're gonna have a good time.
Flash runs up. Seems to be there in the kill feed again. As LAG Academy have been stopped at every single turn here on this hard point. 20 seconds left. Atlanta FaZe looking to get the perfect 60. Now they dived off it for a sec, but essentially a perfect hold. As FaZe bounce right back into this one, the lead firmly theirs.
Well, I mean, this is sort of the exchange game that we have in Modern Warfare 2 of a full 60 effectively on one side, potentially just for the other team to transfer it into a full 60 of their own on the other. LAG firmly there on this rotation. They've been here for a minute. Now it's just about the hold. You're funneling him through a very small alley, and the only player able to get a kill is Simp as he is diving his way in. 16 kills to his name.
He's in 17. Now he's hitting the top floor ASAP. DiamondCon's going to check it. Whoa, the damage was just there. Not enough health to regen, but either way, the rest of his teammates are in. FaZe are upstairs. Exceed with a big one upstairs. Oh, he finds a second as well. That's going to be a good break. LAG with a hard point.
Oh, big wins just to be able to like sort of survive this Simp onslaught on the way up towards this hill. So a few seconds to contest come through, but otherwise a pretty perfect hill for LAG. Not going to be a crazy lead that they're leaving this hill with, and they're not going to have a fun time on that setup for new. Atlanta FaZe, I mean, all four of those arrows just trying to lock down the right side of the map. Simp, I think, he's thinking about a little bit of scrap time as well, and he's going to take it. So it's not like you even build yourselves a lead. Simp's making annoying plays as the rest of Atlanta trying to lock down both the middle and right side of the map.
Parking lot's open, Simp trying to hold the front, basically alone. Man on the cross, nade up top. Slasher brought down as well, so the last two players have now got to scramble, trying to get towards the point. They're in, aBeZy's got the shots. Nade doesn't leave his hand, he dies with it, and that's going to be a decent hold, LAG.
Hey, and that's also a setup from Atlanta FaZe where aBeZy goes so high up towards the top middle of the map that he starts spawning his teammates on top of him. So all that effort is set up new for that rotation, just to get broken down immediately. Moment of the game right there in my mind, at least up to this point, as LAG, now it's where you could just be on cruise control. Atlanta spawning across the map. They are getting punished for their mistakes, and I mean, back-to-back in these hard points, LAG are looking clean.
Academy team holding it down. Sees looking to get himself streaks on a 4, gets away with his life. Be able to deal with that in a moment. The hard point's nearly done. Trophy batters him. Back over to P1 we go. The long first set of rotations complete. LAG Academy, a wonderful start.
I mean, this is just sort of operation. Like, you can play for spawns, you can sort of dive bomb a little bit at a time on P1. It's similar to what we saw on aBeZy, where they've just put themselves in such a good spot that you have options of how you want to play. Now, the bottom side spawns, they're in the hands of Atlanta, but the hill time for the moment, just to rack up the lead even further. LAG Academy, again, it's almost how the tables turn. You make one small mistake against them, and they are just punishing FaZe.
Yeah, big time punish. 35 remaining on the first point. So far, it's been a great hold from LAG Academy. Not going to be able to win it here, but you look towards P2. If you get a decent break, it's going to be all yours. We force the game 5. DiamondCon, 5 spree. Wow, he's flying forward. Pressure still on, but FaZe are desperately trying to break it. Yeah, they have spawns for P2. They cannot get anywhere near it. Keep the kills going. Keep that front line solid. Joe Thieves, he's going to be the man sneaking forward.
And no one really from LAG Academy ever tried to flank and flip those spawns, but that's because they ended up getting maybe 20-25 seconds on this P1 hill. And I mean, hey, 30 seconds away to end this game, a near 100-point lead. Now, they had a similar situation on aBeZy. FaZe did start to make the comeback, and FaZe currently firmly in control of this new hard point. So this game is not over. But aLLeY, again, have to make sure that if they get the break, great. If not, they have to rotate. But honestly, the break might be in.
Here it goes. Exceed. He might be in. Is this going to be enough? FaZe are going to be scrambling to try to get forward here. Desperately trying to get in. Top and bottom floor of the cantina full now of aLLeY Academy players. There's the damage dealt. You've nearly got it. FaZe are still winding up for the hit, but the kills keep coming through. They've gunned them all down. It's 20 for the win.
Here we go, man. aLLeY Academy, they are looking for that game 5.
Now they're fighting tooth and nail for it. Here comes the final 10 seconds. FaZe, it's a 3-pronged attack, all angles covered, but aLLeY Academy have got it. 5 now for the win. And we're looking at a game 5 in this first series for the day for these teams. Diamondcon cleans out the bottom, and what do you know, ladies and gentlemen? We are going to a game 5.
Dude, good lord. Atlanta FaZe, I think they had the best hardpoint record in the league coming into this 5-2, walking into Major 1. aLLeY Academy, both hardpoints, smacking them around, beating them down, incredibly efficient gameplay through and through. And even sort of the one thing I was looking at of Cellium's been teasing up in this series, he went dead even, 17-17. Assault absolutely stepped it up in the AR matchup and right there to match him. And that was enough to be the difference maker, because I tell you, early on, Simp was frying, right? 16-8 at one point. He was the menace on the map, but as soon as you sort of put him on the back foot, aLLeY, I mean, just straight up outplayed him through and through. Incredibly impressive work. And they have found themselves in a game 5 against the best players in the world. And for some of these players on aLLeY Academy, it's their first time ever playing on the main stage.
On a major stage like this, aLLeY Academy now, pressure is on for both of these teams. Everything to gain and seemingly nothing to lose right now for the aLLeY Academy team. aBeZy Search and Destroy, the last map in this wild showdown. The first match we've seen here of Group C, and it has been an absolute nail by a chance. I don't even know what the hell's going to happen here. Of course, 6-2 Mikado, a very strong indicator that FaZe have got the chops when it comes to Search and Destroy, but at the same time, aBeZy, very, very different map. We saw it in the first series. This is going to be a tough one. aLLeY Academy. What a upset it would be.
And, you know, it's guesswork on what the players on Atlanta are feeling right now, but obviously for aLLeY, playing with absolutely nothing to lose and everything to gain, and they're looking incredible for the moment. And Atlanta FaZe already, it's already bad enough to be going to a game 5 against an Academy team, but 2 sort of fully beat down map losses in the hard point.
Ass whooping.
That's not going to feel good going through the rest of the tournament. Talk about sowing some seeds of doubt in the back of your mind that, they are getting clinically outplayed in, well, not the entire respawn. The control, not so much, but in the hard point, that is not going to be a fun thing looking forward to, especially when on the flip side, their S&D has not been their backbone, and now they're reliant on getting their second S&D win of the series to walk away with this one. An interesting look, man. These Challengers teams this early on in the year have not just putting up a fight, they've been punching some of these teams in the mouth.
Well, we'll see what happens. Who'd have thought Atlanta FaZe would be a 2-3-5 team. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. One final map to decide who walks away with it here in the series. Atlanta FaZe, aLLeY Academy. We go back to aBeZy for one more run of things here in Search and Destroy. Will it be the first upset of the day? Or will Atlanta FaZe continue to run things as per usual? Find out after this quick commercial break. This is CDL. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back as the gentleman at the front there poses for a photograph. I hope he's enjoying themselves as much as everyone at home is. It is going to be one hell of a matchup, though. Surprise, shock, horror, Atlanta FaZe, LAG Academy, Game 5.
I mean, this is what we find out if it is surprise, shock, and horror. I mean, you know, I'm thinking for Atlanta FaZe after the bounce back from map 2, like, oh, yo, the gameplay looks incredibly clean. That's the S&D we've been waiting to see. Clutch up in the control, finish off with a dominant round. But now to the point I'm like, yo, your hardpoint really does not look that good. And if you get the bounce back right here for LAG Academy, who big attempt with a snipe off the rip, no success. But LAG, an opportunity to quite literally shock the competitive Call of Duty world early on in this tournament.
Day one of the major, what a great time to do it. Tons of information passed over. You know the fight's going to be here over by B. And that's where LAG Academy are bringing their big guns. Thieves on the late flank. He's got in a great spot, but he is in a good spot. Maybe catch Slasher here.
And I think, yeah, number 6, Shotzzy's down low. He's taking a sweet time. So Slasher, he's incredibly loud. And I think, honestly, he might just get caught. They have to know that he's back there. This is the first man he got to kill.
Thieves. Oh, that's tough. They've dropped the ball in a big way. XC trying to catch the snipe out, maybe not. Diamond Condor still in the back line. This is big. You need that player in position there to stop anyone from FaZe getting close to the bomb. Assault. Nerves. Nades. Stays alive. 20 seconds on the clock.
And I don't know how, but he's got to try to pounce on it, and Exceed's got to try to get out with his life. Now, Diamond Con wins the gunfight up in the top building, but another player just gets out 1 HP. Someone's got to hop this bomb, and Diamond Con, the coverage has to be perfect.
Uh-oh, they know they're on it. Here comes Simp! He had to wait, time it right, and he got a little bit of magic on his side. A fantastic two-piece to seal the round for FaZe.
And it's just a moment like that for Slasher where he is loud. He doesn't have that silence active at all, and he just barely gets out with his life, and there's 2 players there, but I don't know if that's just the sound cue for Shotzzy's not coming through, if the communication is slightly off, but that player that was back behind the window above Slasher, if he had gotten that kill just a little bit sooner, it's a 4v3 retake, you get a clear out top office, and all of that potential, but small little misstep, Atlanta FaZe take advantage, 1 round up.
Spicy round though. Perfect synchronicity there from Atlanta FaZe on the offensive throws. Nobody home though, over there by B.
Big wins though out of Diamond Con again. Doesn't need a sniper necessarily to get those first bloods. TAC 56 will pay off for you. Simp though does even the odds, and right now Atlanta FaZe, just quite a bit of map control. I mean, you have a guy like Simp just staring at that bomb underneath his feet. And you do not want to have a sniper to try to get it back.
The embassy not going to be a good place to go right now for LAG Academy. Corners covered. It's FaZe in this 3v3 situation now. They've got this side of the map all sweet.
And this is the entire thing. Maybe they're trying to kill Cellium first. I mean, you have a player, I'm assuming, up top for Exceed. Yeah, he just gets hunted down. So now you have to go back to square one of actually collecting this bomb. And it's the Terrors. Good luck with that one, and goodbye. Shut the door as you're closing this round in their face. Assault for the 1v3.
Is he going to check the cell? No, he's not. Atlanta FaZe, another good round.
And that is just, I mean, again, truly the most unfortunate moment when you're the sniper player. It's like, do I have to go pick up that bomb in the hallway? So you try to make a play somewhere else on the map, but Cellium, the one quote off map that he had, he still went dead even. Right back on his BS, 3 kills, nerdy spots, couple of picks as well in the rounds. Cellium, again, it was a very brief break, but back to potentially that Final 4.
Regular season MVP. He'll be a Grand Finals MVP. The man has simply done it all. World champion on Cold War. One of the most dynamic and exciting players. Oh! The trophy was but bait. It does get destroyed. He managed to cross over towards the B-bomb site now for Atlanta FaZe, and there's the fast pass. Classic 4v4 retake situation right now. LAG Academy banging their way through mid.
Oh, but this is just looking hopeless. You don't have PD control, you don't have top AC control, you have nothing to try and retake this, and aBeZy, dead silence just wears off so he can't pounce, but should be able to take the freebie. This fight, I don't know how this works out. Assault, the trade actually doesn't come through. Exceed is going the wrong direction.
No way.
In Atlanta FaZe, the setup was too clean towards the end. Either way, I thought as soon as he shot, Exceed was going to fly out for the child, but maybe a misstep of going down the stairs instead of up. And yeah, cruise control right now for Atlanta. I think they've talked over their S&D.
They talked over something. Whether it's, hey, how about we try to avoid hard points against LAG Academy for the rest of our lives. 3-0 so far here on Embassy. FaZe looking particularly strong.
And 0-3 with the boomstick. Exceed is going to be keeping it out. A little bit more destruction laid to trophies than the players, but it's going to give it that old college try. We'll see if Cellium wants to overpeak just a little bit, maybe for a new haircut. There it is. You keep it out for a reason. Exceed, first blood.
It's a great way to start the round. Interesting looks again from LAG Academy. DiamondCon prolific with a snipe. It's good to see Exceed can do it as well. A deep playbook right now for our challenger team. Can they get themselves on the board here in the round?
Maybe a slow flank coming through or slow play. Actually, aBeZy has found himself down low and that dead silence getting ready to be activated. So maybe looking to jump and fly out and challenge the sniper aBeZy. He's got options.
There he goes. Perfect timing, Thieves. Cut down second from aBeZy. My God, what a play. Could be looking at the ace here. He's managed to reset that dead silence. Players are above him. They're going to reposition. Assault's going to back on up. Last man left alive now in the round for LAG Academy. Gun down, taken a bed, and that is it. 4 now to nothing, FaZe.
And not even remotely close. I mean, not even like a shoulder throw before the chow. I think Thieves just hits the dolphin dive, and again, that is the worst timing possible, as aBeZy had just used the dead silence, and I mean, Simp really started to crank things up on map 4, and maybe the alley-oop to aBeZy after the fact. I know I got that backwards, but Simp they got the final kill.
He does indeed. 4 to nothing. aBeZy yet to die here on the map, 5-0 for him. Pressure is now on for LAG Academy. You've come so far. You have pushed one of the best teams in the world to the absolute brink in a series. Keep digging, keep finding that special stuff. Show us why you deserve to be here.
aBeZy just puts himself in a corner, maybe to try to listen to these players. DiamondCon knows that he can do it too. He will phase up if he needs to. Over by the box portion of the map, Thieves is looking for his first kill. Slasher maybe the man that'll be that first victim.
And talk about a battle of the wits. It's patience right now. Thieves. Patient. Oh, teamwork helps a lot. There's another massive set of kills. LAG Academy now with the man advantage. aBeZy though with dead silence looking to get on the board.
Yeah, finally with the big opportunity and that bomb down as well. LAG should be able to secure this one clean and easy. Nobody needs to make a mistake, and aBeZy gets caught as well. Nice coverage there from Assault, reading the ladder push, and now it is just Cellium by himself in 1v4. No time to work with, and might as well make a little bit of noise.
Whoa, okay, top right. Inner laundry. Clean yourself up. Get ready for the next 3 members of LA Academy to come your way. Checks the wrong corner. LAG Academy, they do manage to get on the board, and a very solid round indeed, 4-1.
Yeah, and you get off the donut cam as well. I know players have talked about this for years. If you're a couple rounds in, you don't have a kill, that sits in the back of your mind. As soon as you get the first, though, confidence sort of sets back in, and LAG very much down, by no means out. They will be back on the attack. They've had a little bit of success with the sniper on the right side of the map, maybe to work that B bomb site. They just got picked apart by the dead silence plays of aBeZy after the fact, and I think Exceed, if you can do it once, you keep the same idea a second time. By the looks of it, no one on Atlanta is actually going to be dealing with it, so an opportunity for a quick lead plan.
Yeah, keep an eye on mid. There's at least one on the cross now, DiamondCon. He's got a very important job not letting aBeZy get involved here. That bomb's gone down. Here we go. 4v4 retake. 2-2 split for Atlanta FaZe on the retake. DiamondCon puts aBeZy down on 1 HP.
Yeah, a student of the Cellium camp. DiamondCon knows how to play. And now only down to 30 seconds. It's the double flank coming through. These are the guys for Atlanta FaZe that need to try to clear out top PD. So Slasher, dead silence is active. They're going to be quiet, but that doesn't mean it's not an easy read.
They've got to be quicker. Assault around the window, buying time. This is all huge. Slasher does get another one. That's going to be the kills either side. Looking out for the last few members of LAG Academy. Pistol at range. Cellium's got it. Exceed. No. Got to fly towards the bomb. Simp's going to be there. Simp's going to be. Oh my God. Doesn't get the defuse though. Atlanta FaZe. What a retake.
Dude, the absolute breakdown. If you are a child with a pistol in a gunfight like that, I mean, don't get me wrong, Sim's going to be staring at that door one way or another, but no one able to win the gunfight on LAG Academy. Everybody got pushed back against the wall, and the double Deddy play on the flank just pays off for Atlanta. So, hey, credit for the nice shot. As only your second kill, and you just lost a round where you had a perfect bomb plan, the setup that you want, and it just did not matter. Atlanta has been dominant so far in S&D.
Match point, Atlanta FaZe. One more round. And here we go. Dolphin Dive already across towards the B-bomb site. You're going to see a 2-2 split from LAG Academy here.
Already, well, maybe not a fast plant necessarily, but players in position. The Terror's right around the corner, and no time wasted because there's no reason to waste it. B-bomb planted on the flank. Slasher's finding the first pick, so you get the bomb down and the first blood. Atlanta FaZe wanted to end this one quick.
Here we go. It was a Terror sandwich on the outside of Orange there, and now with 35 on the clock, it's going to go boom, and so will the series. Assault's popped Deddy. Is he making anything happen here? It's creep through middle as well from Exceed. Assault right into the fight. He goes now, trying to clear out the site, and it's going to be Simp on that one alone. Diamond Corn loses the fight upstairs. That might be it. 20 seconds left. I think the power position is done. LAG Academy fall. They crumble in the final moments. There is a 6-1 in the search and destroy. As the final map of the series done, and it was so close. They're just a little far there for LAG Academy. I think, oh, what, are we tipping the cap chance? We're saying good fight, lads. I mean, the search not great, control not great, but man, that hard point, that was something.
100% tipping the cap to LAG. Again, they were playing against quite literally the best players in the world, where even the coaching staff has world champions on it and all the resources and all the time and experience against the pro team. So 100% LAG Academy looked fantastic. I say for the flip side for Atlanta, that it unanswers questions and then poses new ones.
Way more.
Coming into the tournament, we're like, okay, the hard point's great, the SD not so much. And then in the series, the Academy team picks them apart in the hard point, but then their S&D looked phenomenal. So now for Atlanta, I do not know what the hell to expect for the remainder of this tournament, and I think that is true for every team. Toronto's going down 2-0, and then they're completing reverse sweeps against the Spanish team. You have Vegas going up 2-0 against LA Thieves, and then getting reverse swept, so nothing makes sense. Everything is incredibly difficult to predict, but at the end of the day, you know Cellium's going positive.
Yeah, if there's one thing.
That's the only thing, man.
It's Cellium going positive. We saw some good stuff out of LAG Academy. Wish them the best of luck in their run through Group C here. But there we go, Game 5. A shocker for sure. I think many of us are going to be looking back over those hardpoint maps that we saw there, of course, Embassy and Mercado. Was it who came up to us in the break? Was it Bance? Just saying, what the hell is this? What are these guys doing on hardpoint? Because they have certainly changed the way we're looking at the game.
We'll go with fans for that one, or maybe a player on Minnesota Røkkr saying the exact same thing. So I don't know, man. A crazy way or a crazy day, honestly, it's been through and through. Most of the results have technically been normal, but the path, not even remotely close.
Not even close at all. Well, that's it for us here in this series. On stage now, Guy Blaze, the one and only aBeZy.
Thank you so much, Miles and Chance. Riley, give it up for Atlanta FaZe. Another Game 5 to kick off the season. And what a Game 5 it was. aBeZy, let's hop right into it. Now, I got a few questions for you. We got the bad, the new, and the good, okay? Which one you want to start off with?
I'd say bad.
The bad is that you guys have been so good at the hard points, okay? Yeah. But in this series, you guys kind of slacked off a little bit. What happened right there? How did they get the best of y'all?
I don't know. Honestly, they were playing really well in hard point today, honestly. I mean, we had a comms issue the first map with audio, but we ended up fixing it, and then we started playing a lot better. And then the fourth map, I think they just played very well against us. They were just playing very well. So it was just tough.
Yeah. Now, let's go into some good, okay? The S&Ds, that was the key to success for you guys, okay? It seemed like y'all got that one figured out, and it was absolute stomping at the end. How did those play out for you?
Oh, yeah, the S&Ds were really good. We were playing really loose. We're doing our thing, so it felt good to pull out those S&Ds like that, that's for sure.
Now, lastly, it's Slasher, okay? The newest member of your squad. How has it been playing with someone with such a historic career?
Oh, it's amazing. I mean, he's a great leader, and the stigma behind him is that he's always, always complaining to his teammates and stuff like that, but he's a great leader. He really is.
Yeah, no, he really is. And you want to say anything to the fans out here before we go?
Hey, I appreciate all the support, guys. Thank you so much.
All right, that's going to do it for me and aBeZy up here on the stage. Chris, take it away.
Thank you so much, and congratulations to Atlanta FaZe pulling out that Game 5 in a much tighter matchup than we anticipated.
Wow.
Welcome back to headquarters. We got the whole desk here, Puckett alongside Ton joining us as our special guest on day one. And we got aLLeY and Nameless. It's Thursday. Yeah. We've been to 2 Game 5s. I've seen 2 round 11s, and we've seen Atlanta taking the distance by a challenger squad. I know we got a lot of highlights to relive during this Game 5, but can we just talk about this series as a whole and how strong this Academy team is.
Yeah, and it did come as a surprise because, I mean, the LAG Academy coming in, with all due respect to them, you're going up against Atlanta FaZe. It's not one of the teams that we sort of said, yeah, okay, they could go on to... I know FaZe haven't been at their best, but still we expected it to be fairly comfortable, and it was anything but.
Looking at the highlights from that Game 5, you saw really strong performances from all the players. But Atlanta FaZe dropping the hard points. Are we concerned for this team, Nameless?
100%. I'm concerned for them in the hard points. It was some really bad rotations. You know, we kicked things off on that aBeZy. They got chained at P2 to P3 and then got broken on Kitchen. This is the same thing that has been happening to them time and time again, and catching them. These bad habits they haven't been able to break from Vanguard. You know, but the great part about it, talking about their win, was the search and destroys, the adjustments that they made. You know, we just watched that Florida and OpTic Game 5, Round 11, what was happening with the sniper. Well, Atlanta FaZe wasn't allowing players like Exceed to do what iLLeY was doing to them. They were pushing up, they were taking off control. Some great adjustments on the side of them. If they're good at search, they have a chance to win it all.
Exceed with a nasty shot there, but as the casters pointed it out, that's a lost round, and it's just too late in the game. Atlanta FaZe, they bring the pressure when they need to, and they walk away with a much-needed dub. Congrats on the first win, and now they are just one match away from breaking into our brackets coming on Saturday and Sunday. As we wrap up this Academy team, though, we're potentially going to see them 2 more times. Ton, what are you looking forward to most?
Their hardpoint, it looked really, really good. For all that we said that FaZe struggled today, we've seen that the hardpoint was undefeated through the Challenger play-in for LAG Academy. They've played FaZe, and they're still undefeated in the hardpoint, so that's a pretty good thing to take.
Very good thing.
Remember, we have 4 groups going on, and now all 4 have at least 1 match under their belt. Let's take a look at Group A. It's Røkkr with the 3-0 over Decimate, and on the other side, Subliners will meet them with a perfect record after dispatching the Guerrillas. Keeping it rolling into Group B, though, we got to talk about what happened to start the day. That was OpTic going up against the Mutineers. aLLeY, we saw 2 round 11s in this search. That one went as far as we possibly could go.
It went as far as it could go, but OpTic Texas finally broke the streak, and Toronto Ultra with a scary reverse sweep over PaulEhx. So they're going to have to meet up against Florida Mutineers later on.
And there we're going to see Toronto versus OpTic. Can Scrappy talk smack to the king? I'm ready for it. FaZe versus Surge. I talked to the Surge backstage. I asked him how'd the match go. Hardpoint was close. 6-4 S&D. Surge felt like they had total control, and then a 3-1 in control. Surge coming into this with a 1-3 record. How close could this matchup be against Atlanta FaZe?
I mean, if FaZe play a hardpoint like that, it could be seriously good for the side of Surge. But of course, Search and Destroy is going to be an issue because they were very, very clean on that mode. It has to be said. But Atlanta FaZe, we just need to see a bit more consistency, and they should be good.
And aLLeY, we got that Academy versus Royal Ravens. Guerrilla Academy, can they knock Ravens out early?
Absolutely. I think they absolutely can with the way they're looking. Their hard point's incredible.
And as we take a look here at Group B, aLLeY, give me the breakdown. We got Boston Breach, we got Elevate 2-2. That bottom score is in. Thieves were able to complete the reverse sweep over Vegas Legion.
Well, I want to talk about the Breach and Elevate one. If you're not up to date, they're doing the same thing LAG Academy did. They've won both the hard points in this series and heading into a Game 5 right now.
And it's 2-1 in that Game 5. Elevate is currently up. This is getting spicy, Puckett.
Reminder, you can catch all the action all weekend long right here on twitch.tv, where we have the brand new command center up and running. Click on the command center and you can swap between Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, and Delta. And let me tell you, if you haven't been using this thing yet, you need to put it to use right now, because you just missed a banger of a Game 5 on one of our other streams. And the good news is production loves you. I love you. We're going to play it right now. This was the conclusion. LA Thieves going up against the Vegas Legion to kick off their tournament in Group D.
Hotel kick things off, and bid map pressure already starting to come out from Vegas Legion, but Drazah is the one to draw first.
Kenny, he just reads Clayster right through the wall, takes some shots, and it pays off. Now needs to dolphin dive across and does so. But Temp, 28 HP. Gonna have to try to hold on to his life. 3v2 in advantage of the LA Thieves, but still plenty of time to play with, and ProLuke trying to work through on the flank.
ProLuke's flank is going to take a while to enact here, so Temp just kind of needs to play safe and sound for the next 20 seconds or so while his teammate comes to help him on out. Bomb will go down while all that does happen, but now ProLuke is ready to go. It's time to activate the sleeper agent. PaulEhx will not be sleeping for much longer. The shots do go into Octane. It's not going to be a kill just yet. That nade towards bedroom gets caught by a trophy. And PaulEhx has actually just traversed the map. I don't know if they're aware of this one just yet. Now they most certainly are. Kenny will butt heads with him. Now 25 seconds left.
They could work this, but PaulEhx, you feel like he's still got to find Octane down low, but Octane's good up close with the tech. And now it's all down to one. Oh, it's almost a 180 snap, but it will not happen. The re-wrap and the flank is good, and the Thieves will strike first here on the attack.
Oh, I thought for a second there.
It looked like
Envoy's POV. It did look like it, didn't it? Happened to Clayster in the last bout. I'm sorry, Clay. I won't bring it up again, I promise. But goodness me. Great start coming out from Thieves. They managed to win out on those initial trades, getting the bomb down. Good attempt from Vegas Legion, though, to be fair. PaulEhx bided his time on that flank, but it won't work out in the end. So LA Thieves, as we said, starting this one with that 1-0 lead. Mid-map pressure has been a boon of success, I think, for a multitude of teams here in the CDL and in Challengers so far today. Seeing that pressure already starting to come on through. Temp taking Drazah out from the middle of the map, but now look at this. Restaurant presence coming through from LA Thieves. They've got a couple of players in the freezer.
And Envoy's got everyone right in front of him. The stun is perfect, though. It's going to stop them from flooding through, and Kenny is now allowed to clean up, too. Envoy's still here to reinforce, and all of a sudden, the push just comes to a halt. Temp needs to try to get something done. It's just a three-man hit. LA looking to just run over Vegas here early in these rounds. And now this would be a technical 1v3 for Clayster. Now 1v2, but can't find the second.
Yeah, really well played. I think it was just that early play right in the round from LA Thieves that did make all the difference there. You know, they positioned themselves well. They read exactly what Vegas Legion were doing, despite, by the way, being first blooded. Just switching things out with the presence in towards Freezer. And that was great. I know you appreciate that one, Austin, the little stun and Semtex play. I know you play a lot of S&D. I know you love that one.
I do. And I mean, stuns in this game, like, as much as people talk about the flashes and how they're not in play, like, the stuns lock you down and you're unable to move your gun and sway it anywhere. So it really is just a heads-up play, right? You don't need to take the chow, use your utility, and you got Kenny to back you up. So there's a lot of that trust, a lot of that teamwork. It's almost like this team has won a world championship in the past. But let's see if they can continue to keep the ball rolling. 2-0 start so far. It's been great. It's been strong. But you need a response. But Clayster is not the one to find it. He falls here for first blood.
That's a gutting first blood as well. LA Thieves have now entrenched themselves in the bottom bedroom side. They're taking bombs in the middle of the map. This is a huge risk, especially as PaulEhx is located there. But the risk has been averted, or rather squashed, as Drazah takes out PaulEhx from that position. And now LA Thieves, they have to pick of the crop as to where they want to go, and they don't even get the bomb down. Look at that from LA Thieves, just fly through the middle of the map. And the way they're looking at the moment, we were talking about momentum, we were talking about confidence. It feels like LA Thieves have it in droves, especially when you got players like Envoy doing this.
Exactly. Like, I mean, this is looking exactly like what we saw out of TJ, just kind of running rampant around the map, just finding kills, making plays on the fly, and being able to adapt on the fly as well. But I mean, Vegas just have not really had any kind of way to stop this push from coming through aggressively. And much as I talked about kind of spreading the map on offense, that has not been the case whatsoever. It's been more about just flooding to one side. And it has been working out, using numbers to their advantage. But how about this? Three-man hit right through mid. The stun check will be able to at least lock them down for a second. And Vegas look to be playing a little bit more patient here off the rip, trying to work a pick.
And to be fair, I think that's all you really need to do, right? Lock them down for a second, stop Vegas Legion at the yard line. But I think stopping them might be too much at the moment. Envoy going to get that one kill on towards TJ Halley. That'll be the cruise missile earned. But now Envoy needs to do more than that. To 1 versus 3. Bomb down. I would say this is one of those good luck, have fun moments, Austin, that we say, you know, impossible situation. But Envoy, knowing him, never really out of it until the fat lady sings. And, well, there you go. The notes are on the board. It's going to be Vegas Legion also on the board.
I like that. First blood. And I mean, you kind of needed it, like you said, just try to slow it down a little bit, figure out where the hits are coming through. It's a three-man hit right through mid for the Thieves, but, you know, like Vegas isn't trying to go for any kind of a fast plan. They're not vulnerable. They're just holding that iron sight and trying to wait for the kills to come to them. And luckily, they're able to convert after the first blood. So 6-1 for Envoy. Of course, we can see it. He does have the cruise missile. It is valuable when you're in and around that A site. Isn't the most open map per se, but you'll certainly take it for at least the information. And now we'll see if Vegas can start to mount some rounds together.
Feels like a 2-2 split from LA Thieves right off the start of this one. Showing a lot of face over towards Restaurant. Perhaps making Vegas Legion think that this might be a B hit, but they're not falling for it just yet. And here's that information that you wanted to see, right? Envoy knows that he's probably not going to get much of this at all. If anything, he's going to drive players inside bedroom and towards the kitchen. He's not going to get anything, but as we said, it's all going to be before that information, Austin.
And Drazah has been able to get himself to the back here. He's going to find Temp for first blood. Has an AR to try to pick up if he wants to, but look at where this leaves Prelude. I mean, he's got to try to worry about a push on two fronts, and they still have no idea if he's inside, but they will be able to check everything. Make sure you check your corners, ladies and gents. That's what the Thieves do. TJ Howley trying to get one back. Nade over the top, not going to do it. The push comes to him, and now Clayster left alone in a 1v4.
Oh, okay. Well, Clayster, just before falling, did get a double nade through. If he survives that, it would have been a realistic prospect, but no. LA Thieves there working off that, and yeah, it was just a little too much to handle, I think, for Las Vegas Legion on the defensive side. That information from Envoy was pivotal to allowing the push from Drazah in behind to come on through. LA Thieves regaining their confidence once again. Things just looking so good for them, and what a game it has been for players like Envoy. 8-1, really showing up here in game number 5.
And it really does just feel like maybe the Thieves were a little bit cold, were a little bit sloppy. Now that they've gotten deep into the series, well, they're starting to take over. That's for sure. Vegas cannot afford to give over any more rounds, and that is not a great start. Drazah just picked apart 2 of the Vegas members. Prelude and Clayster, see you later.
And now it's down to Temp. 1 versus 4 situation. This is one of those times where I will say good luck, have fun. He will pick up the first kill against Envoy, and he should have the freedom to get away. Would have been able to get across there, to be fair, with Kenny throwing that nade out, but now not so much. The stun comes through from Kenny. Kenny is being a little bit naughty on those stairs. Temp doesn't care, though. He's still standing, at least for the moment. Elton John would be proud. Kenny has actually managed to find his way through, but there's a stun check, and there's the finality kill as well. LA Thieves, they're not quite flawless, but they're pretty damn close to it. 5-1 in this S&D. Well, Austin, LA Thieves looking hot.
They are looking hot, and it's coming off the back end of a lot of these first bloods. I mean, that was the difference that we just did not see when we were watching over Fortress. I mean, the Thieves were the ones getting constantly blooded. They were letting kind of, those gaps, those holes get through in their setup. That's how TJ was finding so much success. He has not found any success. In fact, he's sitting on a donut here still and has a chance to drop 0-7 here. We'll see if he can maybe finally get on the board. You really need it now more than ever, as Vegas would have to find 5 rounds in a row.
And we're already drawing that first blood. There is that flank coming on through from Vegas Legion, but it needs to happen a lot faster than this, and it's just not fast enough. TJ Howley, hate to say it, hasn't dropped a kill so far in this game. It would be a good time to go off, but in a 1 versus 4 situation, Austin, things not looking so hot. There's the first kill. Looking for the second. Surely he's done and dusted, and he will. It's time to get the broomsticks off the utility belt, boys. LA Thieves, it's a reverse sweep.
Oh, Vegas so good in that second map, but don't have what it takes here in the final map. The LA boys, they are warm, they are hot. And they run away with this final map number 4.
One of the hardest kills right now in the lobby, and he doesn't get anything for it. Neptune walks away victorious yet again. Finally will drop, but the damage is done. First team to cross 200. It is the Guerrillas, just 40 points away.
Yes, indeed. And again, they know where the flood is coming in through the back kitchen area. So aBeZy able to again to open up the site, and Hollow with that slow attack in his hand. Right those long-range engagements, and aRSity's does win it, but it's just the trades right now for Decimate to break on in. Their breaks are looking phenomenal, and iLLeY is not stopping down. He's currently on a 5 streak.
These breaks are coming so late for Decimate, but you need it now more than ever. It's about a 20-point game here, and iLLeY's on 6 in a row. He's got 24 kills to his name, earns the streak. The cruise missile could be devastating for Guerrillas, and I think the positive swing here, Ellen, is that Guerrillas don't have a lot of slang outside of Neptune. It's really been Neptune and aRSity's on swings, but that's about it. Decimate Gaming have a real chance here to pull this game out.
Yes, they do, and they have to stop iLLeY, and they did finally, but not before I believe he earned those streaks, and now TwoReal's going to look to try to break through Couch's LAG. They do have control over the hill, but the break, you see Decimate slows it down to get set up. It looks like they're waiting for Mack to get into position, but Hook takes him out.
It's come to a crawl, but a challenge to the bedroom, and TwoReal gets it yet again. aRSity's will see you on respawn. The hold from Guerrillas, no contest. Here comes the push from Decimate. They need 4 wipe, and they don't have it just as of yet. Hollow finds one. They collapse. Everybody trading. Finally, aRSity's get something. The picks are there, but I don't know if it's enough. Huke's still alive around the bar. It's pressure. It's challenges. It's wins. Hollow and iLLeY for 2. They hold on finally in this point, but it's not over yet. You can't win here if you're Guerrillas. We will see another hill.
Yes, indeed we will, and already set up and waiting. It is Neptune, so this is going to be a huge one if you're Hollow, but he does have TwoReal there with him, as well as Spart on the other side. So that was huge for Hollow to take down Neptune, and now they have to worry about Spart. So Decimate Gaming looking good to maybe potentially win it here if they continue to hold on.
You need 1 wipe. I mean, you still do kind of have a streak, right? But available to you are stuns and nades, and that's what you're going to need to take down aRSity's in the front subs of Guerrillas. You hold this here off 1 more wipe, you probably win this game, and Mack finds a double kill. This is what you want from Decimate Gaming. Hook through the side. He has numbers for Guerrillas. It's the close spawns and the push, but Mack gets both. He's on 7 in a row. The collapse from Guerrillas. They find the wipe. They get onto the point, and they're 10 seconds away from the win.
Yes, it's really only up to iLLeY here right now, and aRSity's does take him down, so they can potentially stop the bleeding, but they have to go now. They can't let any second go. They have to go in. They have to flood, and Mack uses the streaks, but I'm not sure if the investment was worth it. LAG win the game, and my God, if we're starting off like that, Spaceman, this is going to be one hell of a series.
250 to 233. Mack with a massive 2-piece, but the resolve...
Let's get this one going again. It's time for our third matchup of the day, and it's gonna be a good one. We have had 2 Game 5 so far, and this one ain't gonna disappoint. 2 new teams coming to the stage, and the first one coming from the north, looking to give their opponent chills. It's Minnesota. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for the Minnesota Røkkr. We got Cammy, Bance, Afro, and the man himself attached. It's the Minnesota Røkkr.
Coming off of a hot 3-0, they didn't waste any time versus the Challengers team. This is the #1 seed coming into Major 1, and I'm looking at that man in the back. That's Afro. The guy is surrounded by vets, and he has been taking over with the SMG in an AR's world. I'm hoping Røkkr can continue it. Let's see what the other team has to say, Blaze.
Yeah, Røkkr came out hot for sure, but this other team has been making a hot run. Coming from the concrete jungle out in New York, staying clear, because here come your Subliners. Stomping to the stage, here comes your New York Subliners. Give it up for Priestahh, KiSMET, Skyz, and HyDra, your New York Subliners.
The New York Subliners also coming out off a hot 3-0 of their own against LAG, and I'm looking at the superstar right now in this squad in Priestahh, going up against his old team in Minnesota Rockers, rocking a 1.59 overall heading into this series. I expect that to double. Let's head into this match, Blaze.
I'm ready to get into this series. Riley, I know you're ready to get into the series, and we got 2 awesome casters for this New York matchup. It's Studdy and Lando.
Oh, thank you so much, Blaze. So kind of you. Yes, indeed. We got our next game up here on the Alpha Station. And, buddy, we have got a great, great series. It's for #1 seed of Alpha. You're also talking about the bracket stage as well. Minnesota, New York. It's your New York boys. They're actually looking good right now.
This is about to be a banger of a series. Obviously, the first qualifying match we have of the entire weekend. Whoever walks away with this is going to be the #1 seed going forward. So, just the way that both of these squads have played, we casted that match for New York versus LAG.
That was quick.
Was not close at all. And Minnesota, they do exactly what they need to do as the #1 seed coming into the tournament, taking care of that challenger team as well in a 3-0.
Yeah, like I said, both teams coming off of a great little 3-0 victory. Their first opportunity to have a little bit of main stage action. Let's go and take a look at our maps and modes presented by GMC Hummer EV. We're starting things off on a good old Fortress hardpoint, followed up by an Embassy S&D. Fortress control for the swing mode, and we've got a 2-night stay to close out this bad boy on Hotel. The question remains, can we get to that Game 5
And Jay, I'll toss it to you. You think this one has the ability to go the distance, or is it more of a one-sided affair?
Without question, this match has the ability to go all the way to a Game 5, especially if there's a couple fortresses going around for NYSL. They really do love that close-range map. They're currently undefeated on Force Control, winning it at a 3-0 in their last series versus LNG, 3-0 in the season. They're winning offensive rounds, like with ease. Like, this is going to be a very scary match. We know Minnesota Røkkr are dominant at the 2-3-5. They're currently undefeated in control, so the fact that they don't have that aLLeY in the back pocket, I'm wondering how their fortress is going to be.
Yeah, you and I were wondering. We're like, when it comes down to the swing mode, very well could be the defining moment of this series. Are we going to see a hotel? Because it feels like, for Røkkr, been strong on aLLeY. For the other side, you've been very strong when it comes down to Fortress. However, Minnesota Røkkr says, you know what? We feel like we can handle the pressure. We feel like we have the ability to handle players like HyDra, which brings me to my next question for you, buddy. What's the matchup in this one?
Oh, there's no question.
What's the head-to-head?
The matchup is definitely Afro versus HyDra. That S&D battle between both of those top 5 players in that role is going to be an absolute show, man. Afro, we know what he's capable of. He's been dominating since the beginning of this game. He's bailed out Minnesota in a couple situations just by the way that he plays with that BaZnev. And on the opposite side for HyDra, that guy's just a man on a mission. He was running that BaZnev early for this squad, even when the M4 was the meta, the only guy running around with that weapon. Now that the meta changed, you got a couple TAC 56s around the map. We've seen Priestahh, we've seen Skyz step up their game, but it's also elevated the SMG play from both of these squads.
Well, it's really funny, man, because I remember back, first year of the CDL when Challengers was first a thing, and I remember the biggest battle in EU was Afro versus HyDra. And now years later, we find ourselves in MW2, and you've got these two guys headlining franchises in the CDL. We talk so often about Challengers, their impact. It has absolutely been the case. We talk about the Minnesota franchise, and the same thing here for New York. Excited to get this matchup underway. And I know we're talking about a few different storylines in this one. I know you've had a few revenge games of your own, but I'm excited to see Priestahh versus Minnesota. I almost said New York, just because I'm so familiar with the roles in terms of how prior teams and stuff like that. But first time Priestahh facing off against the Røkkr since the first year of the CDL. It's weird.
That's going to be exciting, man. Revenge games are always really scary because when you drop a player, for some reason, he gets some extra fire underneath his belt. Like, his chair is probably in flames right now. He cannot wait for this match to start. See the support right there from that young man, rocking that Minnesota Røkkr t-shirt, looking pretty damn good.
He does look nice. He does look nice. I need to find one of my own. I mean, I'll tell you what, man. If any franchise are interested, toss some merch over. I will absolutely rep it. We did that with Toronto earlier. I need to head over to the merch booth at some point, but excited to get this matchup underway. Some final words being distributed from the coaches. New coaching staff for New York Subliners, by the way, coming into this matchup. Very first time on the main stage, and well, you see Coach Cinder barking out the orders, D-Real maybe giving a few high fives, some rubbing of the shoulders, getting ready for our opening hardpoint. Where are we headed, by the way?
We are heading to that Fortress hardpoint to start us off. It's not been good on the season for New York. Even though they do like the close range maps, they're currently sitting at 0-2, and then going up against Minnesota on this map, who are currently 2-0. Okay. Minnesota, we know that they tend to struggle in opening hardpoints. They have not been a pro team yet in an opening hardpoint. They got it done earlier versus the Challenger squad, but it's a totally different playing field when you're playing against some of the best.
Yeah, we've talked about it a lot. You do have the a few members on this Minnesota team. Previously, you have Toronto. What was the old Toronto team synonymous for? Not winning hardpoints, but looking very good in Search and Destroy. Biggest part about this Røkkr team, really for both of these rosters, is on if they can improve upon the prior issues that they had in the last season. Both teams trying to start their MW2 year off right. I tell you what, man, an early spot in the bracket would absolutely do the trick. If you take a look at Fortress Hardpoint, our very first one of the series, New York versus Minnesota. It's going to be a fun one. The first time these rosters, these franchises have met up in this title. And this one is sure to deliver, buddy. It's going to be a good one.
It's going to be an absolute banger. Here we go. Minnesota going to be the team starting on the bad side. So NYSL should be able to start off with some minutes of time. Push is going to be double push out through top maps. Nades come out, tacks come out, everything is flying, but that's going to be New York winning a couple gunfights, taking a little bit more map control. Now going to try to force Minnesota to be trapped into the back.
See if Minnesota can manage to do much. As we talked about on the non-preferred side off the start, New York gonna place themselves inside of bottom maps. HyDra trying to get all kinds of dicey. He was in that part of the map versus LAG for what felt like a lifetime. Thankfully for Minnesota, they're able to wipe them away, but based off the scorecard. 20 unanswered points so far for New York. It's Minnesota trying to make some plays from the backside of the spawns. Number 4 and Cammy could be the guy to do it.
Yeah, Cammy's already hit a great route to push through that stage side. He's able to find a kill as well. So now the spawns are going to flip for Minnesota. New York, not exactly how you want to play it. And Bance finds through at the bottom arc. You're able to get them off of that remaining 5 seconds, but Minnesota, we're thinking big picture. They are winning the rotation battle. All you have to do is just pre-aim up, hold your irons down. You should be able to take this lead.
Should be able to do it nicely. A little team kill comes in for New York, so they're going to have to wait a little bit before they decide to rush on in toward P2. To the gallows we go. Minnesota in firm control. Cammy doing a great job of watching one angle. Skyz, however, comes away with 2. The dolphin dive and nearly the 3rd. Does enough of a dent to make this one competitive still, and it's KiSMET to dolphin dive, has to catch the nade, and back and forth we go. It looks like for a moment, New York had control, but Cammy fires away with 2.
And now if you're New York, just cut your losses. We know how much of a money hill this P3 can be. So let's just fully set up around arch, hold your double archway, hold that single door, and hold your top maps. So you could potentially hold this down for a full 60. Now Minnesota have to try to execute this break. It looks like the pressure is gonna go through front arch. You're just gonna try to attack the single guy that's watching the front. Priestahh, your job is to simply just stay alive before that hill pops. You do not want to spawn all the way across the map. And unfortunately, he drops, and this might be the opening for Minnesota.
Very well could be. Minnesota, the biggest issue in hard points so far has been their breaking. That's not going to be put to the test in one of the more difficult hard points here in MW2 and on Fortress specifically. And really, Jay, that's going to be the door slammed right in their face. And YSL decided to rotate a few players over to the middle side of the map, and really it's Skyz soaking up some time, and it is sunny skies so far here on Fortress. Not a problem in the world. This is all the makings of a full 60, unless Minnesota can make a last-ditch effort to try to break this.
Yeah, this is going to be the last push from Minnesota. They know that the rotation is going to be over towards Art. Big kill coming in from Cammy to take down KiSMET as he was able to sneak his way on through, but New York are looking like they're going to be able to take the lead right on back. HyDra going to be the player pushing through single arch. HyDra wins that huge gunfight versus Afro. Going to go for the challenge on attach, cannot pick it up. But New York right now take the lead. What a belly spot right there from KiSMET.
And quite a few players go for that nice little dolphin dive across the way. Apparently you can actually make it to both buildings. I will never be able to do that, unfortunately, Jay. My fingers are not as good as they used to be. My thumbs, well, they've seen better days. But here we are into P4. To the cannons we go. It's been a battle of rotations. It's been a battle so far of lockdown holds. Priestahh, by the way, how about his start? And in general, Jay, it feels like he's been one of the brightest points for New York. After the slow week #1, things start to turn around, and a lot of people were looking at Priestahh's performance.
Oh yeah, without question, Priestahh is the guy that can change the way that you think about this New York Subliners team. But you also have KiSMET you got to worry about. Mr. Do-It-All, currently with 25 seconds on a 4-3, sitting at 13 and 5. New York, they get the break. They control the spawns. Now the final 20 should be theirs. You're going to force Minnesota early off this rotation towards Blacksmith, but this positioning of HyDra causes this issue.
That's what I'm saying, man. Like, we talked about it earlier versus LAG. He is just a problem to deal with. I mean, if KiSMET's winning his gunfights in the middle side of the map, you have HyDra placed at times toward bottom maps. It is going to be a headache and a half if you are the Minnesota Røkkr. But to P5 we go, NYSL with a slim advantage. However, on Fortress, you got to think it's a little bit more mighty than that. Early time granted for the Røkkr. HyDra dashes on in. He eventually does get evaporated. And Priestahh able to find an opening. Now 13 and 6. Clearing the way with attack. 40 seconds to fight for.
Big kills from Priestahh and Skyz right there. To take that player off that point, get the gunfight in towards Stables. Even though they're not getting any time, they're doing a great job of just trapping Minnesota in towards the back. They're currently in control of the map and in control of the game. Final 25 at Blacksmith. Attacks is able to take down Skyz, so Minnesota are able to get on that time, but you see KiSMET with that repositioning towards top art. He wants to control this side of the map. He knows how impactful that P1 to P2 chain can be, but Minnesota, with this final 10, should be able to take the lead right on back.
Yeah, nice little head-to-head battle. As we said here on Fortress, a lot of different emphasis, a lot of different things to think about. We talked about the SMG battle between Minnesota and New York. We're also talking about that man in Priestahh trying to guide his boys to a bit of a revenge match versus his old roster. To P1 we go. 45 seconds to play for. And how about that? Another lead change.
Lead change right now, but New York, they're in control of where they need to be. Let's step aside. Let's get to the comms with the New York boys.
Someone get time. Someone's get stage. Get these stage. Get stage. One's behind us, I think.
Top green's going front green.
Top rocks and attach stage. Check stage.
I'm helping you.
I can get our mid pitches.
I'm gonna go side green. Have your front. Have your front drop.
Tatsu's probably open, low-key. He could be open right now.
Another one truck.
Close push out. He's front. You're good. Take your time.
Cammy was there. Close.
Both got me.
Okay, I'm gonna go top green and look at this guy.
Yeah,
He just want to bully front.
One's ult. He's on the truck, I think, or something. I just saw him on the
I don't see
deck.
him top.
He's ult. 100% ult. He wanted
Okay, hear that. I'm nading it.
Nothing close.
Ready for green.
He's a trophy. I don't see him.
Still from green.
Okay, I'm looking for it.
Stab here.
I'm just living top
He's
row.
front green. Watch out. He ran away.
I stunned it.
Where did he go?
I'm ignoring him.
No, he's front green. Dead.
I stunned
I
him.
got him.
Nice shit. I'm going to hell. You want to challenge shit?
I'm at the back.
You should hit close with the
I'm trying.
Yeah,
Get the back, get the back, get the back.
2, 1.
Link that,
I'm looking over last guy.
Well, a great little check-in there with New York as we were able to listen to a bit of their early entry into this hard point. I mean, 2 weeks ago, we were saying the comms were broken, the communication is chalk for New York, but there you hear all 4 voices fiery as ever. But now let's head to the other side of the stage. Quick listening with Røkkr.
Come out. One shot. He's very. Yeah, it's fine. Get front. I've got
go front.
Yo, he's got gate. I think interesting.
Wait, can you get time? Get time with the trophy.
I never on left. Go left. Get left, Cam.
Get time.
Somebody say one shot. One shot, and then no one's got left. Oh, he's already back left.
Now, man. Kiss.
He's on
On the statue.
Lay down, Cam.
Yeah.
Let's just go back. He's got like he's below flat somewhere.
Back right plat.
Yeah, bomb. Nice one, mate.
I gotta try and break this.
Yeah.
Front.
What could be a map again?
Picking off time.
Let's see him top. Yeah. They left you.
Maps, low right's open.
No, stop maps. Third map.
Let's
Alright, one's getting up P1. He's
already back P4. Priestahh's already back P4.
Listen, we can easily do this. Just pick P4 here.
I'm gonna get your top down.
P4, man.
Old kids.
In new Priestahh. He's 1 off a streak.
Even with Minnesota giving up that break right off the rip of that P3, you can still tell how calm, cool, and collected they are. Always led by Bance, a guy that does breathing exercises on a daily. Find themselves currently down by 60 points, but this rotation is big. New York puts themselves in a great position, winning a majority of these gunfights. The chow comes in for Priestahh. Last player closest to the point is going to be attached, but New York have blown this game wide open with that P2 to P3 chain.
And how about P-Dog? He's pulling out every gun in the arsenal. The Bance have in hand. Why? Because he probably ran out of ammo with the tack. Eventually ends his spree of 7 in a row. But right now, it is the Subliners off to a healthy advantage, nearing ever closer to the double century mark. It's still a battle. It is still a quite mixy fight for the bottom side of cannons and a much-needed break at that. We're talking about different stats, right? Priestahh playing well. On the other side, Jay, a guy that we were highlighting in Afro, 12 and 25. Not what you need from this guy, and especially on a map like this.
Yeah, kind of having a slow start is going to be Afro, but the game is far from over. You know how hardpoint is going to be played in this game. You don't really have to put up the best stats, and you can still close out maps. After trades going back and forth, Minnesota able to come out on top. Attached currently on a 5 spree. So he can pick up that airstrike. That could be so crucial. Going towards this Blacksmith Hill, the spawns also flip, so Minnesota are going to be the team on the initial time. Currently down by 40 points. They need a lot to get back into this game. And New York, at least they take control of stage for now. You have to play your tight corners, try to win these gunfights, but nope. KiSMET and HyDra, they strike, and they're able to get the break.
That's the problem with this hill, man. It's like it's just out in the open. You're subject to so many different angles. New York, they piece them apart, and from there, it's HyDra getting in his place of comfort. Eventually falls, but it's Priestahh for the trades again. This guy is on one. Trying to take down his former roster, and right now he is sporting probably the best KD, the best stats right now in the lobby. 30 more to go for New York. Minnesota still a very large hill to climb, but doing what they have to, as here comes the spree. Nice little issue in the side as Priestahh rocks out the streak, trying to make life difficult for Røkkr as we reset.
We reset, but now it's a lot more difficult of a task for Minnesota. They're going to be trapped in towards the back. It's only 30 seconds left. Trying to YSL to close out map number 1. Minnesota trying to break it out through statue. Fortunately, trades going back and forth. The last player up is going to be Afro. He wins a huge gunfight onto Skyz. The nade does connect onto HyDra, but you got to get him off this time. They're getting closer and closer to game point.
And they're we have it. 2 more go down. Another issue, another problem that Røkkr has to deal with. They're low on man count, they're low on numbers, and they are getting picked apart again. Another 3 down in defeat and less than 10 to go. New York on their way to an early hardpoint victory, and there it is. Commanding as ever. They take Fortress hardpoint, now up 1-0.
New York just came out swinging, man. It was a very close game at the end of the first rotation of hard points, but once we got to that second rotation, it was all about that P2 to P3 change. You saw Minnesota initially with the P2 time, but then they allowed Envoy itself to execute that break with about 35 seconds left. They got all that remaining time. You forced Minnesota to rotate over towards Statue Hill. And unfortunately, they all died before the hill even popped. They flipped immediately, and that was the turning point of the game. When you're able to chain 2 hills, especially on a map like Fortress, the game can start to get away from you. When you look at those stat lines from New York, Jesus Christ, everybody's positive, and that's a dominant way to start your series.
Like, if you were to tell me, yeah, HyDra, you know, he's gonna drop some numbers, but it's gonna be the worst of the team, I would have been like, oh, I think New York probably gets smoked. No, not at all the case. Priestahh 31 and 22. KiSMET was going off 33 and 20. You got 26 and 17 out of Skyz. It is an all-out slaying frenzy. I mean, man, New York keeping up with the track of being great in hardpoint in Minnesota. Another opening hardpoint loss, as you alluded to, coming into this.
And we saw New York actually come out today, even though it was a completely different series versus LAG. HyDra, he was kind of starting slow. Everyone else was stepping up. If HyDra's going to be the guy that's only going +1, everyone is at +10, this team is going to be very difficult to deal with, because you can tell the confidence they're playing with. The communication is on point. You're hearing HyDra give the comms. Last week in the first week of qualifiers, it was a 3-man comm show, but HyDra has really stepped up for this team. And when you win that opening hard point, confidence is only going to continue to rise. Now we have a search and destroy where Minnesota usually do respond.
Yeah, I want to talk about the search and destroy, but like, what do you feel like actually is the difference? Like, I don't know if you feel like it's just straight up slang. I know you talked about the comms a little bit, but I mean, in comparison to how they started off week number 1, people were already calling for a roster change. They go 1-6 in maps. Since then, I believe they are 10-2 in total maps after that opening hardpoint victory. What do you feel like really is the biggest difference that this team has made?
It has to be the meta change. The meta change has done wonders for this team. They don't have to think about 4 M4s on the map anymore and potentially 1 Vaznev if someone decides to change their weapon. Now you have 2 players who are running that TAC 56. You're allowing your SMG players to be SMGs. KiSMET to always put on that pressure. HyDra to always find that opening 2-piece. Ever since that meta change has changed, this squad is a completely different team. So if New York are going to continue to ride this wave with this new meta, it's only going to get better and better for this squad.
Yeah, absolutely. They look to be in a good spot, at least right now. 2 very commanding hard points for them. 1 versus LAG, and now the opener here versus Minnesota. Guy we got to talk about, man. Slow hard point performance. We talked about it all last year, right? Unbelievable stats online for the London Royal Ravens. Not great performances on land last season, that being for Afro. I know they had the opening victory. It is on the side stage, but it does make you wonder. Like, you got to see this guy perform better in this SD as the series progresses, because again, he's their guy. He's like the ace in their hands.
Yeah, but at least they got the search and destroy, and this is pretty much a bread and butter for this Minnesota Røkkr squad. They're number 1 in S&D round win percentage at 61%. They're getting first blood about 62% of the time. Whenever they find that first blood, it's a 90% win rate in every round. So if you are New York, just simply don't get picked off. Don't give them the numbers advantage, and you should be in a great position.
A lot easier said than done. It feels like for New York, a team that just wants to go fast all the time. Non-stop action. We've been able to watch the Subliners a lot lately, and I don't know, man. It just feels like whenever teams are facing off against them in Search Destroy, things seem to work out when you slow down the pace. It's like an infectious play style. Like, when a team's playing fast to get you, you want to kind of mimic that same play style. We'll see if Minnesota will be smart enough to handle it. You see the faces a little disappointed after that opening hardpoint loss.
Yeah, definitely disappointed, but you've been in this situation multiple times so far this season. Every single time.
That's true.
At least in the online qualifiers, you lose map number 1. So they have nothing to be worried about here. This is just where they need to respond. Going into this Embassy Search and Destroy, New York actually have a better record than Minnesota do on this map. That's obviously because they played it a little bit more. 2-0 on the side of New York compared to 1-0 for Minnesota. And if you are New York, the way you have success is just slowly picking them apart. Do not give Minnesota the numbers advantage. They have a 76% win rate on defensive rounds, so you can get that bomb down and potentially walk away with one attacking round. Job already done for New York.
Well, as we fly in for Embassy Search Destroy game number 2, Jay, I mean, what should we look out for when it comes down to this map? The bomb sites, the strategies, etc. Lay down for me.
We know it's all about this cross. What information players can pick up right off the rip? It's going to be Priestahh, who was watching that cross. A nade does take him down off that position. So that allows a player to get crossed over towards that B bomb. Bomb is just instantly going to get planted for Minnesota. So now it's going to be a 4v4 retake. You do have a couple players working the flank for New York.
Oh, and Cammy, he gets found out. KiSMET hot on his heels. Takes down 2. The bomb does get planted in the meantime. However, Minnesota, they are low in numbers to try and defend this. HyDra and Co. making their way through the office. They know somebody has got to be looming. Somebody's got to be back here. In fact, it is attached. The retake is on. It's all on to Benjamin's Bance. And there you have it. New York, they allow for the easy plant over at B, but by no means were they eager to give that one up. They were hot on the retake. How about KiSMET for the early 2G?
That was just beautiful pressure. Obviously, Priestahh's the guy calling out the cross. Once that nade hits him right in the chest, you have to give up that positioning for a little bit, so the timing of them crossing towards that B-bomb might have been open, but KiSMET just works his way in towards top Embassy. Pretty sure he didn't even have that silence that round number 1.
Yeah.
Just non-stop aggression right there, finds that initial 2-piece towards top PD. And at that point, into 4v2, you clear out top, you know they have to be a player towards back hedges, and then eventually the guy that planted the bomb, he has to be fairly close towards that side.
Yeah, that's really what New York saving grace was last season, right? When they were able to figure out search, destroy, and a lot of it was at the hands of KiSMET. He was really the savior for this team last year. Opens things up in round 1, as we said, versus a star-studded Minnesota team in S&D. Skyz comes through hot with that sniper off the start. It's the LAB for Caesar, as they've got our first here in round 2. And that bomb, not far behind, dropped as they'll put it now in Paco's hands.
So now into 4v3. Bance, unfortunately, is gonna overextend on that challenge. Skyz lines 2 up, he spots the 3rd, so now the bomb is gonna be going down. 4v2 on the retake. 2 players that are gonna be playing in PD are just basically gonna be watching their back, as 40 seconds for Afro and attached to work with. Not an easy task, but they can definitely get the job done if they can find an opening kill here pretty soon.
Breach and cover, Afro. Well, he nearly turned on his own teammate. Trades do favor Minnesota, but still, current 1v2. Dead silence popped, and really, best of luck to Dylan Price. 20 seconds to go, 2 players to find, a bomb to defuse, but at least he's found the heals of 1 man. Who is it? It happens to be Skyz. 1 more to go, a quick dolphin dive, but this one should be all but over. HyDra just has to play the time. A well-sought effort from the Minnesota Røkkr, but Skyz causing problems off the start. KiSMET in round 1, and there it's Skyz in round 2.
Let's take a look at these shots again. You just spot a little bit of pixels right there onto Bance, creeping through that door. Great lineup right there from Skyz to find that initial 2-piece. Put him in a 4v2, you get the bomb down. Even though his guns get a little scary towards the very end. HyDra just plays the clock beautifully. New York, 2-0.
It's the first time for Skyz to be on the main stage, not in a Florida Mutineers jersey. It's got to feel a little strange for him, but we know how talented that he can be. He's got to be excited to be sporting the Big Apple now. As they toss out the recent pre-nades that we've actually learned on this map on Embassy. Trying to slow down the efforts over at the tennis court, but Afro, great job off the rip, and he takes 2 down, and instantly, man, it just feels like within 5 seconds, Minnesota now have an unbelievable chance of taking this, but Skyz still remains. Another sniper kill.
Now into 3v2 with 35 seconds to work with. This play is going to fall in the hands of Priestahh. He's the guy that finds himself in towards PD. Just trying to clear out towards the top. Fortunately, Bance is able to take down Skyz. Now all up to Priestahh. He sniffs out Cammy. So at least makes it a 1v2, but with only 20 seconds left, look at the positioning of Attach. He's just the safety net. Even if you take down Bance, Attach should put himself in a position to clutch it up, but you have to at least get towards that bomb. Priestahh's just ready for this gunfight.
Yeah, Priestahh, well, he takes the head off the snake. Now he's got Attach left to deal with, and there you have it, Minnesota. Finally able to get on the board, and really, man, this just feels like the way the strategy is going to be. Every round, somebody's just finding the 2-piece off the rip. I don't know whether for New York, this time it's for Afro. We can see it again? Surely we have to, right?
He just puts himself in a great position towards staircase doorway. Once you sit in that corner, both KiSMET and HyDra Try to set up that flank play once again, but the repositioning right there from Afro. Said you're not going to fool me twice with this play. Finds that initial two-piece. Get the bomb down towards B. You play your numbers correctly. You finally get one on the board.
See if they can add on to it. Cammy, well, no sniper, and instead it's to be the FaZe up close and personal. Toward the offices, toward PD. New York play things a little bit more stationary.
I love this play. So far from Minnesota, they take control of middle of the map and even attach nades to that white van just in case he can't get car bombed. But now his position is going to be known. Afro does spot in Priestahh. Fortunately, not able to pick up that kill, but so much map control right now from Minnesota are basically going to force New York to commit towards this A bomb.
Almost kind of handing it to him on a silver platter. Stun is out. Not sure if Cammy gets affected by it or not. As the tack versus the Vaznev, both players tagged up, but nobody has dropped as of yet. Priestahh repositions. Afro brought low, and it's KiSMET and HyDra left to clean things up. Great job there for New York. They were put in the backside early on. Able to dig themselves out of a very tricky situation. 20 seconds to work with. The Dashy knows where everybody is coming from, but not the timing. All on to Bance, a 1v4. He gets made quick work of, and there you have it. New York now up 3 rounds to 1.
And that's just great work right there from Priestahh to not give up that kill easily to Afro. Like, he repositioned himself in towards bottom PD. He still doesn't pick up the kill, but at least you know he's still in this position. They still are controlling the middle of the map, so we set up the pitch beautifully. A player just jumps out towards middle, you hit his tack, and you get that first blood. You find the second, then in the 4v2, I thought the bomb was going to go down towards A, but in that man advantage, you're able to spot both players, make it a 4v1. You don't even have to execute the bomb plant. As New York commanding 3-1 lead.
It's just great awareness, man, for Priestahh to know that like Afro really can't move. He's got Vaznev basically out in the middle of nowhere. But here we are into the next round. New York basically pull out the same strat. Let's put 2 players over toward the close office and see if Minnesota will gift us a first blood. A lot of noise, a lot of broken windows here on aBeZy. Not the way that I'm sure that was intended.
Priestahh gets a lot of information. He's able to at least spot 2 players. Attacks are going to come in, so Priestahh has to try to stay alive. The only player on this side of the map, he's able to find that first blood. Big kill from Priestahh. Bomb is going to be down towards Xbox. Still putting on shots out of the Afro, and then KiSMET also finds that second kill. So in the 4v2, Cammy's going to get picked apart, but with the shank, Afro at least finds one. Now in the 1v3.
Not an easy job, but thankfully he's got the arsenal to at least make it competitive. Bomb is out in the middle of nowhere. A tall task for Afro. Time's ticking away. See what he can do. Priestahh, awkward position, not gonna expect that. And how about New York through our first 5 rounds in a commanding 4-1 advantage? And as you said, man, this is a stacked Minnesota team. This is a franchise who has lived on Search and Destroy for the past 2 seasons. In New York, one of their issues last year was in this game mode. Right now, you see it. Everybody issuing out comms, aware of the strategies right now from Røkkr. Both teams now left to adjust.
And New York definitely did their homework. They said if we get first blooded, we're probably not going to win this round. That's 4 first bloods, so they're 4 rounds. The one round that they ended up getting first blooded is when Afro found that 2-piece, and that's the only round that Minnesota have won. But this time is a complete change in strategy. New York are going to be super aggressive over towards this B bomb. HyDra going to be the guy with that bomb in hand. Does try to get this bomb down on Skyz. Does find that LAP. He's going to get back down for now, but HyDra drops Bance with the first.
And that's such great coordination from Røkkr in that moment, right? Bance gets the information. Hey, we backed up the sniper. Now it's time to go for the challenge. Cuts HyDra off the bomb. They found their second. They found their third pick. Attach comes away with 2. They've got to know the man remaining. And Skyz is going to have that sniper out, and he gets dropped. Great adjustments coming in from Røkkr. And great comms all the way around to know when to challenge, when to bob your head up. And top ACs is really the biggest issue when it comes down to this map on attack.
Yeah, I think the biggest play right there was just hitting that nade onto Skyz. Even though he doesn't drop, he now has to reposition himself or take that cover. That is what eventually opens up that positioning for Bance to find that initial kill onto HyDra. And then Attach, just watching the cross, finds multiple kills through the middle of the map. Minnesota, stop the bleeding for now. now down 4-2.
As we said, it's all about the adjustments. First time these teams have played against each other, trying to figure things out. Realize the strats, realize the calls, typical plays. Cammy, he's pulled out basically every weapon so far in this SD. Now it's time for the tag. A 1 in 5 star. We'll see if he can get things going. That bomb's down nice and early. However, for New York, it is the first blood. So both teams with a bit of a positive off the rip and a bigger job still to do. 4 players from New York on the retake. The Dash snipped out the back. We'll see if HyDra can drop him. Great work from Afro to find one and really for a Dash to stay alive.
Oh, and Afro finds 2 through bottom orange. This is now going to open up that pitch for Bance. He's worked his way through back alley. He gets the sound of where one player is. Afro playing super confident right now. Unfortunately, tries to run out with the knife, and they can still have this defuse. It's going to be on Bance. He at least takes down the first. Cannot win the second.
Did he get it?
And I think Skyz got it. I think he got it.
Oh, he looks confident. He's handing out a fist bomb, and he's golden. There you have it. Afro rocks out the knife. And in that moment, there's still time. Oh, my goodness. Feels like you play a little bit more passive there. I mean, Bance, he has to go for the challenge on bomb. He's got a Vaznev out in the open. Skyz quick to react. Just a frustrating loss. The biggest problem for Røkkr is that you're not really in a position to make mistakes right now.
Not now, especially when you're down 5-2. That was a choke on the side of Minnesota Røkkr. If I'm Afro right there, you just probably go down towards bottom orange and just finesse a little bit more time off of that clock and allow Bance to be the safety net to at least eliminate that player off site, but just gave him his life for free and then killed Bance in the right time. New York at game point. This time Minnesota. They're gonna have 2 players playing over towards this A site. It's gonna be Bance, the aggressor. In through top PD, he at least finds the first through bottom bathroom. Now you have to get out with your life.
Bance having a nice time over in the stalls. Meanwhile, Skyz.
I see you.
There you are. Took him a minute. You could tell for a moment. He's like, wait, is it a player? If I shoot somebody, if I don't shoot at anybody there in that moment, it look kind of silly. Skyz 7-3 with the sniper at hand for the majority of this search destroy. He has been a menace. He's been the problem so far for Røkkr to deal with. Bomb still yet to be grabbed though.
And KiSMET, he did pop his dead silence, so he was able to finesse his way in towards the top kitchen. Thatch is also gonna pop his, but KiSMET at least is able to find one. Bance has worked his way all the way around the map, but unfortunately not able to pick up a kill. And that's gonna be New York taking a commanding 2-0 lead in the series. Great S&D play.
Phenomenal search and destroy out of the Subliners versus what appears to be one of the best teams in the mode in this game. A little shell-shocked, a little surprised on how fast that embassy comes to a close. Just like that, New York, they come out firing in the hard point and they bring that momentum here into the search and destroy. Our #1 seed finds themselves down 0-2 now.
And New York not making no mistakes. Like I said, they did their homework. They already won in that column of first bloods, 5-3. And even after getting first blooded this round, you even up and make it a 3v3. Once Skyz is able to find that shot onto Afro. But in that final round, the playmaker was KiSMET.
Yeah.
Pops that dead silence, runs to the middle of the map, finds his way into kitchen, finds not 1, but 2 kills. Bance worked all the way around the B site. He goes all the way around PD. When he gets back towards parking lot, unfortunately, he has nothing to show for it. New York commanding 2-0 lead, and they're playing so damn well right now, man. So damn well. This meta changed. Like I'm telling you, man, New York is diff.
They are different, dude. Like after week 1, everybody was ready to jump off the ship. We're like, okay, you know what? They don't have a leader. This isn't gonna be the team that we thought they were gonna be. See, they made a mistake. And then just like that, I know I've been calling out the map count lately since that week 1. I believe it's now 11-2 in total maps and a commanding advantage right now versus the Minnesota Røkkr and 1 map away from claiming our first seed into the bracket. We'll see if Røkkr can begin to rebound. A little bit of a refresher as we come back after the break. We are headed to some good old Fortress control. Stay with us.
The Call of Duty League is presented by the GMC Hummer EV Pickup, the world's first all-electric super truck. Upgrade your game with a Scump, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Howdy, friends, and welcome back to Major One here in Raleigh, North Carolina. We are having a blast so far to kick off some good old MW2 on land. Right now, it is the New York Subliners taking on the Minnesota Røkkr. We're in the midst of somewhat of a slugger fight, but Jay, you see it on stage right there. A nice little 2-0 victory for NYSL. These guys have been on a roll recently. Talk to the people out there. We've got some people starting to funnel into the main stage. What's been this series so far?
Oh, well, it hasn't really been close, man. That opening hardcore, New York were in control from start to finish, and even in the search and destroy, they did their homework. They did not get first blooded a majority of these rounds, and they closed it out in the 6-2. Now we're going into a control, which is going to be Fortress. I understand that Minnesota are currently undefeated in this map. I mean, not this map. Yeah, in the map and the mode. Yeah. They're currently sitting at 5-0 so far on the season, but you're going up against a hot New York team who really do love themselves some Fortress.
Oh, they love it, man. They absolutely love it. They can't get enough of Fortress control. In fact, they've won their last 3, making themselves, believe it or not, 3-0. There you go. Nice little stat. That's all you're going to get from me. But here we go into game number 3. We're already hot into this round, baby. New York starting things off on the attacking side. And well, Jay, I don't know how, but they've already found themselves at that B zone.
Yeah, they put a lot of pressure on the right side of the map. HyDra was able to sneak his way in through open side. And now that first 6 progression is already going to be complete. Great shot from Priestahh.
Okay.
Great shot from Priestahh to find 2. Last player up is going to be attached. Does he try to contest this B point? It looks like he's going to do just that, but already going to be done and dusted is his B point. 2 minutes and 18 seconds to work with if you're New York and you have so much map control to work with.
Well, my goodness, okay.
That's how you come out.
It's that kind of attack, I guess, for NYSL. How often do we see that? And I guess for Minnesota's sake, Jay, I mean, you and I had the cash. New York versus LAG. They were doing the same thing versus the Guerrillas. I thought, you know, coming into this matchup versus Røkkr, Minnesota not going to allow that to happen. But right now, the Subliners, a new level of confidence in these last few weeks, and a lot of it is coming in from this man, T-Dog, off to a 5-1 beginning, helping leading the charge right now for the roster. Eventually gets brought down, but 3 ticks to go on in the easier zone of the 2. Minute 30 on the clock. We'll see how New York looks to try to break out of this trap.
Yeah, New York are in the trap right now. Unfortunately, no kills are going in their favor. Yeah, full control of the map if you are Minnesota. Have to try to find an opening kill. Bance is still slaying in towards top maps. KiSMET eventually finds that trade. Now it's on to Attach. Attach is here. He's ready to go. In towards top maps. At least finds one before going down to Priestahh. Priestahh with great shots. Not able to pick up the kill on the Afro, but HyDra does find one as well. It's all about the finesse game in New York. They're able to find every single kill and now break out of that trap.
Priestahh just did everything right. They literally closed the door so he couldn't be killed. Excellent work for the NYSL and valuing their lives. Meanwhile, it's KiSMET trying to round the corner, had the opportunity there for the flank. Minnesota eventually sniffs him out. 2 fall quickly for Røkkr. Priestahh trying to make a play. Now the sub, for God's sakes, in his hands. Eventually does get wiped away. And there you have it for New York. Just trying to break through the setup, trying to get to the middle side of the map, and make their lives a little easier. But Røkkr's bought themselves some time. Less than 30 to go now.
7-6 in lives remaining. New York are able to find 2. 25 seconds remaining on this game. They're able to stop that clock. You have to slay up if you are Minnesota. Afro doing a great job of at least finding one. Cammy with that nade and with the kill. No more respawns for New York. A 4v2 left. 18 seconds left on the round. All left up to KiSMET and HyDra. Try to clutch this one up.
I don't know if he saw him. KiSMET makes his way around the back. It's now a 2 versus 3. HyDra, KiSMET together, but not gonna happen. Minnesota managed to clutch up on that A zone. NYSL started off so incredibly solid over at B. They get the early capture. But Minnesota locked things down, and it's Afro to find the final 2. Clutching up is Røkkr.
You're feeling great, though, if you're New York. To complete one entire segment done, now you're up by 3 ticks just in case it does go to that round number 5. Just have to hold strong on your defenses. Do not allow Minnesota to get back into this one by closing out one of these points. Now New York on the defensive side. Trophy system to work with for Minnesota allows them to get out a little bit more easy. But still, 2 kills in favor of New York. Make it 3. Last player up is Bance, and now Minnesota are in the trap.
And that's terrifying. If you're a Røkkr fan to already see that off the start, this could get ugly early. HyDra trying to apply some pressure. Great job from Afro to at least find one pick. He's the sole man alive right now as KiSMET eats them alive toward top maps. And really it is back to basics again for Minnesota. Trying to make their way through maps. They get sniffed out. We'll see what the strategy here is this time. 2 through gate, this time 2 in maps as well. And who knows, maybe they just found a lane.
They're able to sneak their way out towards A. HyDra still causing problems in towards bottom maps. Skyz spawns one player onto attacks. Now it's all left up to Afro, the only player out to spawn, and unfortunately he does get taken down. But with Bance finding that 2-piece, potentially be the push to now open up that right side, to overextend over towards this B point, because you have to at least get some segments done.
Do indeed. KiSMET, the player on the flank, does eventually get red. Røkkr, what do you do now? Do we try to go for B again? Do we instead decide to rotate over toward that A zone? Well, Cammy, he's leading the way. He and Bance, the old Toronto duo, trying to bring the boys together for one last good push at this A zone. Time's going to be halted, but only for a moment. Bance, the sole man over at A, trying to weather the storm, dodging nades, dodging bullets, dodging shots, but Skyz eventually there to wipe them away. Can they grab just one single segment? It looks like they did, but other than that, this round might be clean. Attach goes for the late game heroics. Just misses the buzzer beater. Regardless, New York only allowing 1 tick. That is great work on defense.
And I don't even think they allowed that 1
Did it not go through?
Because once Cammy dies right here, it's not going to be done and dusted. So now, potentially puts Minnesota down 3 segments. If you are New York, you have put yourself in the right position for this map. Even if you lose this attacking round, you just have to hold strong once again on defense. You can guarantee yourself that defense going into this round number 5. But now, on this attacking round, you got a couple trophy systems to work with. You can potentially push out towards the right side, and that's exactly what they're going to do.
Worked for them very well last time. See if it works out again. NYSL all out toward that B attack. HyDra trying to get going. I mean, to tell you what, man, he's not had a phenomenal series, but boy, have his teammates. And Skyz, they're having a great time over at this B zone, making it look easy. Eventually to fall back-to-back, go your ARs. Ready for what could be their ultimate demise at the gallows, but job done. 2 ticks at B. Like, Jay, it doesn't even look like we're playing Fortress right now.
Yeah, this is not easy what New York are doing. Don't get it twisted. Getting segments done on the attacking round, on Fortress control, is a very difficult task to get done. They are just doing something completely different. Already 2 segments done at this B point. Now this is gonna allow Priestahh to sit calm, cool, and collected on that segment. Trying to close this one out as he's the farthest player pushed up, but now it's HyDra. What can HyDra get done in towards top part? He has to find a couple kills to allow his teammates to get out.
Trying to open things up for the squad. Got a few picks. That's going to be 3 down. Quickly for Minnesota. They realize what the opportunity could be for them, continuing to cause some problems for the top side of the map. HyDra goes for the chow, eventually falls, but Priestahh still alive, still kicking on 2 in a row, and there you have it, putting that B zone to bed. Pop's dead silence, and all the meanwhile has added an extra minute to the clock. Tell you what, man, back-to-back B zone captures for NYSL. We've said they look great in hardpoint, they're looking better in search and destroy.
Oh!
And, well, I was gonna say they're looking better in control, maybe in the objective. Slang-wise, you know.
It's all right.
Not
Priestahh
perfect.
still got 18 kills on the map. Unfortunate gunfire right there versus Bance now puts New York in the trap. But job already done. You completed that B segment, now you're up by 6 segments. Basically guarantees yourself that defense as long as you catch up going into the next round, but this round is far from over. Skyz and KiSMET, they're able to get out towards the point. It's going to be KiSMET already on A. That's going to be 3 down. Minnesota, the last player up, is going to be Bance towards top art, but the stack is going to be in. Here comes the first segment.
Yeah, he can't even look. He can't even look at the point. New York have gotten an excellent crossfire established. Here comes Afro trying to make the play. Eventually does take down 1. KiSMET does have some teammate support, but now it falls all onto him. Gets foiled, gets fumbled. Minnesota, I mean, I tell you what, man, like, you're happy to wipe them off the point. This round looks to be yours, but you just look at what you've given up. that by no means is going to be great comms coming into this next round, knowing what you've just released to the opposition. 3 more players left to go. Attached, trying to lock things down and hold on for a moment. Hold on, New York. These 3 players are all in combination with each other. Afro is calling in for reinforcements. Bit of a slow moment, still 30 seconds to work with.
Yeah, you just got to hold strong right now if you're Minnesota. New York puts themselves in a great position if they can find that initial gunfight, but unfortunately, Cammy does take down Priestahh. Afro takes down Skyz. Now it's all left up to HyDra. We know he's a great player, but a 1v6 in control, not going to be easy to get it. Minnesota, clutch up on the defensive round. Now they just have to respond on the attacking round. Obviously, if they walk away by completing both segments or getting all the kills, they will be able to close out the map, but New York has put themselves in a great position. If they clutch up on this defense, guaranteeing themselves that defense going into round number 5.
I feel like I've asked you this question like 90 times so far. What is New York doing right? Like, what are they doing that's making Fortress Control look like it's offensive heavy?
Just literally when they're attacking towards B, their initial breakoff is beautiful. Like you have Skyz slow playing towards top corner window, he finds that initial gunfight. And then when you're that player on B, they're coming from open and close arches and then finding those initial kills. You cannot go lose a couple gunfights right off the rip of the round because that's when you allow a couple segments to get out of hand. As New York and Skyz find 2 off the rip, Minnesota do have a couple players out of the trap, but you have to just play your life if you're in this situation. Afro at least finds one before he gets taken down.
Back to the drawing board you go.
Oh, well,
Røkkr,
in the trap.
All 4 fall, and yep, just like that, you're back toward a pretty familiar spot when it comes into Fortress. Starting to get quite familiar with that right side of the map toward the spawn. It is a nice, it's pretty back there. At least you have some nice scenery to look at as you respawn 100 times. Priestahh, man. Takes those numbers now 23 and 16 as he hits the dirt. That could be another wave that of which Røkkr could build upon. KiSMET still trying to cause some issues for bottom maps. Røkkr maybe have finally found their opening, but
3 down.
20 seconds to work with. They instantly pivot over toward that A zone, so time will halt itself. A full-on capture at this A zone nets them an extra minute onto the clock. As now it's about surviving. Now it's about dodging the nades, setting up shop, placing down those trophies. This looks to be a successful hold already, Jay.
Yeah, they need every single segment if they can get it. That's going to be 3 down in defeat. You got to be careful if you are New York. Now you could potentially get put in a spawn trap even though you're on the defensive side. KiSMET does take down Afro. So now you have control of bottom R and top. But all out pressure from Minnesota pushing up the right side street. Just playing it nice and slow. They know that if they drop, they're going to potentially get put in that trap. Much rather just play your life instead of playing for these kills.
Yeah, both teams aware of put 3 or 4 down from the squad. This round could already be chalked. But it is going to be New York again for Priestahh. Okay. Putting in the work, takes down Cammy, takes down Bance, and now it's all on to attach the backside of the spawn. New York realize, hey, we've killed 3 players, who's left? Oh, it's going to be the back of the base. Good work from NYSL once more. Back on the prowl they go, back to the same spots that they've been in pretty much so far throughout this entirety of the round. KiSMET looks to handle business. There's 3 down. The last-ditch effort now coming in from Røkkr.
Bance finds 2. Bance can pick up this kill onto HyDra. That can be massive for Minnesota to potentially break out this back to the spawn. Bance does find an initial kill onto Priestahh. So as long as you're just playing your life, you're allowing your teammates to try to flood this through the front. Trades going back and forth. Now the pinch is going to come in from HyDra. At least one player from Minnesota is able to stop that clock, but it's only 15 seconds left. Every single segment is going to be complete, at least towards that A side, but New York are not going to give anything up easy at this beat point. Only 5 seconds and counting. New York are going to be able to hold strong on the defensive end. Unless Bance is able to do something, nope. And New York, they do great. Have at least given up just that 8 point. Still puts them in the lead in segments. Now they have defense going into round 5.
Yeah, and that's the scary part for Minnesota because, I mean, outside of the last portion of this round where you see Bance run to the objective, that was basically it. That's the only time they've really seen this B zone so far throughout this control. Røkkr, Strats, got to be at their best. 1 round away from losing 3-0 here to the Subliners. Comms have got to be on point without question. In the more disadvantageous position coming into this round 5, the odds stacked against them. But we'll see if they can bring it back. This opening engagement, Jay, it means everything.
You have these opening gunfights. So big for Minnesota. They're able to get over towards that single arch. Now putting a lot of pressure on towards B. The only player here is going to be Skyz. So initial 2 kills, initial 3 kills go in favor of Minnesota. The stack is going to come in. First segment already done. They're putting a lot of pressure on the map. New York do not know how to handle it.
The Subliners, they showed their hands. Minnesota knew exactly how many players were going to be over at the gallows. 1 player solely remains. That's going to be Bance. Can he fight 2? He does! How about Bance? Comes away with 4 in a row to start off this round. And Minnesota have been distant so far from this B zone. They come out in round 5 when they have to and grab it here to start things off. Now 2 minutes to work with. And boy, does this round feel that much more doable. Now here for Røkkr.
And they're already on the point. Cammy puts himself in towards the back of the truck. A couple wall bangs coming in from Skyz. Not able to pick up that kill, so the first segment is about to be complete. And Afro, he's not slowing down with the sub. He's able to find 3. 33 and 26 on a force free. The stack is gonna be here, 3 on it. New York has to go.
Gotta get here in time. That's the biggest part. They got everybody stacking. New York, can they jump in? Can they jump in? Bance the last player in, and yes, they will. New York sweat off the crowd for the moment. And the biggest concern for the Subliners is that you stare back up at the time remaining, and we've still got 2 minutes to play with. And look at your lives.
Currently down by 9. New York just have to go heavy on the slaying department. You cannot afford the trade. We need a clean 4 dead. So you can track where everyone is. KiSMET, great shots to take down Afro. Now with the repositioning in towards bottom arc, that's gonna be 3 dead. Last player up, it's gonna be towards the top maps. It's gonna be Bance. You just wanna make sure you hold this position, keep in control of the lives. 18 to 11, in a minute 30.
This is really where we put fortress control. Attack versus defense to the test. Those lives have started to be whittled away. Just moments ago, it was a concern. Now it's really not much of a problem at all. 45 seconds have gone by, and Minnesota again still in that backside spawn trap. Ooh, cannot seem to break free, but Bance at least able to find one. Could that be the opening that Røkkr have been waiting for? Is KiSMET now called upon? Trying to shut down Benjamin Bance towards the top side. Comms are firing. Both teams ready. KiSMET, at least he's able to drop 1 for his troubles. 50 seconds still to go. 11v9 in terms of lives. Røkkr, every step, Jay, it just feels like they have to comment. They have to communicate. This is not going to be an easy one.
Minnesota just got to take their time. Currently 11 to 9 in lives remaining, 30 seconds remaining on the round. As trades go back and forth, Minnesota able to find that initial 2-piece, but Skyz is here to at least equalize it out. That's going to be 3 down, make it all 4. 20 seconds left, 7 to 7 in lives remaining. Last push coming in from Minnesota. You just have to get past this layer. So much defensive health so far on this map. New York are in a great position to shut this one down.
They are indeed. Now 5 more seconds, but have they found their opening? It's on to Skyz. They find 3. A few more players left, and this one looks to be done. And it will be. The New York Subliners have showed up and stunned here at Major 1. A hot 3-0 versus our #1 seed, and there you have it. Our first team through to the bracket stage.
And I told you there's something about that revenge game, because Priestahh had himself probably his best series in quite a while. He goes 35 and 26 on this final map. He dominated map #1, took over in the search and destroy, and New York clutch up even with being down 9 lives. They gave up that B point so damn fast. Minnesota had a lot of map control. New York needed 1 break at that A point. And they were able to get it before that 3rd segment was able to get complete. Let me tell you, if you're looking at this New York team, you're thinking HyDra's probably the guy that's always going to go positive. Right? But when he's going negative and this team is finding success, it's on the AR players. That new meta for this squad, running that TAC 56, you see what it's doing for Skyz. You see what it's doing for Priestahh. 28 and 26 non-traded kills. New York are a really, really strong team right now. And they are just dominating so far at Major 1.
These guys are a problem. These guys are a problem. That now makes it back-to-back 3-0s. one versus LHG, and a stunner here versus the Minnesota Røkkr as well.
Qualified too, number 1 seed.
Yeah, they made it in toward the bracket stage already. Our first team to be able to say that right now. And like you said, man, I mean, it's shocking. It really is. The turnaround that this roster has had is dramatic. And how many times have we ever said, oh yeah, HyDra's going to be the worst KD on the team, and the team is going to win 3-0? I don't know if that's ever happened in Subliners franchise, by the way. And these guys have adapted. Priestahh's going off. It feels like he is Mr. Consistent right now.
Without question, man. What he's doing on the map, Mr. P-Dog, is back and full effect. Takes over that map on 1, like I said. But every time New York needed a clutch play, it was always Priestahh. Believe it or not, you found himself with a TAC 56 in art just finessing around. Yeah. It's usually a Vaznet player in that position. But Priestahh said, I got the gunny today, boy. I'm coming to play New York. 3-0, clean, Minnesota. I'm sorry you dropped me.
I would say, there has never been a more excited New York fan considering the way that their season has started. What a dramatic turnaround. Congrats to New York on walking away with the number 1 seed in this group. That's going to do it for us. We now send it over to the main stage. It is Blaze, joined alongside by KiSMET.
Thank you so much, Lando and Study. I got the Bulldog on the main stage as the New York Subliners. They get it done in a 3-0 fashion. The number 1 seeded team, man. How did y'all get it done there in this series?
I mean, to be completely honest, it's just what we've been preaching prior to this tournament, like a 25% rule. We're like, basically, to put it in perspective, none of us like overstep each other. We just bounce ideas off each other. There's no like, you know, one-man lead show type thing. We just work together, and it's working perfect for us.
I love that right there. Now, talk to me about your teammates here, okay? Because the ARs and Skyz and Priestahh right there, they were going off, and we know this was a big matchup for Priestahh against his old team. Tell me about how your ARs is doing and how they make the job easier on the subs for you guys.
I mean, they've just been playing lights out. I mean, I told Paco, I was like, I think we're probably the best sub duo in the league. Like, we're gross when we're playing our game. And I looked at Preston before the series. I was like, how's it feel? Like, you're about to smoke your old team? Like, I had his back, you know, and we put on.
Yeah, y'all had his back for sure. Now, speaking of people that got y'all back, we know that the New York fans are loud, okay? We heard them out there at Major 4 showing a lot of love. What do you want to tell them guys out there as you guys get ready for a new season, try to get that trophy?
I appreciate you guys. I hear every single one of you guys. I read all the tweets, all the good and bad, whatever. We just love you guys. You guys, you know, make it easy for us to keep going. So appreciate you guys, and we're going to keep doing good.
All right, y'all. Give it up one more time for KiSMET and the New York Subliners. That's going to do it for us on the stage. Chris, break it all down.
Subliners popping off here in Raleigh. Guess how many games they've lost so far today, Ant?
0.
0. That's way different from their opening 2 weeks in the league. They're getting it done on land. And Alley Cat, you named the right player. You said Priestahh is the man to watch coming into this series. He popped off. Study was talking about him, and we got to revisit not just Priestahh's plays, but all of the plays we saw in this Game 5. It's our scuff play of the game. Tell me about the Subliners. How are they turning it up, and how did they finish this Game 3?
They're just playing around each other way better than they did in the opening week of this season. I remember talking about it being like, this team just doesn't have teamwork just yet. They haven't figured it out. After that KiSMET interview and after this series that we've seen, they have certainly figured it out now. I think this round 5 was gorgeous from the side New York Subliners. They gave up B way too early, just like Jay said. There's 2 ticks on A right now. Minnesota Røkkr was up like 10 lives. New York Subliners, though, they don't panic. They put them in the spawn trap, and they hold for over 2 minutes. It was just stunning plays by New York Subliners.
Chance, I know you were predicting a different outcome in this battle, but what stood out to you in this 3-game series over the Røkkr?
I'm just gonna like tail off the Priestahh point of the fact that like this team is terrifying now. Like this, I think the rest of the league can't afford to give New York confidence, and it's 3-0 after 3-0 across every single game mode, and like convincing wins at that. So you're giving players confidence on a team that has a just ridiculous amount of talent. And if they get the hot hand, I mean, again, I don't know how many people even have these guys even like remotely near the top 4 coming in this weekend. Dude, it's looking like they might make a run.
Do not wear purple against the Subliners on the main stage. Subliners are through to the bracket. We find out who will join them from Group A. When we go over to Group B, though, you'll notice there's another purple team moving forward. Toronto Ultra with a 3-0 of their own over OpTic. Meanwhile, we got a tie 1-1 between the Mutineers and the Spanish squad, HyDra.
Yeah, and that's interesting, right? If Mutineers managed to get that win, it was a hot, contested Game 5 series, round 11 in both searches that OpTic had with Florida. We might get that rematch. Bro.
What does it say to you, Chance, to see that PoyoDrome takes Toronto Ultra to a Game 5, but OpTic gets 0-3?
It's terrifying. It's completely terrifying. Like, maybe that says to me that Ultra just had a bit of a slow start, had to wake up, maybe had to adjust to a play style, or maybe just taking your opponent a little bit too lightly. But honestly, knowing the players on PoyoDrome, those guys are a real threat. Quite a few of those players in the league back in the day were like top 8 team in the world, and now they've had X number of years of experience, an extra 4 or 5, some new players in the mix that have that superstar potential. So that is just a ridiculously stacked group.
And potentially a tough opponent for OpTic there tomorrow as we close out what's going down in Group C. You'll see Atlanta FaZe is taking on the Seattle Surge, while LAG Academy takes on the Royal Ravens. LAG Academy, another challenger team to take our top 12 CDL squads the distance.
Yeah, I mean, they won both hard points against Atlanta FaZe. That's no easy feat. And they're going up against the Royal Ravens right now. It's map 1. They're trailing by 40, but they're putting up a good fight.
FaZe Surge is going to be on our Bravo stream, I should say, right after this. And as we take a look at Group D, we are going to see another phenomenal showdown. What's happening? Well, the Legion had a 2-0 lead at the start in the winners bracket. Yeah. Legion at the end of it falls short.
Yeah, they fall short, and now they have to go against the Boston Breach, who also fell short in a Game 5, Round 11 against Team Elevate. We said that was the team that we needed to look out for Challengers, the #1 seed, and they are the first Challengers team to beat a professional team, who are now going to have to go against the LA Thieves next up on today's broadcast. And the Boston Breach right now, though, they are in the middle of their match against the VS Legion. That's happening over on the Delta stream, and, well, they're up by about 80 points right now in the opening hard point.
There are the numbers. Remember, you can check out all 4 streams all weekend long. We're using the command center here on twitch.tv. Click between Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, and Delta. And once inside, you can find all of the goodness, including some drops if you got your Twitch tied to your game, Mr. Chance.
It's just been a fun time, right? It's like an old school Call of Duty tournament. We have all of like the extra guys down the line as well. So we got the old vibes in, you know, one of my hometowns. So it's been a very exciting day.
That's the command center. We've got one more match here on the main stage tonight, and it's going to be a banger. A challenger squad from the UK, Elevate, taking on the LA Thieves. And while we're in break, revisit how Elevate took down Boston to get to this spot.
of Duty fans. It's time to get our 4th match of the day started. And coming to the stage, I'm gonna need everyone at home and everyone in the venue to get loud because it's LA. The Thieves are here.
So what's the plan? Same crew, but this time, we take everything.
Picked up 3 in a row, looking to take care of the entire squad, and he's done it. Long, here we go. Number 2. Oh my God! Drazah! It's all coming in. They haven't got the first thing yet. Kenny on the flank. Kenny on the flank.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's your Call of Duty 2022 champions, the LA Thieves. Give it up for Envoy, Kenny, Drazah, and Octane, the Los Angeles Thieves.
These are your world champions of Vanguard. They're coming into this major and they want to take another chip. That would be 3 in a row. They started their first series down 0-2 to the Vegas Legion, but it was a reverse sweep in a game 5 where Envoy, the search and destroy mastermind, took over. Let's bring out the challenger squad and see what they're about, Blaze.
Yeah, we got our Vanguard defending champions here, but here comes the old guard from UK looking to raise the competition one more time. I give to you, Elevate. Make some noise for Harry, Gizmo, Vortex, and Denzah. It's Elevate.
The first challenger team to beat one of the pros, but they have a poor pro alongside them in Gizmo, who did have the clutching play of round 11, game 5 to get them to this stage. Team Elevate, if anybody's gonna do it, it's going to be them. Let's get this matchup started, Blaze.
Let's get it started. Riley, you ready to go? Yeah! Your cast is for this matchup. It's Merc and Maven. Let's go.
Thank you, Blaze. All right, so we're pumped. Thieves, it was amazing to watch their run last year. Excited to see what they can do this year, but we did have the privilege of casting, the Breach versus Elevate match, yeah. So we got to look at them. And I mean, I guess the one thing that stood out to me from that match, there were a bunch of takeaways, but they came out firing and punched them in the mouth right away.
Yeah,
like,
they won both hard point. They won
yeah.
both the hard points versus the Boston Breach. They were able to clutch up in that round 11. I mean, their search and control probably changed some things, but I mean, it's kind of the same thing for LA Thieves. Go down 0-2 versus Vegas Legion, a team you probably expect to beat, but had to pull off the reverse sweep, and they do. You know, Kenny really struggled in that first series. We'll see if he can turn things around. But for LA Thieves, I mean, honestly, this entire event, everyone is playing each other just so close.
Well, it's one of those great things. You remember, this is like with the GSL style, it's win 2, you're into the championship brackets. Like, both these teams have won a match, right? So this is big. Win, you're done. You're not stressing. You're at least into the championship bracket. But look at the Thieves lineup. Yeah, I know both you and I have watched this team scrim quite a bit, listened to the comms. It's been cool to kind of watch this team develop. You know, we've had the privilege to kind of listen and kind of talk to their coaching stuff too and see like how these players are going to be. And it's been fun just sort of listening to them sort of learn this title. And you see why, I think you and I get why they had success at the end of last year. Like, they really click and they really communicate well.
Yeah, but it was the end of last year, right?
Yeah.
Like, it did take some time to build up that system for all of them to get on the same page. And
so you worried maybe there'll be late bloomers in this too? It's possible?
I don't know if it's necessarily being a late bloomer, but I think they're a team that's very methodical. You have Coach JCap. They like to build a system. Kenny is another one, very vocal. I mean, as soon as a map ends, it's not, hey, it's not someone played bad. It's, hey, what happened here? What happened there? They're always trying to figure things out, making sure everyone's on the same page.
I feel like they've been very like self-reflective and critical of themselves sometimes. So I've like listened to them trying to improve and go through like, my bad. Like, I was off
100%.
there. Like, how are we gonna improve? But can they keep that going? If there are any frustrations, but they're looking to get dialed in now, you got so much talent. And on the other side of it, Elevate, I mean, there's some new blood, some old blood. I mean, we think we've been casting Vortex forever. It's really cool to see Gizmo kind of back in it and making some noise, because I think when we saw him at the beginning of last year, we're like, all right, man, this is like the next 0 or next whatever. Like, it seemed like he had that superstar potential, and then sort of like his star faded as the year went on.
Sure did.
He still has a bright future, but he might have to climb his way back based on how it
yeah,
went.
he was dealing with a bunch of stuff out of game, it felt like. Just couldn't get focused. That London team just was dealing with him in, him out, him in. Like, it was tough for that London team. And, you know, they go a different direction. He's back in challengers and already making some noises. Well, they're able to get into this pool. And not only that, they beat the Boston Breach.
Yeah, you need to, I guess if you want to have a bright future in this league, like when you have those moments and you're back in the challenger, you just want to get back as quick as you can. Like, you got the itch, man. You would be back and battling in our Premier League here for Call of Duty. But Hotel Joe to start us off.
Yeah, and I think for a team like LA Thieves, very methodical. If you look at last year, sort of the maps that they love to play, they got rid of Bocage. That was never something that they wanted to play. They're trying to play some traditional Call of Duty, right? A lot of focus on rotations, controlling spawns. Hotel is one of those maps.
And HyDra as well.
Yeah, exactly.
It's the map 4. Like, well, they come out once again, Elevate, kind of hammering out the gate.
Oh, that's going to be a flip as well. Spawns are going to flip.
And I think in the map 1 we saw in their last series versus Breach, I mean, you had someone like a 5-streak, 6-streak, 7-streak just out the gate, like 3 players. Like they came out so hot, and a little turn and burn there from Dens. Down at Vortex, and I mean, they're looking confident right now. They're playing with the Swagger, and they got a nice lead. And Harry there with the help. That's actually triple for Harry. They got some help on some of the fights, but lovely stuff from Harry.
Yeah, I mean, this is a team, it just feels like their hard point is so confident. I don't know if, you know, EU challengers, like, they really have that locked down, but, you know, they got some extra matches yesterday, their qualification matches. Their breakoffs seem to be fantastic, and on this rotation, they have control. Vortex able to find one as Gizmo going to get set up inside this hill.
We'll see it from Gizmo's POV.
Well, Octane Envoy, he actually gets the spawn. They get the spawn in the back. Octane snuck on through. Envoy spawns on him, and that's one of those plays you just have to be ready for, but they were not, and LAD's going to get the break.
It just seems like if there's anybody in the back, man, like anything can happen. We saw it, I believe in the Mutineers series versus OpTic we casted earlier today. Like, if you don't have it locked down, there is a spawn that can come in close, and they're going to pay the piper on that one, but the next couple of seconds, we're looking at just about a tie game as Thieves don't fall back into it.
I mean, 20 seconds left. You still have a lot of presence here for Elevate, going for a bit of contest. Normally, with 20, 25 seconds left, you back down up over to Kitchen. That's going to be the play call for Elevate. Is you're going to have Gizmo gets set up. You have Denza watching the catwalk, watching that cross. Kenny knows, just trying to look at that mini-map, trying to see where his teammates are. Throws the stun and the nade for information. Just trying to find that first pick. On the other side, it's going to be Envoy. Trying to work a pinch. That's going to be 2 dead. And look, Vortex is in the middle of the map. There's only 1 player in the hill right now. And Elevate may be a bit of a mistake. They don't play tight. They get picked in 100, well, LA Thieves with that break.
Yeah, I'm guilty when I say 100 all the time too, buddy. I hear you. But yeah, LA Thieves are in, and that was beautiful. Just sort of the pinch approach. I mean, the fact that Envoy is able to win his one so big and allowing them to collapse from this point and ultimately spawn them out. They line up for Kenny, so that's going to be double for him. 5 in a row. Denny now getting popped. See if he can find the opening. His teammates actually get the kills in front of them, so no opportunity as of now. You'd love to get number 6 on this spree while it's up, and there's going to be the trade. So you get another one through. Cruz is earned. Kenny making plays. Remember that time he tried to change his name to Quavo? God.
Yeah, we love Kenny.
I get pissed when I think about it.
Yeah, now on the rotation over to P4 towards Dashy. You already have a kind of an early setup here. You have Drazah watching that mid-cross, but he's going to get taken down. Still 1 player left, just going to be Octane, but he knows he just has to play his life, try to buy time, as LA Thieves going to try to push through bedroom.
So many hit markers, just maybe looking for one more. Kenny not able to get it. The spree continuing as of now, up to 7. Give me number 8. Head now poking out, but he's there for the trade. Streak still going. Kenny standing tall, 19 HP. But he's up to 9 and 4. I think a stun hits him right as he goes to chow that fight. So the streak will end. But you're up, what, 35 or so points? Sitting all right now for Thieves.
No doubt about it. You know, we didn't see their first series versus Legion. You know, you and I were casting on Bravo. And, you know, I don't know if he was trying to run a 3rd AR, but it just feels like from what we've seen today, well, he was Vaznev. I mean, it is strong on land.
Well, he was negative, what, you said 20-something over the course of that series, their first one?
Yeah, it was not great. It was not a good series for him.
Yeah, it looks good right now.
Or he just got pissed off.
Yeah, maybe. but the kill feed, it is all red. Until Drazah able to get the kill, that was a pretty nice snap onto Kenny's forehead. I thought maybe he was gonna punish him, but
I mean, that was Kenny with a sub. I mean, obviously that heady, not easy to take, but the shots across the map, they connect.
It takes a lot of hit markers if you feel at that range, like the damage fall off.
Thieves, they had the first 20 seconds, but now it's a break from eLLeY, but the numbers behind Kenny's 2, behind Kenny's 3. Can he find the 4th? He can't, but Envoy can.
Yeah, I think if Envoy went before him, he might have had it all, but it was Kenny that was going to send it. First, that's going to be his job sometimes with this team. Like, Kenny's going to kind of be sending it, going to rely on the teammates to pick it up. Lead starting to build once again. They had it up to, what, 35 or so, now climbing over 40, looking to hit that 50-point advantage mark. He's Thieves for now. Take a look at the slaying effort. Kenny and Envoy really just the two leading the way. It's going to be Deddy out now for Envoy.
I mean, honestly, slaying is not that crazy on either side.
No, it's really not.
It's really just a couple of key plays. That P3 for eLLeY may come back to haunt them. You hear the cruise, that's going to connect. Kenny's going to hit 1. That's going to be 2 kills as well from the rest of his team. And well, Patio going to be broken by LA Thieves. The difference so far, when eLLeY got into their setups, LA Thieves has been able to open it up.
Let's rip it into P6 here. We're going to get ready for our second set of rotations. We'll see how much time that can actually accrue. Drazah trying to make the plays. eLLeY trying to get the break.
Yeah, they needed that break too. That keeps them in the game.
Absolutely. It'll keep it tight, but then, like, is there anything from eLLeY you want to see it maybe improve a little bit? We get into our second
just
set
a
of
couple
rotations.
of their holds, right? Again, just that P3 was key.
Some
P4
small
as
moments?
well. Yeah, just some small moments. And I mean, at the highest level of Call of Duty, that's typically what it is. The smallest of moments.
Well, in all of our round 11s we've had today, the round 5s, the controls, the hard points have all been tight for the most part. Yeah, that's all it's been. It's literally, it's been, you pick 2 or 3 moments, and those have decided the game. So they get it back within 30. Nice job clawing back. But now the first hard point. This is one thing I heard kind of Envoy talking about. Like, he thought that the first hard point, the second set of rotations, a lot of times like the side of the map. He was talking about last year. He's like, I just feel like if we can control that mid hard point, we can dictate it towards second. Because it's different than like when you spawn up at the beginning of the game, right? You're fighting for the first point. He really felt like if they win that, they got a chance to win the map. He thought it was that important.
Yeah, that's when you start to chain together some builds if you're controlling the spawns. I mean, right now they're just fighting for the time. Might not necessarily have the spawn points that they want for P2. It's just a skirmish throughout the middle of the map. Drazah, Octane, Kenny snaps onto the second, but he was stunned. That's going to be 4 dead. Now, eLLeY, they're actually going to spawn up bedroom side, 1 player over towards P2. So it's just going to be Harry in a position to lock down this rotation. He's able to find the first one. Envoy's able to sneak on through, just trying to play his life, but he is in a tough spot.
Well, at least you might, at least you might make sure what I was just saying didn't happen. Like, you let them dominate the first hard point in the second set, and then they just chain that into next. Now, there's a chance for a break. You've got numbers here, but the close spawn's gonna come in. Where's the last guy gonna spawn? So he will spawn in the back right pocket, and he'll be there to work with
They just have no
for
control,
the
though. They're not in positions right now. It's a 2-for-2 trade. Harry trying to play his life. Now it's a 1-on-1, but Vortex clutches up, but the close spawns are Thieves. For Thieves are in.
And yeah, this is one of those where, again, it gets messy. If there's any kind of opening, you're going to get the spawn there, but can they pin it back there? Can they at least contest a lot this time if you are eLLeY? If you're building back to, you got 30 seconds left on the hard point, you're down about 30. What do you see it on the map, Joe?
Well, I mean, this is just, 28 seconds left. They spawn up bedroom, and this is going to be a P3 rotation. So with that hold now, we're close to a tie game. Last time through, it was this rotation that LA Thieves were able to find a good chunk of time here on this kitchen hold.
Well, it's Deddy out from Vortex. Just time to clear everything as they look to go. eLLeY, you're down just to be about 5 points. Hard point ends. Here we go. Vortex ready to pop. Let's get to elicit with eLLeY.
He's still there. One shot behind Eddie.
I need him.
Nice. One side door, I think.
Yeah, side door.
TV.
He's on side door.
I'm coming for fridge. That's one mid. There's one behind you, Joey. One of them.
Close right, I think, Steve.
Behind you, Joey. Oh, watch hill. One shot. Right there.
Nice. Yeah, I'm
already fridge.
Stay tight. Get Bench. Snake.
Watch your TVs. I'll push on you. I got your fridge.
I'll get you flank. Your side door
flank.
TV
is top cat.
Focus hill.
TV's here.
Front hill. I'm coming.
Top cat dead.
TV's last guy or top cat?
Block mid.
Nice, 4.
I'm flash block mid. I'm pushing out. Don't get
side door. Side door, I think, Drazah.
I'm leaving it for you. I'm pushing out. I'm hitting the flank.
I don't see this guy's side door. Let's go round.
I'm going round.
All of us? Let's go, mate.
Oh shit, what's on the lobby heady P2? He's flanking me clock. Oh my
Let's
god!
Go, Steve. Come on, man. Bomb bed,
He's on clock weak. He's back in a bit. He's on clock now. He's on clock.
I hear you.
That was the guy P2. You might be able to get that up, man.
You hear Vortex win a nasty one, getting the guys fired up, and during the course of that, listen, it's suddenly a 20-point advantage to Elevate, Joe.
Well, I mean, it's what happened on the first set. It was, you know, a pinch from Envoy. That time it was KiSMET, and I'm actually surprised Thieves don't pick up on that. I mean, that's literally how they broke it the first time through. He's able to get through that restaurant, through bridge, and now we have a tie game. As we head over to P4, and LA Thieves, though, they have done a pretty darn good job the first 20 seconds. Just controlling the map, but right now you have no one on the hill with Vortex's position. He was able to find one kill. And now you just kind of have to rotate in. There's the rest of LA Thieves.
Yeah, I think you're just laying here trying to get whatever time you can before you're likely going to eventually fall. The lead change did go back to Thieves, but it's not going to be a ton. They win some gunfights coming off a spawn. They're able to battle back to the point. Now, what can you get to? You can get over that 240 point mark. You've got to rotate off your elevate. So you're going to let them get close. That was a lot of time from Thieves. This could be, what, 242, somewhere in that realm? Envoy now, first gunfight to bat. Nice little nasty heady there from Vortex. He's feeling it after the 180 turn and burn. Up to Octane. What can he find? Shots to the side, that's what.
And you know what, I really like that from Dens and Vortex. It's not like they rotated and played tight inside a restaurant. They got some mid-map control, but are they gonna be ready for this? It is a kitchen spawn for LA Thieves. They're just gonna flood on through. Maybe the opening that they need to close out map 1.
They got a chance to do it here. You got two people close if they're going to go. The contest is in, at least for a moment. Just trying to use every bit of cover here with the cushions, counters, anything available, a dinner plate, a fork, a knife, I don't care. Something for cover. But it's not going to come as Thieves. They are set up. They clear the contest. They get the map 1 win. Elevate behind some fire and fury. Just almost do enough to steal that map 1. Not quite enough.
They played them tough. They played them well.
They really did.
I think, you know, a couple of P2s that LA Thieves were able to break. They got those close spawns, that first P3, but it's the same can be said on the opposite side. Just taking the advantage of the mistakes that your opponents are making. The slaying was so even between these teams.
Well, I feel like with the spawns in this, like, listen, we're going to get flustered at times, like how it'll look on the minimap sometimes when spawns come in, but like this game as a whole, it feels like it's very reactive, right? Like, spawns going to come in, it might not be as expected, it'd be difficult to predict at times, but once you get that information, how do you deal with it? So again, I guess that feels less to me like old school Black Ops 2, where like, you know almost exactly where you're going to spawn someone. This is just like, get ready for it as best you can, but you're going to have to react, and that's just, it is what it is.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And I mean, that's why I thought I liked Vortex and Denzah on that last P5 restaurant, them getting pushed out middle of the map, but what ended up happening as they got pushed out, they spawned behind them kitchen, and that's when things kind of went wrong for Elevate. I mean, played them tough, but Kenny started off hot. He was able to earn that streak. That led to a break at P6, but a much better start here for LA Thieves.
Still though, Elevate, I think you see why, if you didn't watch the Breach match that we casted earlier, while they were able to win both hard points, like, this team can be vicious. I think the listening was fantastic. I liked a lot of the small talk. The energy was there. I mean, overall, it was solid. Just no real negatives to take away from that listening for me. I liked it a lot.
Yeah, no, I mean, even just the small adjustments, right? When they got back to kitchen, it was play tight, because last time they didn't, and that's when they got broken apart.
Yeah, they're play tight to stay.
Oh, yeah, it's a call out.
Yeah. No, there's gonna be a little bit of that on this map. That's
a little
for sure.
bit, yeah.
Well, the entire map's ahead of each other, I'll tell you. Anywhere you go, but it's an 18-point advantage for Thieves. Now, we get ready for aLLeY for search and destroy. Hotel, HyDra, hotel is how the rest will play out. So a ton of hotel, and I think for a lot of people, one of the better maps, 100%. As you saw there in that map 1, absolute battle.
Yeah, we got that one back.
And for hotel control, though, I don't know, you and I have casted all hotel control today, and it's just been like, oh, did we see one defensive round one? I think it's been, right?
We got one.
Yeah, I mean, it was a really good hold by Breach, but outside of that, for OpTic Mutineers and for the Elevate Breach, it's just offense, we're just slamming people.
And when you look at the search and destroy, I mean, for LA Thieves, this is when I think they were a great respawn team for most of last year. But when they became really dangerous and started winning events was when their search, like the last major, the last major was, I think, 70%, but people don't realize, like, champs, I think they had like an 80%, maybe higher S&D win percentage. It was something that kind of flew under the radar, just how good they were in that mode.
And it feels like, I know they're a whole lot different in a lot of ways, but it's still, to me, like Vanguard and this title are pretty one-dimensional in Surge. So like, I guess I feel like if you were good at Vanguard, there are some things that should translate. It just sort of comes down to trading efficiently, just hitting your shots, team shotting people. It's not like there's not a ton of room for creativity.
Well, I think you really have to be on the same page, like comms wise, like what
and that's
you're going to do.
That's what for them really shown in the last year, right? Like 100%.
Yeah, I mean, because it's a lot of, do we want to wait for Daddy? Do we want to play for the Daddy play? Like, are we going to rotate this bomb? Just, I mean, we've seen it all day today. Like, getting caught on the objective, as soon as that happens, a bomb's in a really bad spot. It is just tough on a lot of these maps to win an offense.
Well, it just feels like there's a lot of bomb sites where no matter where you try to get, like, there's not like that safe plan, it feels like sometimes. Like, there's always, like, an angle where you're going to get shot in your far right elbow or like your left side hip. Like there's just some kind of angle where it looks really difficult in some of these maps to plan. Like especially when we were watching Hotel earlier, like dude, just getting that bomb down me sometimes. I was like, this is so tough.
Certainly is. And then, I mean, for LSU, a lot of the times on offense, it's sort of about that inner bomb site. I mean, one of the more safer bombs to try and make you play around. A lot of teams on defense just go for that retake, wait for the deadies, work the flanks. But there's some options for the offensive team for sure.
Maybe more than some of the others. Yeah. Well, you see Thieves just kind of chilling, I think, waiting for this to start. Probably feeling pretty loose after that first one. Octane always just looks kind of like he's chilling. That's just sort of been his vibe for always.
Yeah.
But sitting up in their seats now, that's telling me map is loading up. You can see the guys getting locked, getting prepped, getting comfortable. Map 2 about to kick off. Someone spilled a bottle of wine, Joe.
Right there.
Yeah.
It looks like a couple of bottles of wine.
Or someone was stabbed with a bottle of wine. I'm not really sure what happened there. One of the two.
But it looks like LA Thieves going to start off on defense. Well, they're going to play inside towards this A site. And we might have a quick round here on our hands.
Just a little bit of shoulder, a bit of information, and behind that nade, their tags, he's going to push on forward. Vortex. That'll be the first blood now for Elevate. You'll see that the smoke just like created by the Simtex sometimes looking for openings through that. Not going to happen, but it's going to be Envoy now. Left on his lonesome. Kind of heard the death say, the S&D Guru, he was popping off in that last one. Can he do it here? Well, he just got spotted. I do not think he saw him there.
And Elevate just trying to rotate that bomb towards the outer site, and LA Thieves, they're going to get eliminated. It was tough to tell. I mean, there was a couple of nades that go off. Kenny finds a kill. Vortex was able to find one, but it's really that first blood started by Gizmo. He has 2 on the round, but Drazah just gets caught.
This just strikes me as one of those teams that maybe it's just, listen, maybe I'm just thinking about Vortex and all the runs he's had over the course of his career, but just one of those teams that I just wouldn't be shocked if somehow they made like a top 4, top 6 run. Like maybe it's just the Gordon with Fob and what was it, Epsilon, and like all those teams where just made those runs. I just wouldn't be shocked. I wouldn't be.
Have a chance here to get out of the group, getting to the championship bracket.
That's top 8 already. I mean,
yeah, there you go.
I'm sure there were some didn't see that coming.
LAD's trying to push to the middle. Denza though inside, able to find both. And well, that was a clean round from Elevate.
Well, they're answering back quickly here in the search. These rounds not taking a whole lot of time. And this is just, dude, it's one of those maps, just once the action starts, like, it just seems like the round's decided within the first couple of seconds once the fight starts.
Yeah, we'll see what adjustments LA Thieves want to work. I mean, there's a lot of options that you can do. You can play around the retake, try to work the flanks. I mean, we've seen in the CDL some offensive teams just hit the left side of the map and wrap all the way around to B. Like,
yeah.
A little bit different. You can see Drazah trying to get pushed up. You have Kenny as well. So not playing inside of A like we've been seeing, and maybe that's going to mean an A plant for Elevate. And a potential retake for LA Thieves as Envoy tried to find first blood, but Vortex, he's on point.
That's his second, right? He had it in the round 1 too. So Vortex with a couple of first bloods. Kenny knock just comes busted on through the door. Finally able to take it, not able to surge on through, and Elevate again in control, just dominating. Inside, they may be able to hear on a CeeLo.
And I mean, LA Thieves, they get control of the site, and then everybody kind of stops. And what they're hoping is that Elevate runs at them, right? They have to check the bomb, have to check the defuse. And LA Thieves, they get aggressive.
Well, it feels like that's all it's been so far. It's like Thieves having to run at them, and they're just ready, regardless of side.
Or they're just winning all of the
I
entries,
mean,
right? Those first bloods.
That kind of puts pressure on you to have to make plays, right? The Vortex 3-0, Harry 5-0. I mean, this has been a clinic thus far. You've got, look at the kills on Thieves. There's just nothing.
That's three through 3 rounds. Trying to work the outer site towards B. You saw the snipe coming in from Octane. Drazah able to find first blood, but Vortex again responds, shutting down Envoy. He's trying to slow down now.
A little information behind the stun. He wants the challenge, he's able to win it. Sometimes the jump challenge, it's tough in this game, man. Jump around the court, not always the easiest of fights, but Drazah makes it look easy. Kenny now with the plant, chance for Thieves to get around. Yeah, you really need one. You have the 3v2 advantage, going to be on Gizmo and Vortex to try and work the break. Yeah, I thought Vortex was toast.
I think he still might be. Yeah, he's going to get sniped now in the side, but you had both of your ARs all the way in the back, towards that back hillside, just basically posted up, and there's a little adjustment from LA Thieves. Inside, not working. Let's play towards the outside. Use our ARs. Drazah finds 2. Kenny able to find the last one.
Okay, so you get around and go. Now, what can you improve on going forward to try and claw back into this a bit? Kind of body slam so far. Envoy, I mean, who's been so good in search. Still looking for that first?
Well, and a lot of the times he's like the one finding the routes or the openings with the SMG, but that relies on that first gunfight, right? But it's all Vortex right now, just winning that.
It's like going up a man just gives you some more freedom, right?
There he is, yeah, just trying to find the first blood. They had Gizmo weak there, but Harry's gonna help him out. Drazah is there, but quickly a trade, and now it's a 2-on-3. And probably not the spot you want to snipe, inside of A, where that bomb is. So this could rely on this man, Kenny, to find anything. See, he works up top bar.
I think my headphones are on backwards. I guess I'm trying to be Envoy right now.
Headphones are on backwards?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Okay. Well, Octane finds 2.
Well, he might
trying
be
to buy
seeing
time.
backwards now after the snipe hits. Just clotheslines him. 1v1.
Oh, he spotted him. He saw the dive. Vortex, though, just trying to work the bomb. Kenny.
Oh, what in the world? How's that not a kill? Am I crazy or was the reg horrible there? Like one bullet hit. I don't know. Sometimes it's a slow rate of fire guns, though, you know? Like when people are running like side to side, usually is when it's an issue, but I think he got one hit marker.
Now it's just a timing thing. Vortex hear this. He's gonna try to get this bomb down. I think he just gets it. Well, Kenny's gonna have no idea.
Here we go.
Now you have the Vaznev here in this position.
Yeah, he's got a trophy, so good luck.
I think he spotted him.
I must be sneaky with it. Nah, I don't think he did, just based on how he's playing it. Hope he chows, hope he guessed right. He's got to come check it. Unfortunately, it's low. He's thinking high. It's a low push that comes in. Vortex, who's been crucial in the opening first bloods, also there with the clutch. Excellent play there by Vortex.
And that's just the Vaznev advantage. I mean, that's it, right? That bomb goes down this inner sight at A, and it's just like, yeah, with the tack, you have to find a good timing. Maybe you catch the angle, get a pre-fire, hear him, but doesn't happen.
I still don't know how he didn't kill him out. Because he hit a bullet before that, too, and I think he has like one hit marker.
I don't know, dude.
I'd have to watch it back. I thought
maybe they nerfed Kenny.
I thought once he got aggressive on, he had the kill. Didn't you think he had the kill?
Yeah, I thought it was done.
Yeah. I have to watch it again. Maybe it's not as crazy as the kill was.
Maybe sort of that sway that happens.
Could be that. Could be that. Yeah. Again, slow rate of fire. Sometimes guns are a little awkward when people are spraying.
Thieves trying to find the pick on Gizmo all the way up top of that hill. Envoy yet to get going quite yet. Still 0-5.
Guys, set me up. Come on.
We've seen this a couple of times today where players just not able to find that first kill. It can be tough for them.
I feel in half our searches today, yeah, we've had somebody around the 0-5 to 0-7 mark. Harry was one of those guys that he started 0-6 and 1. That's not been the case here. He's been shining bright since the early going, and he continues to shine. Harry just picking him apart. That's 2. Octane wants to chow it, but he's already been picked up as Envoy. He's able to get his first. So now 2 versus 3. Bomb recoup. 25 seconds to go. Looking for an opening. But as they work to get the planet, you're going to see those white arrows on the minimap start to collapse. The pressure's about to come. Will they have both players up and ready to fight? They will.
I mean, you had the stun that connects Vortex. Is he gonna guess the right corner? No, Envoy's able to find it. So now a 1-on-2. A nice trade. Octane, he's got Deddy. Maybe just trying to find a timing.
He had the snipe, right? So he found a tack to work with. Makes it a little more manageable. What timing will he get?
So far, so
They're
good.
on it. They're on it. There's the first. Tags into the second. Looking for the opening. And oh my God, for a second there, the bounce of the jump. I thought he was going to put the shots in above him, but he's able to take out Gizmo. And it's the 2v3 clutch for Envoy and Octane, but give the man the 1v2. Thing of beauty.
Well, I mean, Gizmo here, he's pre-firing him as well. I thought he got a first bullet in.
Yeah. So it wasn't as much I thought it was like the bounce on the jump, but it was just he kind of pre-fired where he was, like above him, where he wasn't laying there.
But a huge round out of Octane to keep them alive. To get that bomb planted, but you saw the Deddy pop, and then he was able to get out of that site. iLLeY just not able to find the timings.
Well, that, and he found a tack to use. I mean, the sniper, that would have been a little more tricky. I mean, I've watched this man play pubs and run around just quick to people with a sniper and
this
drop
one,
100.
It's a little tough to do with this one. A little bit slower.
Yeah.
Gizmo just gonna get top tower here. Kenny's gonna deal with that. Vortex though, another first blood, and guess who it's on? It's on Envoy.
Yeah, not really been his surge. Oh God, okay, Drazah making me a wee bit nervous there, lad. But he's able to recoup, recenter, take out Harry.
I'm gonna be in your best accent.
Oh yeah, I do what I can. But yeah, Harry Potter on the other side of things, dude. I really gotta shine.
Where's Harry Potter?
His name's Harry.
Okay. Got it. That's where that flew right over my head.
I don't know, Joe. I'm not very smart. 1v3 now for Drazah. Where's Harry?
I know what you were talking about.
Oh, it can be tough to follow. I know.
He's gonna shoot though. He's gonna get spotted. And I mean, you can see the way LADs have kind of adjusted. They're playing the outer parts of the map. On offense, going towards B. On defense, relying on either an Octane snipe, Drazah, he was able to work his way to find that pick. They're going to run it. Drazah, he's not going to be able to get the bomb down. It makes it a one-on-one, but just no time. Got close there.
Yeah,
a little close.
Yeah, I was like, hold up. Well, once he won that first gunfight, the Ludicrous one to the 2-story, I was like, all right. But then I saw the time. I'm like, nah, no shot really. But got a little spicy at the end. But he was in trouble. They said the footsteps were enough to win the round. Just the footsteps to get him off the bomb was sealing it. Because you hear the elephants of Thieves just running at him.
It's been a lot of B for LADs. Maybe trying to go back to A. Trophy is down, and Drazah just kind of playing his life for now in this corner. There we go.
Heat right now.
Envoy the pre-fires, but it doesn't matter. The pre-fire does not matter. Kenny is there for a trade, but on the other side, Vortex able to take down Drazah.
You can see, Drazah was just trying to get an angle, see if his trophy was still up, and then he starts getting fried. But the help is there. He's able to win his fight. They cruise through that round, but I mean, the MVP of that round, probably the trophy, honestly. It was gobbling up everything they used for entries there today.
And just from inside, the defense has been so strong. Every single time LA Thieves has tried to work A, it just has not worked.
one more round now for Elevate. They'll bring us to 1-1. Or Thieves, and they rip off 3 in a row.
It's different for them now, just right to me, right through the field. Drazah's gonna get that info, now he's gotta play his life. He's gonna get back into that truck corner. Octane looking over him. And with that, you can kind of see they back up.
I don't know if you jump that too many more times, sir. I thought that flick looked pretty clean, but Envoy gets the first blood, picked right after it. The pistol looks so odd. Sometimes you have like a secondary sniper. I'm like, what's going on here? It just looks heavy.
Well, they kind of go back towards this A site, and as you said, yeah, Vortex was able to get that trade on the Envoy. So we're in a 3-on-3. Everything just kind of slows down here for now.
And get this down A. I mean, Drazah's got a hike to really get involved.
You just have Kenny inside, and then what, a sniper looking over him. Well, Kenny, with him going down, now the site wide open.
Drazah has to rotate instantly. You peek that for a moment if you're Octane, and you get put down. Now the clutch on Drazah. That's just probably taking too long. It is, but he's somehow still up, tries to finesse out. Not going to happen. Elevate. They take the S&D 6-3. I mean, I'd have to see what the total first bloods were, because I don't even know if I count like the one Envoy got like there. Like it's just instantly traded. As far as like non-traded first bloods, it felt like Elevate dominated, right? Like had to have.
Yeah, I mean Vortex and Denzah just with their Vaznevs, yeah, so much better than the play that we got out of Kenny and Envoy that map. That leads them to the S&D victory, and there you go. Let's see, non-traded kills. Yeah, it's a lot higher on the side of Elevate.
Yeah, I mean, I would think so. Just
7 for Vortex, 5 for Denzah.
Yeah, and Vortex, he had, what, 3 first bloods? I think, like, all 3 of those, or at least 2 out of 3 were non-traded. Like, they were finding those key kills to get the numbers. And I think you made a point earlier in that I liked a lot. Like, a player like Envoy, like, yes, he can make plays in search and destroy all the time, but it becomes a lot easier when, like, you're up a man, right? Like, especially in a game like this. Like, just maybe a chance to have a lane that is open, whereas usually there's not a lot of room to maneuver at all.
Well, and when you're kind of feeling yourself, you're flowing, you're winning that first gunfight, then you can kind of feel like you're reading the map and everything's going your way. It just felt like he couldn't get anything going.
Yeah.
Just anytime he tried to make your play, pre-fire in a corner, gets a couple of hit markers, then he just gets gunned. It's just a tough map, and we've seen that so far today. Just especially for our sub players, you rely on a lot of different timings to go your way in search.
And remember, we are starting much earlier in the year. There hasn't been a ton of search reps for a lot of these teams. You're playing a challengers team who likely does some things a little bit differently in search. Like, I'm not shocked, but I guess the thing that stood out to us from Elevate from the last series, like, yes, they won the game 5 round 11, but it was the hard points. So now they're maybe have to get it done in a different way, and we'll see if they're able to do that. But impressive stuff. We are going to head to a quick break. Tied up 1-1. We've got control around the corner. Don't go anywhere.
The Call of Duty League is presented by the GMC Hummer EV Pickup, the world's first all-electric super truck. Upgrade your game with a Scump, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Ah, here we go, back in. Just day one. We've got so much incredible action. We got the COD Mobile Championship going on. We got CDL Major 1. We got Bowl kicking off tomorrow. We got everything going on. The matches so far for CDL have been crazy. We had game 5s all over the place, upsets galore, and well, maybe another upset in the making because Elevate's still looking strong.
Yeah, I mean, they're playing with confidence. I think, you know, map number 1 doesn't go their way, but they were in it the entire map. And now we're gonna go to a control on Hotel, which we've seen a couple of times, and you know, versus Breach, they just lose that round 5. So we'll see if they can get it there once again.
All right, right into it we go. Let's get it rolling. Let's get it rocking. Hotel control. Yeah, so good for offensive squads early. Will it stay that way? Oh, God, maybe not. Perry is hitting lovely shots like that, but can't quite finish one. Envoy, who struggled so much with the search to destroy, he's already picked up 3. Yeah, he has more kills than the search in the opening 10 seconds. I think that's a good sign.
Yeah, no, you know what a bad map is, what it is. Timings don't go your way, but he's going to find the 4, just give them some map pressure. They're going to work over towards A. And maybe with a couple of kills, you keep one player on it, you kind of pause that clock. We've seen this in control before, and the rest of your teammates, they go out, they try to find a couple of kills, just give you that life advantage, or maybe an opening to the B zone.
This is what we saw Elevate do really well against Breach, right? Like, it's like, I believe that's where they did so well.
That might be it. That's going to be 2. They're just going to jump to B.
They're going to have a 4-on-1 here. It's really going to be Harry top bedroom. He's going to know he's by himself, playing his life for now, just trying to find Pickens where he can. He's worried about somebody pushing through. They did. That's Octane that did it, and there's the read. Able to get it. The 2 kills through for him. They stop it for a second. They've survived this. You've just got 1 point of progress showed either. Now, there's still 45 seconds to go. You just need a moment. Well, you can probably get A right now if you really want to.
Well, that's what I say. That's the good thing about it, right? When you transition over to B and the defense has to rotate this way, you just spawn kitchen. So it's just like, all right, let's just get to A.
Yep.
So it's not like you waste a ton of time. You get right on that objective, basically a free transition, and there we go. 8 gonna be complete. Now you have a 4 life advantage, and Envoy up to 8-2. A wonderful start here for that man.
Yeah, it's flipped his S&D on its head right now. Let him get a little confidence going. The slow peek around the corner not going to work out for Drazah. Going to have to try and reposition and take a different fight for now. One at the back, though, I don't know if he ever got full health, honestly, even all that time tracking across. It's Vortex who's going to find a gimme around the back. Now, you've got, what, 80 seconds to go. 1 bit of progress done at B. This will be the next big opening. We're watching Octane's POV right now because you see it on the minimap. He's already got top bedroom side.
Well, Drazah's able to find Gizmo, and that's huge. That's going to be top bedroom control over to LA Thieves. They're hoping that Gizmo can stay alive there for a while. Now, Envoy's going to spawn up. It's just on Harry, who is lurking. He finds a kill, but you get Drazah and Octane in the spots they want to be to try to get this B point done. Drazah going to jump on out. Try to find the second. He at least pauses the clock for now. Gets the information, but all of his teammates are across the map.
Yeah, I thought with Octane set up there, like they'd be able to get bedroom for free to sort of collapse, but not going to be what happens. And now a chance maybe for defensive pull. 40 seconds to go, Joe. Lives do not really matter this much. They might here, but I doubt it. 10 versus 12. And Envoy got this streak early. Could this be the defining moment of the round 1? Him getting this streak?
Well, unfortunately for him, there's a roof on most of this map. He's just going to put it on B. It's not going to connect, but you get the info. And maybe the info is all that they need Drazah and Kenny get a takedown too, but it's Harry who has been alive here for so long. Finally taken down. That's going to be all the defense now on respawn.
They just need to get one hold. Or sorry, like one clearance of the point, they're good. And Vortex may have done just that. Envoy still here, back into the point, 4.5 seconds to go. The help on Harry mid. Harry at least able to take out one. 5 versus 5. Gizmo back to the spot. Octane able to hit the shots. Not going to be able to get there in time. And maybe if you're a little bit faster in this particular title, you get there. But no opportunity to do it if you are Octane. And Vortex is 2 here. I think kind of the difference, right? Like,
oh, no doubt about it.
He just comes in with the 2 entries.
Basically just jumps and kicks them in the face with the Vaznev. Finds both of those kills.
And you probably thought you had it won. I mean, once you got the point, they're all coming off the spawn, but that is not the case.
And it's that man on the right, Harry, 10-3. But at one point he was 9-1, and he was just a one lurking, going down towards the tunnel, lurking around Secret, playing bedroom, switching up his spots. And aLLeY Thieves, they could just never find him.
Yeah, I think he was like crouching on the open catwalk a couple times and lined up 2 or 3 too. Like just using what bit of cover he had. Harry is a magician. Now for the top rope, Vortex trying to kick people in the face once again. Not going to be the Vaznev to work with this time. It'll be the tack in his hand. But he gets onto the point. 1 part done. 2 parts coming.
Well, they should potentially still stop this, but Envoy, he was flanking catwalk, and maybe they can. Just 1 player left, and that's a nice retake from aLLeY Thieves. And Envoy knows right off his spawn could be player's kitchen or fridge. That's going to be Drazah just kind of lurking, but the rest of Elevate, they spawn up towards B.
Yeah, I thought they were going to spawn in kitchen too. It's kind of based on the fact they just got that hold at B. You had 1 player over there, but yeah, I think that's what Thieves are kind of thinking. Now they're like, oh.
What was that timing? Was not great for Ken. Does not go his way. But Envoy just lurking. He's trying to find some middle of the map kills with the Vaznev.
Yeah, he's in between 3 though.
Able to find 1, but a lot of work to do. A lot of objective work to do for Elevate. They gotta pick which one they want to go to. Looks like A is gonna be the call, but Octane's still here. Him and Drazah are gonna keep them off that point.
Well, I think the fact that he was able to stay alive long enough and get a second there before the 3rd player was able to flank him. Huge for Octane. But Harry now onto it.
Envoy's pinching. He's going for a pinch. Vortex, though, I think he picks this up. He picks this up, he gives a call out. You saw the pre-fire just coming on through. And now aLLeY Thieves, they're probably just going to give this up and try to transition over to B.
Yeah, I think he got to. I think the big thing now, again, Live's usually not that big of a player, but here?
I mean, there'll only be a minute 20 left, though. That's really the key, not a ton of time.
But you got 13 lives if you're Thieves. But you're right, probably going to be time. It pretty much has every time. I'm just trying to be dramatic, all right, Joe?
Well,
and Harry said,
baby.
Screw you, beams. 11 lives left for Thieves, 16-6 on a 4 streak. And he's challenged like that, all right. He got hit down to 17 HP and just went out challenge.
Okay, but Octane somehow gets 2. Vortex with a couple of spawn kills that come in, but Octane was locking down top bedroom. And now into a similar position of Harry last round. It's sort of on Drazah lurking, trying to make sure they cannot get onto B. But it was a wonderful job done by Octane. He doesn't find that. They're just going to get onto the point, force Drazah to come out from his spot. But for now, you're just looking for him.
Envoy's like puts him on skates there. Nice strafe. Usually you barely have time to strafe, but he takes that fight. Vortex just trying to go vertical on him. Able to get the grab, then drops down behind 1. Red dots. If you don't have them, sometimes you're getting caught, and that'll be an example of it there. 20 seconds now to go. 4 lives, no respawns remaining for aLLeY Thieves. Can they choke them out?
And now it might come down to lives. Yeah, you're going to have a player on the point, but Drazah, they've just left him. They've literally let him lurk around that round, and they're going to win it. There you go, mate.
I told you lives, Joe.
Yeah, you are. Fortune teller. You see in the future.
I told you, finally, it's going to come down to lives. But a great round win. It comes down to the wire, but yeah, I mean, that's offensively, that's all we've seen, just not close out around the actual objective. But now look at this. You're up 2-0 if you're Elevate. You are feeling good. Chance to win a control.
Chance to get out. I mean, potentially go up to 1, almost get out of this pool.
You still got 1 more map, though, if you win this.
Kenny, 5-18. Not having a great control map. And again, really struggled versus Legion until they got to the game 5. I mean,
they call Harry British Kenny, dude.
I've never heard that, actually.
Neither have I, Joe. Neither have I. But can they get a round up at least? So far here at B.
Just right from the break, right from the get-go.
And that's a lot of what we just haven't seen out of them. Just like coming in, getting that first point, kind of punch him in the face. It's been Vortex throwing the haymakers. Even though he's 11 and 18, he's had some big kills.
And now with 2 minutes, just so much time to work with this 8 point. And it's possible, it's just difficult to do. Just one team wipe, 1-3 dead, and that's gonna be the offensive team spawning close, getting on that point. But so far, Vortex and Harry able to lock it down.
Yeah, a lot of work to do though.
Thieves, they're just gonna try to push through Deaths, kind of wrap all the way around. That's gonna be 3 dead, and here we go. Octane able to get onto that point. You just have Harry. Oh, he got some really tough time, but I think he's gonna hear that open.
Yeah, I was wondering, are you gonna cut the reinforcements here, or are you just gonna be stuck between a rock and a hard place? Looks like it's a rock and a hard place. And this is the Thieves you kind of expect to see at times. Like, just got him in a chokehold, up 7 lives, second bit of progress on the second objective done. Shut it down. You needed that round, and well, you dominated. But now you gotta win a defense.
Yeah, just right from the get-go. I mean, they win that opening break, they get B done.
Yeah, I mean, that's a lot of what we see today. Just quick, and then you got 2 minutes to go. And it's like, okay, sick, good luck.
And I think, honestly, their defense was pretty strong. It's just they ran out of lives. I mean, it was kind of early in that round. Elevate just, they always had a little bit more. Just able to work around those spawn kills.
Can you get it to round 5 now if you were Thieves? Envoy stepping it up big time after the map 2 disaster, but he's gonna need help. Harry back to his spot. How many times we seen him find multi-kills from that catwalk? Octane though, he's still
No
down.
way, no way!
Ah, you dirty girl, nearly. But Harry just gonna get away with his life, and I thought Envoy had a free one as he was gonna be weak, but Harry probably has gun up, able to take him out. All you need sometimes in this game, just be ADS'd up, hit a couple bullets.
I can't even believe Octane went for those chows, but
he's a madman.
That's Octane.
A madman.
Drazah, he knows he's gonna get hunted down. Is Elevate gonna work over towards A? And back into this sort of keep one player on it, pause the clock skirmish that we've seen throughout this map. But LADs, they're thinking about a retake, especially after that one, as Harry gets taken down. Envoy and Octane able to find the last 3.
Got him off of it for now. And that where Elevate was so efficient, part of why they were able to bleed him out in lives, it's like those sequences, they were so good. This time, Thieves maybe making some adjustments. They're able to come out top. And now you've got, what, just over 20 seconds to go. You gotta get something. You're finally on to B, no progress to work with. Envoy lighted up with a triple. He's nearly on to 30. They've stopped the clock for now, but you just need 1 or 2 clears.
You kind of see LADs are kind of gambling this. All right, they only have 20 seconds. Which zone are they going to try to go towards? B, a little bit more difficult to capture, so they're thinking A, and they make the right call. You still have Envoy chilling. He comes off a spawn, and he's just lurking. He finds this kill. That is it. There are no Elevate players around, and that might be the round.
Wow.
So it was, what, 0-2 Elevate, and then 2 quick rounds so fast for LA Thieves.
Drazah was huge there mid. Like, he got 2 as they're trying to head over to the 8 point. Like, Drazah, I think it's a double. Just smokes still.
Yeah, him on one end, and then when they transition over to B, it was Envoy, middle of the map, who picked up 3.
Just making it hard for them to get, like, a full 4-man effort onto it. But, yeah, no, it feels like they're in a 2-0 hole. You're thinking, all right, 2-1 edge Elevate in this series, and you blink your eyes, and suddenly we're tied up for round 5.
Those rounds were quick.
Oh, yeah, they were. That's about as quick as it's going to get on the defensive side, right? Like, no captures, you go to time. What else can you do? That's the most dominant defense we've seen.
Well, they're going to have to do it again.
Let's see if they can do it. They just showed they're capable of it.
And they're thinking, let's switch it up. They've kind of thrown a bunch of presents over towards B off the start. This time, they're like, let's just get A. Let's just get that extra minute forced them to have to play such strong defense at B. But with that kill, again, you can already see the red arrows starting to inch their way forward. Playing for that retake. They do just that.
Yeah, just some of these skirmishes are taking a while, right? It's like, it's allowing time for teams to rotate. Just like the openings are there for them to get back into position.
Kenny, they're able to find 3, and now they know, all right, they're gonna be spawning up towards back B. Octane trying to stay down, the nades coming overhead. That's gonna catch him off. Kenny in the middle of the map, he's the next line of defense, and with that nade, and team shot coming in from Drazah, looking over him, the duo.
I mean, he's about to get triple chowed. That nade just separates everything.
And I think you see what LA Thieves is trying to do, right? If you control inside of A, if they want to go B, we need to control the middle of the map. Don't let them cross to that B zone. And that's what they've done. It's all about this sort of mid-control. Just making it so difficult as Kenny finds another triple.
They're just not letting him get in spots for free, man. Like they're having to go through Kenny, who is just absolutely demon twisted right now. Envoy, the next up the bat. You got 7.7 seconds
we're going.
to work.
7 seconds, we're running at
is
this.
here. They are sending it demon mode, alive and well for Thieves as it is 3 straight rounds. Are you kidding? That looked not great, and then they turned it around in a hurry.
And I think when we talk about it being like a systematic team, that is a clear example of it. Those last 3 rounds were clinical. They knew exactly what they were doing to the spawn.
We haven't seen that yet today.
No, they knew exactly where Elevate was coming from. They were finding the kills, and of course, you have some individual plays, but that's Call of Duty.
Yeah, it just felt like a lot of the defenses were pretty reactionary that we watched today. Like, where's the action coming? Let's react now and try to make a play. Whereas they were dictating the tempo. They were dictating where players were funneling in. Like, it was just really, really impressive stuff. You'd love to see the action continuing here, Joe.
Oh, you do. And again, just early on, it was all Elevate. And they were long rounds on both sides. But the last 3 were not. LA Thieves really turned it up, winning that first offense. Then back-to-back defensive rounds.
Oh, yeah. We're ready, Joe.
We're going to head to a HyDra hard point in this map number 4.
Hey, Joe, we haven't had to have fun. Too much fun here on the main broadcast with HyDra. But I'm ready to go. I'm ready to get twisted. We got Phelps on the map. People making plays, swimming for their lives, Joe. You know, you were a lifeguard, right, back in college?
I don't think so. You a scuba diver?
Yes, I was, a scuba instructor.
Really?
Kind of like in Forgetting Sarah Marshall. You see Paul Rudd's role, that was sort of me.
Well, maybe not. We're excited. We're excited about HyDra. I got my floaties on.
Yes, Joe.
He's got his goggles on.
If you know it goes down, I need you to get in there.
What? It's tough to hear you like underwater.
I'm in there. I'm ready.
Oh.
I'm ready. HyDra, you got to be ready for anything, Joe.
Safety first, dude.
I would have been a sexy lifeguard. I could have been on Baywatch. They called me like Bald Hasselhoff, dude.
Oh man, I'm just picturing you just running down the beach. Slow motion,
like
shot.
Pamela Anderson, just me.
Just looking good. I don't think they wear goggles though.
Nah, well, I mean, you never know, dude. They're gonna be jellyfish or something.
Get these up higher,
Get
bro.
you right in the eye, Joe.
I think I overinflated these.
No, you're just jacked.
Or are these just from like
you just had a kid, dude. You're like, yeah, you're just lifting your
dad
kid
strength
up.
just day by day.
Yeah.
I'm getting stronger and stronger.
So if you can't see, we're very excited for HyDra.
Big water guys.
We are idiots. That is for sure.
HyDra map 4, and we're HyDra bros.
That is true, HyDra bros. I hope that doesn't mean something terrible that I don't know about.
No, it doesn't. It means we love water.
Oh, okay, good. All right, let's get to it, Joe. I gotta get this thing off my face. I can't see anything, Joe.
LA Thieves up 2-1 after a big comeback on that control.
All righty. I mean, that was impressive. Impressive stuff. I mean, those 3 rounds were just dominant. And yeah, I mean, the scripts we've watched, the comms they've had, they work on being clinical, they work on having a process, and I think you just saw it there. That was the team. But once they started clicking on that map, it just was in utter control at every moment.
Yeah, I think their slaying obviously stepped up. You know, Kenny was really struggling those first 2 rounds. He got going a little bit more, the impact he was making. And when those trades are coming, little bit more efficiently. You see what it does, just controlling the pace of the map. And now HyDra, I think similar to Hotel, you're going to have some key rotations. It's going to come down to a couple of breaks, and who's going to take advantage of it?
Envoy, you gonna be your water guy?
Definitely going to be the water guy.
Yeah, I can see that. He looks like a HyDra bro for sure.
He's definitely going to be the water guy.
But this is a map, you know, we were joking about it earlier, like even though it feels like a 6-lane map because of the water, like you were saying, it can be a little more traditional outside of those situations where you get like 4 down. It's like, I don't know where they're going to be spawning exactly. It can be relatively traditional, like get the back, let them spawn out type situations.
Yeah, no, just 100%. Just taking advantage of those close spawns on that rotation. But Thieves trying to get to that championship bracket. iLLeY trying to get this to a map 5.
How do I keep turning on my flashlight, Joe? I felt my phone in my pocket. It was really hot. I realized I had my flashlight on.
Oh, that's how you know you're getting to a certain age.
I just opened Twitter for 1 second. I saw, is someone watching Muted? I'm confused. It's just us in the scuba gear. Oh, I love that. It's HyDra, baby. Look at the water there. Lifeguards. Joe and Maeve on duty.
Can you even swim?
Yes, I can.
Well, that's good.
I was on a swim team in high school for a little bit. I wasn't. I was in the speedo though, let me tell you, Joe. Just fit as a fiddle. There's not 60 extra pounds around my midsection.
Well, Thieves, they're going to spawn out. I mean, a nice break for iLLeY, and they get control of P2 spawns. That's everything you want. They did the same thing on Hotel. I don't know what their breakoffs are, but from what we've seen, you might have to start stealing them.
Yeah, I know. It feels like they go like 3 for 1 constantly, right?
They did it versus Breach. They're doing it here now, but iLLeY Thieves off spawn. They're going to now get very aggressive, and we'll see. As Harry and Vortex will spawn up. Denza and Gizmo with those kills. Speaking of the water routes, it's this man Envoy. He's able to sneak on through, and now he's just trying to make a play. Dead Silence gonna get popped, but he's just waiting. And they kind of know, they're waiting. You can see the white arrows looking for this man. With the comms, just, hey, where's Envoy? That's who we're looking for. Watch the water, check out the flank. He may have gotten through, and he did. But he's waiting for his teammates. He needs some help now, and they wait patiently as Vortex is gonna take him down.
His teammates could never really get there. They had 2 players to get there. It just took so much time. We've gotten a good amount of time here if you are iLLeY. Finally, Octane into the action. We'll see when the rotations start to come in. Nobody yet. They're still sitting at this. You've only got 30 seconds or so left. You gotta start thinking about the next hard point. 4 in a row though for Gizmo. Almost number 5. Shots to the knees, not gonna be enough.
Well, I'll tell you what,
spawn the next point here.
You lose that gunfight right there. That player is gonna keep pushing forward. Maybe then the spawns get a little bit crazy for iLLeY Thieves. They don't have P3 control inside of pipes, but they do for now. But the early mid-map kills being traded so far, but in favor of iLLeY. But a nice lead behind that P2 hold.
Yeah, no, Envoy couldn't do it all. He needed the other guys to get there, just never really found the opening to do so. Kenny with the double though. Gizmo to the annoying spot here on the bridge heady, which it is just not a fun fight to get him out of this position. He sees the shots in through the window. Yeah, later. Drazah, he got no shot in that one.
Yeah, there's a couple of those spots on this map where the ARs are just, yeah, you can basically just see the tip of their forehead. But iLLeY, they get aggressive. They find 3. That's going to be 4. Off of spawn, and Envoy's going to be coming on up, but Harry's just locking it down. You see the top right. That is 9 kills in a row for iLLeY. They have the spawns for next as well, so beautifully done for them. But iLLeY Thieves will find the rest of this scrap time, but the map control in P4 over to iLLeY.
I think there's like no trophy at the end there, so just like they just got all their nades in, like everyone has got blown up by the Simp from Thieves. But at that point, the damage had been done. Envoy back to it. Watch my guy Scuba Steve hit it. Oh yeah, good form. Excellent form. He has the 100-meter breaststroke in just under 12.5.
That sounds like a good time. I don't know, 100 meters though? Maybe not a great time.
I have no idea. I made up a time, Joe.
Might have to improve that, but I'll tell you what, the break is there for iLLeY Thieves. They find those kills, they get into P4. Kenny, he hears something he thought maybe, and that's Denza, who actually gets behind them. Denza's all the way through. Kenny, your instincts were right. Somebody hit that. Drazah off a spawn, finds 3. A huge play from Drazah to find the rest of this time.
Yeah, I mean, otherwise it's like sort of like you saw Envoy kind of lurking earlier, but you're able to make a whole lot more noise from the Elevate side. As you said though, Drazah clutches up, brings it back. But we got a battle here. Thieves up 2-1 in the overall series if you're joining us late. I know we've had a lot of action today. It's been a ton to follow, but winner here makes it into that championship bracket. Kenny, I think that he gets hit by the trophy. I thought he was dead to right because he never got the full heal. He like, what, 2 bullets him in the forehead?
He sure does. Yeah, he was 30 HP as well, and that's going to be the spawns for LA Thieves. With the Kenny play, now they're inside the hill, but Elevate trying to do what they can, but it is just not enough right now.
It looked like he just like lost aim assist there at the window too. Kenny snapped so hard to the right.
That was ridiculous.
Yes, yes. I mean, some of the Vazev kills at range, like I'm just like, okay.
He was literally 30 HP. It was one more bullet. He was down.
Yeah, I think the trophy damaged him, so he didn't get full, and he just choked somebody. But all right, dude, he's a demon.
With that break, that's going to put them up 40. Envoy just trying to get these right side spawns or at least put pressure on the map.
Hit him through the rocks, I guess. Ambitious, nutritious, and delicious. Envoy.
Harry's got to back down, right? But at least he's just going to regain his health. Drazah now trying to get aggressive. And on the hill, Gizmo, he gets off of it. He's just trying to play for gen control right now. Sorry, pipes control. Give his team a little bit of leeway to work this hill. Fine this time.
Vortex just trying to get across. The help not going to be there. 3 through in the feed for Thieves. Kenny. Sorry, Gizmo, now with a chance.
Well, Kenny, you're right. Kenny's the one trying to make the play.
Yeah, I was like, look at the map while I was also talking about Gizmo. I just said the wrong name, but yeah. It was Kenny trying to find opening. It's Vortex that's able to put him down. The opening not going to be there.
Well, it's just with that one kill that Kenny hits in the middle of the map. You saw off a spawn. They can't really push the rest of the time, Elevate. They have to focus on the spawns. And right back to it is Envoy, but he gets red. Vortex ready for it.
Vinny Chase gets cut down. Entourage, Aquaman, you're welcome.
You are something.
Yeah. Listen, there's a whole wealth of knowledge in there. If you haven't watched Entourage, you should. Oh, it's an incredible show.
Elevate trying to lock this down, get them right back into it. If they hold the rest of this time, they'll be within 10. The difference has been the LA Thieves finding the breaks, but right now, not looking likely.
Made more than Spider-Man 2, bro. Never heard of it. Unbelievable. I wish you guys could see the way Joe looks at me sometimes mid-cast.
I don't even know what you're talking about. how did you get here? All right.
Oh, man. Oh, Gizmo, up at top dome. Not going to hold it for long. Octane just continues holding forward. He actually gets a second off of that, or after that, onto Harry. They still got people in the point, though. They've clawed back again, just around 20 seconds between these two teams.
But you can see what Thieves is thinking. I mean, you have Kenny pushed up Ruins, okay? No longer. You had Octane all the way pushed up Dome. They're thinking map control for this P3. The spawn comes in. Kenny, he's going to play it safe, and they're just going to go and get pushed up towards that bridge right around P1.
Octane backed up for now, just trying to finesse. There are nades everywhere, just trying to avoid meeting its maker, but ultimately it's going to happen. Now you saw how difficult that gunfight looks from Drazah's POV. Once you've got someone on that bridge heady, like it is just nonsense. Not a fun fight at all, but through the thick and thin, like through all of this, and you've still just held on to this lead. Now you're going to get a 3-man clearance. Kenny somehow taking out 2 before he ultimately drops. Octane up off a spawn, right back into the mix, and he gets a second as well. These multi-kills continue to rack up.
And then just look at the
Back
scoreboard.
over we go.
Very even game in terms of the
time,
slaying. It's just when those kills are coming in. Through the first rotation, it was a big P4 break for LA Thieves. Well, that's just rough timing there for Kenny. Drazah trying to find an opening pick.
Drazah just like, where did he go? He gets like that zig cut, just loses him a bit as he's trying to hunt him from above. So close to the 200-point mark is Thieves, but climbing and climbing is Elevate. They've got control of the point. Gizmo locked and loaded there with preempt for the front push. Next up, can they deal with the contest? Kenny, he's running in circles, dancing around like a ballerina. Kenny continues to find the kills finally. the trade will come through. I mean, he makes it messy for a moment, but the time still chipping away to elevate. We're looking at almost exactly a tie game to get the rest of this.
Now maybe you're relying on a break from elevate, right? As we rotate over towards gens, you see Denza starting to lurk on through. Still have Kenny locking down Broken, so just make sure nothing leaks through this side of the map. But it's going to be Denza maybe taking that route all the way through. No, he's going to wrap on back with his team.
He's just trying to throw a trophy into a trophy, just took the trophy to the face.
Yeah, that happens to the best of us.
Yeah, it does.
And well, speaking of that break that they were looking for, maybe they found it. But it's the SMGs for LA Thieves trying to lock it down. Envoy and Kenny with 3.
Again, these super subs stepping up in the biggest of moments. And then your tower and Octane, the last line of defense, gets him for the help as well, and he continues to beam. The man has been pristine with the tack shots. And Kenny, once again, he's taking a gunfight from a mile away, but what do you see on the map, Joe?
There's just some back spawns. They're not ready for it. Vortex, I think he spawns Harry behind LA Thieves. So they weren't ready for that. That comes into play, but they're still able to retain control as LA Thieves. So do a very good job there at P5. It's a little bit dicey there towards the end.
Yeah, I mean, you get broke there. Those spawns flip out suddenly. You're bottom left. You give up like the rotation over to the next hard point. You get ready to go in our next set. I mean, yeah, there was a chance for it to get a little bit scary, right?
But now LA Thieves, no. I mean, Elevate could win here at P1, but that would be difficult to do.
Well, it's a good start. You go 3-0. He has cut him down. Kenny lying in wait. That gunfight, again, it is not a great time.
And then you're hoping to hit a nade, maybe to find the trade, but there's just 2 trophies down. Drazah, he's going all the way through. And they kind of have to go. Elevate can win here.
On 5 in a row and building towards streaks, it's going to be Gizmo.
But there's, see the spawns flip. They're going to be pushing through dome side. Maybe that's what they wanted. It's what they've been looking for. But Gizmo now up to 7 in a row. He has his streak to work with if they need it. But you got to get to this next one. They have to contest for 1 more second. All right, we'll get to a P2. And LA Thieves, that's big for them because they have control of the spawns. It took them a while, but they get there towards the end.
Well, the precision comes through. It's Octane. It's going to be chopped down by that. You still.
All right, here we go. They got to go.
Have the glide bomb to call in if you're Gizmo. You can use that off a spawn. Drazah is inside. Shots are going to hit. They are not able to get through. Thieves able to hold. It's a ridiculous closing segment to this hard point. Just listen, Elevate was giving it everything they had. They played them so tough. You saw the frustrations there, but Thieves, it feels like they hit another gear. Kind of, I don't know if it was in the middle of the control or what.
Well, it felt like every time there needed to be like maybe a clutch 2-on-3 or 2-on-4, like they found the play. Whether it was Kenny, whether it was Drazah, like Envoy, they found a couple of multi-kills that allowed them to win this map.
The thing that messed me up the most is you haven't watched Entourage. That got me pissed off in the middle of that series. I'll be honest with you.
I think I've seen most of it.
All right, we're gonna need you to watch all of it. That is true. Well, I'll leave it to the desk soon to talk about that. But take me through the stats, Joe, and what really stood out for you across that map board?
Well, I mean, Kenny, 30 and 26, a great game from him. Struggled a bit in the map 3, but they turned things around. Gizmo has been playing well all day with another 30 bomb. But I mean, yeah, you can see it in the scoreboard. Just so back and forth. It has come down to a couple of key breaks or a couple of key holds, and LADs, they were able to find it today. Both the hard points. So close between these two.
Yeah, I think while they're getting the interview ready on the main stage, we can chat a bit more briefly about this. But Elevate, I mean, they got a chance to come out of this still, right? 1,000%. Like, you feel pretty good about their chances, right? With how they're playing?
Yeah, I don't know who won the losers bracket match, but I mean, Awakening, I guess, was subbed out for Bean. So, like, if they win, then you have a sub.
I heard he wasn't feeling well. I'm not sure the exactly what's going on. I just heard he's under the weather. I don't know what the details are, but what a ludicrous day it has been. Now let's get to the main stage. We've got an interview. I believe we got Drazah on the main stage. Play. It's all you, buddy.
Thank you so much, Merc and Maven. Give it up one more time for the LA Thieves, your national champions, back on the stage and continuing to win. How does it feel to be back up here in the new season?
Yeah, I mean, it feels great. I think we started this season really fast, so I mean, it happened pretty quick, but nothing but love when I'm on the stage, and it's all I live for.
There we go. Now, in this series, Elevate played y'all kind of close, okay? It looked like a tough matchup. What was the hardest thing about it for y'all? How did y'all come through?
I think the only thing we had to focus on was our kills and our comms together, and if we played together, we were always going to win. They played us pretty tough on the hard points, but I think we just messed up on a few rotations, but I mean, those guys are gross, so congrats
Yeah,
to them.
no, they play hard. Kudos to them. Now, for you guys, y'all got a chance to do something special. And I can't remember the last time it happened, but to go back to back to back with a three-peat, how would that feel? And would you consider you guys like a dynasty at that point?
I mean, back to back sounds pretty dynasty to me.
Don't
but,
it?
I mean, we're shooting for it, and all we have to do is come up here and play our game, and we'll be able to do it.
Well, Drazah, you're looking great, man. Anything you want to say to these fans out here who've been waiting for y'all to play all day?
Hey, I appreciate you guys. The real tournament starts tomorrow, so I'll see you guys tomorrow.
It starts tomorrow. You heard it here from the Alaskan Assassin.
Thank you.
Take some notes. That's going to do it for us on the stage. Chris, take us away.
Thank you so much, Blaze. And show some love for Drazah one more time, crowd. Awesome people here in Raleigh. Awesome games. I'm exhausted. And let's break down this one as quick as we can. A 3-1 is coming in here, but where did Elevate make you scared?
I mean, it was search and destroy. They played pretty well in that game mode. They won that just like they did in the game 5 they played up against Boston. And, you know, even in the respawns, that was tightly contested at the end there. That was probably the best P1 HyDra we have ever seen. That setup was crazy.
What were you most impressed with throughout this series? Because I don't think a lot of people expected Elevate to be here, and LA Thieves, they look pretty strong in their own right.
Oh yeah, Elevate, they have some former pro players. They got some guys that's been around the block once or twice. Like Gizmo, he's consistently putting up 30s in the respawn. Vortex, he's the guy that's hitting routes. Harry, he had himself in a phenomenal series. If you got to go back, you just got to think about that control, man. You're up 2-0. The next 3 rounds are just pretty much a blur, man. Octane, he dominated in that attacking round, and then in the defense, they just literally didn't give up a single segment. And then even on that final defense, not a single segment as well. Right there, it was LA Thieves with the perfect game plan. They shut down that B push. They had one player lurking at that A push, and it was Envoy always finding that opening 2-piece.
For a lot of people here in the NA, Elevate is a brand new squad to keep their eyes on here in Raleigh. And we have a brand new sponsor we want to give some love to. Hummer is on board the Call of Duty League, and this is our Hummer extraction play of the day. Walk me through this one, Ant.
Yeah, so he ends up getting that first kill. He has to plant the bomb. He sees him up top, so he actually spots Kenny, and then he wraps it. He gets out with his life, finesses back here to bottom middle, gets that bomb down with 1 second left. Vortex getting it down. They're currently up 3-1, so he's just playing patient. This is that swing round. You win this, you win the game. So he's taking his time, waiting for sound cues. He doesn't hear anything. Time's ticking down, goes for the chow, and where he planted it, you can see it from up top. So when Kenny goes to that bomb, he's thinking the player's going to be up top, looking down, plays it from low. Cerebral play, nice 1v2.
He's one of the old gamers from the UK, and he's still getting it done. Let's break down all of our groups, though, because there were surprises left and right, except for my man Study, 4 for 4 in predictions, including his Subliners.
You know me, baby. They came out to play today. Obviously, New York, they took care of business versus LAG. A swift 3-0. Minnesota Røkkr, they handled business versus a challenger team in Decimate Gaming. Clean 3-0. But then in that matchup, Minnesota versus New York, I actually had the chance to cast that one. New York just came out swinging. If you're any of the rest of the teams in the CDL, let's not play New York on Fortress, and you probably are going to have some success.
Ali, hit me with Group B, though. How did you see this one breaking down? How did it all play out?
Well, I mean, obviously, Toronto Ultra, they go down 0-2 to Poyodrome and almost lose the series, but something awoke in them and they realized the situation they were in. They reverse sweep them. I believe the second reverse sweep we technically have quote-unquote seen this season, just to move on. And 3-0 at Texas OpTic, who finally got their revenge against the Florida Mutineers on LAN and are now going to have to play them again early tomorrow.
That's scary, man.
Moving on to Group C, Nameless. Break it down. We've got Atlanta FaZe as predicted, but they're battling against the Surge here.
Yeah, hotly contested game 1 Atlanta FaZe had gets them into their next series, now up 2-0 over the Surge. This group has been a little bit more predictable than others, aside from that elimination round 1. The Challengers team taking out the Royal Ravens, who have looked so strong.
Asim going to Twitter frustrated, but everyone excited for Assault to see how long his road will be here in Raleigh. Let's keep it rolling. Final Group D, LA Thieves come out on top. Boston Breach, good night. They will be watching for the rest of this tournament, Study.
You got to feel for Boston Breach, man. Like, Awakening was their guy. He's the guy that they went out for this offseason and picked him up. We saw how successful they were, at least during the online qualifiers. They fall short in that series versus the LA Thieves, and unfortunately, you fall short there all the way into Game 5, getting 6-0'd. Not good for the Boston Breach, but LA Thieves, they take care of business versus the Challenger squad. They're going to be the #1 seed, and now Vegas Legion have a really good matchup going up against Elevate. That one.
First 4 teams in our bracket. Remember, 8 going through to the winners, and you're going to start off with the Subliners Thieves get that second group at the top half of the bracket, and we're waiting to find out who is going to join Ultra at the bottom. aLLeY, do you want to be at the top half or the bottom half?
Side of any of these teams, especially with how good they've looked at the beginning.
Especially LA Thieves. Let's take a look one more time at one of the highlights from this matchup. It's our Scuff play of the game, and the Thieves, they have been looking dirty at respawn. Let's close this one out. Study, walk me through the final seconds.
Oh, both of these hard points were insane, but in this map number one, you see the rotation. aBeZy are fully set up. They get a couple kills, but then once Drazah finds that first kill, even though it does get traded, now there's only 2 players left from aBeZy in this situation. Envoy finds the first, Kenny with the trade, and then we know how difficult it is to break this diner hill when you have multiple players from your squad ready for all angles. As LA Thieves, they just find kill after kill to keep the trades consistent, and then they only needed about 12 seconds to close this one out. It had to be a flawless hold from aBeZy, or at least a clean 4 dead. The fact that LA Thieves were able to keep those kills stagnant, eventually come out on top in those gunfights, they were able to clutch up in that hard point.
I'll tell you what, Study, 2 or 3 of those fights go differently. We have a different outcome in this series, but the Thieves are through. We find out tomorrow if aBeZy will be able to join them coming out of their group. That was our Scuff play of the game, and that is going to do it for the desk here tonight. Raleigh, thank you for all the love. Thank you for showing love on Twitter, and a big shout out to my man Study and Ton joining us on the desk. Remember, we're not done in Raleigh. Day 2 kicks off tomorrow. We have the Call of Duty Endowment Bowl 3 presented by USAA. That's going down at noon Eastern, and CDL continues with matches starting at 4:30 p.m. Eastern. I'm Chris Puckett. Thanks for tuning in. We'll see you all on Friday.
Seen a lot of muck. We on the rise, man, your time is up. You put in work, you on a pile of luck. We on another level, better moving, know your time is ticking. We about to cast it out and reel it in just like we fishing. I told you it would happen, maybe next time you will listen. Just because it glisten doesn't mean it's go, so pay attention. We always stay consistent, keep on top of the mission. Squad, keep it authentic, get the haters some distance. We about to change the child to me, we about to change your vision. If you moving with us, better keep it tuned and handle business. Handle business. Are you ready for the rise? Are you ready for the rise? Are you ready for the rise? The rise will be televised. Are you ready for the rise? Are you ready for the rise? Are you ready for the rise? The rise will be televised. Are you ready for the rise? Are you ready for the rise? Are you ready for the rise? The rise will be televised. Are you ready for the rise? Are you ready for the rise? Are you ready for the rise? The rise will be televised.
let it go. And that's the issue with stacking, man. You get 4 players on that objective, you can cap it in 11 seconds. Seattle slip up only for a moment, and they pay for it. Another attacking round, this time the way of FaZe. And I want to say it feels like it's every other game, Tony, but like I said, it's
Strong
Seattle,
start.
hot start,
Yeah.
and then here comes Atlanta. We'll see if Seattle have got a little bit more grit to their game.
Yeah, Seattle are in control until they're not. It's essentially how every single one of these maps has felt so far. PC's ran all the way through bedroom, said, okay, we'll run through glass and we'll just cause issue over towards A. The vice somewhat tightening here. As Atlanta FaZe now making a move. May well have another look at this. So already they're only sending 2 over, but is indeed the Tiny Terrors. Simp to aBeZy trying to get something open in here. aBeZy now should be dead to rights here, if only just slowing, being a nuisance. But I tell you what, Mack is all of a sudden left all on his own. That's A cleared out, if only momentarily. Simp nearly gets his head ripped off, but in turn says see you to aBeZy and Slasher. May well be probably about 15 seconds later than expected, but Seattle Surge will get a hold of A here. Atlanta FaZe had a good go at that.
It's so funny, man. It really is. Like, Atlanta FaZe, they're turning, they're burning, they're winning gunfights they probably shouldn't, and Seattle instantly back on that objective. Because of where those spawns come from, the way that they push it out, normally in that spot, you're going to spawn to the backside of kitchen. However, they're now spawning toward the parking lot. Atlanta have got to adapt, and right now, it appears that they have. aCTracy, the sole man inside of B. He's got 2 players watching over him. Needs a bit of support. Simp comes in from the Skyz. Cellium for a moment was on that spree. Eventually dropped, and now it comes on a Pred again. A bit of a reset when it comes down to the board. And it feels like it's really going to be Seattle heading back toward A. Get that one under toe. Add another minute added onto the clock, but
making it hard. Atlanta FaZe now pushing over towards A, getting a hold of that now. It's just kind of back and forth, back and forth. So, okay, they're over towards A. We'll go over towards B. aBeZy surviving long enough to get the backup there is Cell. This has been a disastrous round for the side of Seattle Surge. Surely A will get locked in, but Cellium is here just to try and slow things down as best as he can. Atlanta FaZe not wanting to overcommit to this. They've already done some damage. Look at the life difference. 10 for Surge. It's 1 good push over towards B. Maybe even 2. That is a disastrous start to this attacking round. Pred is 24-15 and they're in this situation.
It just has to be cleaner. Like, it has to be cleaner for Seattle. Like, we saw multiple times so far in this round 3 where one guy drops in the point and has absolutely no support. It's got to be better
here as well. They played out bedroom and Simp's killed himself. It's absolute disaster for FaZe now. Pred finds one at the cell. This should be the round.
It looks like it should be. I mean, aCTracy's got the cross. Take a look where those spawns are coming in from Atlanta FaZe.
2 ticks.
aCTracy gets picked, but Pred, he's still here. He's really the only man in the objective alongside of Simp. The sophomores get cut to pieces. And Atlanta are gonna make them pay for it. The final 4 lives for Surge now come into play, as they've got to be careful. They've got to be cautious, but they also have to be confident. 40 seconds to work with, and Surge, it really feels like they're going to have to play for picks. Make it feel like a search and destroy round, and there you have it, technically, first blood in this team fight.
3 remaining for Seattle Surge now. Pred just trying to find something. This is still durable. aCTracy finds one, but Simp and Cellium combining together. As we said, it looks like Seattle are in control of this game. Until they're not, Pred would have to pull something miraculous off here. Atlanta FaZe, another round, and that, I feel like that's one that Seattle could have taken. It was a terrible start for them. But as soon as they find that 4 down, they get bedroom control as well.
Yeah.
You're in a great spot. You can't lose the gunnies from that.
It's just, like I said, it was picture perfect at the very end, but it was the setup that led to it. That was the issue. Like, we were coming into that fight, you know, where they had to hop on the objective and they just don't have the life advantage. And it just felt like at multiple points when Seattle was on that attack, they were jumping into B. They just didn't have a plan. Like, they didn't have anybody watching the mid-cross. They had a few players maybe inside a bedroom. Just feel like from Seattle, a little uncoordinated, a little bit hyper-aggressive in spots where the setup just isn't there. And again, down 2-0, 1 round away from dropping this 3-0 to Atlanta FaZe. Can we see ourselves in a round 5? That is where Surge are going to be aiming for. And Cellium, just as solid as you'd like, Ton.
Doesn't miss those. Pred now on his way over to try and slow this down. And I want to say that FaZe did such a good job over towards A. The whole of that round, they just found clutch kill after clutch kill. They did not give up on it, and ultimately that's what won them the round, put them in this position. aBeZy and Code up. Cleared out kitchen, they know the pinch isn't there, they should be able to get a hold of A here. Seattle Surge though with a couple of kills, we'll have a go at it, Mack. Now they got a chance to find the kill there. aBeZy is so aware of his surroundings. Simp will find another, and all of a sudden it's a dangerous spot for the side of Surge over towards B. Kills came in over towards bedroom. Slasher finds accuracy. Now they have one way to concentrate on. They know that Simp is there. This is doable here for the side of FaZe. Huge kill from Simp. Oh my god!
Three, nearly the fourth. Simp saves the day. That was the moment where Atlanta FaZe smelled blood in the water. And while they do have that A objective, while they've got plenty of time to work with, that very well could have been game. As Simp comes away with the few, and now he sets his teammates up for success. It is bedroom control now for Seattle. We begin to wipe the board, and now it is a battle for picks again.
FaZe are being very patient here. They know they have time on their side. Pride just checking around, doesn't want to make sure that anything is slipped in it. Now just trying to survive 39 HP, caught on the couch. He wants those gunfights. Simp will find the one through the front. Finds the second on the Mack as well. That looked ridiculous on the minimap. Pred will be there. Surely the trade is as well, though. Yes, it is. aBeZy finding one, and all of a sudden they're on the point. This is bad news for Surge.
And Simp is going to find a pick. He's going to toss out the nade. This is what we saw earlier. He's ultimately limited and effective.
Gotta go.
They've got 4 players on the point. Atlanta, solid as you like. They find everybody, and there you have it. Atlanta FaZe, again, are holding when they need to. They find that little glimmer of light, and they seize it. A 3-0 win here versus Seattle Surge. They get the #1 seed here in Group C, and have locked down their position in bracket play.
It's one of those performances that'll sting for Seattle Surge. Map #1, you're a good 60 or 70 up.
Yeah.
Map #2, you start brilliantly, 2 S&D rounds in a row, crumble from there. And it felt like pretty much in every single round of that control that they had potential to win it and just couldn't close out. The clutch factor is not there, but it is very much there from the side of Atlanta FaZe. Look at those scorelines, 250, 240, very close into the hard point, but 6-3 in the search and destroy. We stayed on hotel for control as well, and a 3-1 win there. That is somewhat of not a statement performance from FaZe, but a statement win against a good team in Seattle Surge. Of course, not necessarily the best of starts there for the Seattle side on this season in general, but for FaZe, that's a nice scalp to take.
Yeah, oh, it absolutely is. I mean, we talk about Hardpoint, we talk about Search and Destroy. Seattle, another Search and Destroy loss. That has got to be changed up in their future matches here at the Major, whether in Group C or if they can make it to bracket play. But I think you take away the Hardpoint, right, for Atlanta FaZe. Yeah. The struggles that they had versus LAG Academy. Like you said,
yeah, again.
It was not a good start. It was not a good start, but players started to pick up the pace a little bit. And it wasn't like the Cellium show. Like, it really wasn't. I think it was like Simp who was really starting to lead the way. We saw some great moments coming in from Slasher and that hard point as well. So a victory that you feel good about. If you're an Atlanta FaZe fan, you've moved on. You're in the bracket stage. So all these guys are going to be sleeping quite well tonight after what was a rough series versus the Challenger boys of LAG.
Got to be feeling good. Let's have a look at some of the other brackets, though, as things are starting to come to a close here on day #1, heading over towards Group A, the game that will be there for the qualification. Like the Subliners. Where has that come from?
I mean, dude, me and Jay had both of the casts for both of these games. And these guys, I'll tell you what, I'm not trying to throw out some strategies. I'm not playing these guys on Fortress. Like, they have new levels of confidence. And I'll tell you what, man, HyDra had the lowest KD in that series versus Minnesota. I think he went negative. Everybody else, Priestahh was beaming. Mack was playing great. Skyz was a problem in the search and destroy. New York, very, very clean. And after an abysmal week #1, it is mad to see the stats that they put up. I think they're 12-2 in maps after the very rough week 1 start. As now we'll go and take a look at Group B. We've seen how things are shaping up, and I tell you what, this is a mixed bag. I don't know if I'd predict the way that this one has gone so far.
I mean, I think, to be honest with you, every single result is probably how I would put it, but it's the maps in scoreline.
That's fair.
That's kind of upsetting the odds. Toronto Ultra have to reverse sweep Poyadrome to get themselves into a qualifier round game against OpTic where they crushed them 3-0. OpTic really struggling today. Florida Mutineers was not an easy game yesterday. They're going to have to do it again tomorrow to qualify.
That's going to be
one of those teams going out. Very interesting group. Let's have a look over towards Group C. Atlanta FaZe making easy work of Seattle Surge, kind of. LAG Academy knocking out Royal Ravens in a 3-2 win. A disastrous week for the Royal Ravens. They're gone and they're #1.
Yeah, that's a hard pill to swallow, man, especially with the way that they started. It felt like they were just in a great little stride. And we talk about, really, our pro teams being eliminated. You see the match at the very bottom of the screen. Boston Breach, a team after the first few days that we thought could be the best in the game, gone just like that, eliminated by the Vegas Legion. As that is going to be a very fun matchup to watch as LA Thieves have made their way through. I've got to see Elevate take on Vegas Legion there for the qualification to see who gets out of that second seed. That's going to be a great match, man.
Game. That's a big game. And honestly, we were kind of keeping an eye on the Elevate LAT game. Elevate made a good representation of themselves. They were 2-0 up in the control. A very close game in map number 4, of course, to go on to lose. They'll be feeling confident going in against Legion. They'll be feeling super confident to see if they can get something done. Hell of a day one.
Yeah, man. It was a good one. It was a good one. We had some incredible matches. I mean, I tell you what, like the results have been kind of crazy. I know we're kind of finishing things out on all of the stations, but we appreciate you guys for checking out the Bravo station for today. You can check us out here again on the Command Center. Make sure to have all those tabs open again for tomorrow, but that's going to do it here for us on Bravo. For the entire team, production, Ton, and myself, the new duo that you never knew that you needed in your life. We're going to go ahead and throw it to a permanent break, and we'll see you again tomorrow for some good old Call of Duty action.